Yo Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 3 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the One Piece world as a Skypiean. The playlist is above and the link to the story is in the description. And with that being said, let the tale begin. Chapter 51, World Nobles? In a training hall made with steel, Raki was leaking her sword forward. She was sweating from her whole body since she was using 2 swords at once. A few days ago, Amon informed her he will get her 2 beautiful and powerful swords. She was happy hearing it, and since her brother was being so nice, she wanted to use both of his swords at once. So, she started to train on it from now on. Though this is very hard with her being only familiar with 1 sword, she felt she could do it. Because most of the time, 2 is always better than 1. A few moments later, Raki took a deep breath. Fudu. Straightening her back, she took a stance that she thought of herself. Her legs were far from each other, her shoulders were firm, and her eyes were sharp. She looked ahead and twisted her waist, spinning uncontrollably. Twin sword style, Dragon Slayer. She spun hard and kept spinning, however, it was for nothing as soon. Her swords flew in different directions. Clang, clank. With her head dizzy, Raki also fell on the ground with a thud sound. Ugh, fuck this. I'm aiming too high too young. She gritted her teeth and punched the ground. I need a teacher. A good one. Fuck Gandalf. With no other way, Raki just sighed and decided to complain to Amon later. For now, she will just train normally. Same time Burka. While this was happening, Due, Warashi, and Kamakiri were in Burka. They were here as visitors. Though they knew this was just for spying purposes. They weren't sure why Amon was doing this, though they had guessed. According to which, they should keep doing as Amon asked. After all, they will get their revenge on the ones who killed their ancestors. No one shall stop them from taking revenge, and they were sure. Amon had the same thought. For now, they will do things according to plan. Back to Whiskey Peak. Soon after, Amon was sitting in his office with Robin opposite him. Robin was waiting patiently to hear his words. She was fully sober now. Well, first of all, this knowledge will endanger your life. Are you still interested? As Amon asked, Robin smiled. You have no idea. She sighed with a giggle. Anyway, I just want to know. I don't care about my life at this point. Amon also chuckled hearing her and opened his mouth. How much do you know about the world government? Give me a base. If you want to know about world nobles, then you have to know about the world government first. He asked while eating some snacks. Robin started to think of what she knew. Not much, just that the world government is the force ruling over the whole world for more than 800 years now. They have many informants all around the world too. As she said this, Amon raised an eyebrow. She realized this should be confidential information. Don't look at me like that. I have reasons for knowing them. Amon smiled at her. She slipped her words, huh? How rare. Anyway, forget about it. Amon ignored it, as she released a relieved sigh. The thing is, your knowledge is close to non-existent. I expected more. As he said this, Robin just stayed silent. Anyhow, as you said, it's a force created 800 years ago. If you look more at it, you will learn that, 800 years ago, 20 kingdoms made an alliance only to fight against the Great Kingdom. They allied against it and finally brought it down. After their win, all of them merged together, except one. Amon raised his finger. Alabasta. While Robin was shocked at his every sentence, Amon reached the part of world nobles, also known as celestial dragons. The world nobles, also known as the celestial dragons, are the aristocratic descendants of 19 of the 20 kings who established what is now known as the world government. While Amon said this, Robin tried her best to not question his source of information and paid attention to the new information. As descendants of the creators of the world government, the world nobles have the highest authority within the organization. They are free to do as they please without consequences, even commit heinous crimes. And if they are threatened in any way, they have the authority to summon a marine admiral to deal with the offending party. Robin's eyes instantly arched up, as she felt her fear rise up within her heart. One name was lurking in her head. Admiral Akiji. Gulp. Let's stop here. I should not think of opposing them anymore. If he comes, even Lucifer will be killed. I don't want him to die. Ever. Robin thought with her forehead going completely cold. For the past 11 years, I've been able to run away and survive no matter what the circumstance. That's only because I had nothing to protect. Because I was willing to betray others and use them as a shield. But, can I do it after meeting him? After more than half a year of experiencing this treatment. Can I betray him ever? Am I? really the demon child? A few minutes passed as she rested her head on the chair and Amon waited for her to calm down. Are you all right? Amon asked as Robin opened her eyes. She didn't notice when the boy came and started to massage her head. A small smile bloomed on her face. I don't know. Her smile contained strange emotions. Amon looked at her with confusion. Oh, being honest after so long? You can continue, but can you keep massaging? She said as Amon nodded. The world nobles constantly abuse their power and look down on the people of lower status than them, referring to them as commoners, Amon said. Even kings and queens are lowly peasants in their eyes and are expected to bow to the whims of the world nobles, or their whole kingdoms could face destruction. Robin was listening less and enjoying his hands more. Time passed and Amon ended his explanation of the world government's bad deeds, their hypocritical ways of declaring owning slaves as an illegal act, yet they themselves do it in broad daylight. Robin listened to it all, and though she did come to despise them, it wasn't as much as Amon had predicted. Her fear was suppressing her hate a little too much, though Amon did have other ways. As Robin looked at Amon, who was massaging her shoulders now, she was questioning herself. When did we become so close that body touching became normal? But this question was a side note. The main question was, Lucy, do you mind telling me why you know so much about world government? Even their past too. You also know about the existence of Pongilfs. Amon smiled at her as he glanced at her visible cleavage from above. Well, let's say it has something to do with my family's past. The place I live contains a small part of the history. My ancestors were killed, so we became natural enemies. Amon said with Robin having wide eyes. Now, as the leader of my people and the king of the sky, I have the mission to take down the world government. A mission handed to me by my ancestors. No. Suddenly, Robin removed his hands and got up from her seat. You can't do it, she said with her hands on his shoulders. She ignored his other words, his words of being a ruler in the sky, and only paid attention to one line. You can't win against them. They are monsters. You will die. Didn't you say they have the admirals under their direct control? You don't know how dangerous admirals are. Amon just stared at her surprised. He sighed. I'm sorry. But that's something I can't change, not even at your words. He removed her hands while shaking his head. Robin looked at his eyes with disbelief with her mouth agape. Why? Why? Rather. Amon's word brought her back. You should leave the guild, he said with a smile. Now that I cleared my goals to you, you should know how dangerous it is to be with me. The Marines, Cypherpole, and even all the other factions under the world government will come after me. Robin's face froze. Marines. Akiji. And maybe I really should leave. She wasn't able to think of anything else. Actually, haha. Amon released a sad laughter. I'm sure I will die. The world government is a strong force after all. My death is inevitable. Believe me when I say I know more about their power than you do. Robin didn't realize it, but her hands moved by themselves. Then stop. You don't have to follow some order given by ancient people. They are just memories of the past. Robin said as she again put her hands on his shoulders. She didn't even realize how she had labeled the word past. Her love for history was being toppled by other new emotions. However, this was natural. Amon smirked internally. While coming to the office, he showed her the watch in his pocket. There he did his trick. He hypnotized her subconscious mind. An order was made the moment she looked at the picket watch. Yes, the order, be truthful to your feelings, was working to its best. Minute passed, as Robin kept staring at him while he kept looking at her too. I am sorry, but I can't do it. I can't reject my ancestors. Suddenly, Amon hugged her tightly. I'm sorry, but you should leave. I will get busy these days, like recruiting strong people for my kingdom, and search for people of survivors of destroyed kingdoms who might hold a grudge against the world government. Haha, I can't believe I have stooped so low to even think of using those people who lost everything in their life. Robin felt his tears dripping down her chest. Then don't. If you don't want to use them, then stop. Please. Or you will die. Robin's tears also fell on Amon's shoulders. As seconds passed, Amon laughed lightly. There is a chance for that not to happen. If I'm able to take that chance, then it's a guarantee I will live, and the world government will fall, he said. Robin stopped in surprise. A chance. You see, there are things called ancient weapons, Amon said as Robin stayed silent. She was aware of their existence. If I can find them, then one day I will have enough power to topple their power, the world government's power. He went silent and sighed. Unfortunately, I can't read the poneglyphs consisting of the location of the ancient weapons. He said, if I can find a survivor of the island O'Hara, then things might change. But I'm sure all of them were wiped by the world government. Robin's crying stopped as her eyes grew up. If someone from O'Hara helps you read poneglyphs then, well, then I will be able to destroy the world government to their roots. Amon chuckled. Though it's just wishful thinking for me. Finding a survivor would be hard. I heard there was a little girl who survived, but I'm sure she died somewhere in the West Blue in the last decade. Amon sighed and slowly started to remove his hands. However, they were stopped by a pair of hands bigger than his. That girl isn't dead. It was Robin, whose face was covered in tears and snort. That girl is in front of you, like you'd say, alive and kickin'. That girl, the demon child, is me. Nico Robin. Amon looked at her with pure surprise. At this moment, Robin decided something. They call me demon child? Fine, I will be a demon. Only for him, my brother. Chapter 52. Return. Days later. Amon was on Clockwork Island inside an underground lab that had tons of security. He was working on the dead body of Django, who died while Amon was experimenting on his brain. In the end, his medical power, or specifically his surgical power, was still too measly. He was reaching nowhere with the mushroom on his chin and was getting a little frustrated. He did what he was doing for around another hour. However, reaching nowhere, he broke some random equipment. To suppress his frustration, Amon went toward his personal underground training hall he made on this island. Hours later, the Trump siblings were up in the tower while eating their dinner. Asterisk bam. 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 Asterisk. Damn, he's still at it. I feel bad for the metallic wall. It's been getting hit for hours now. Boo Jack, one of the siblings said. Yawn. Yeah, sad. The sound is coming from 300 meters underground. Basta baby is a monster. Honey Queen corrected herself while eating her food. They ignored the noise and kept eating their food. They were too used to it by now to not do so. Asterisk bam. 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 Asterisk. Amon was punching a giant metallic boulder the size of a poneglyph. This scene looked similar to how Luffy trained his Ryu, albeit Amon was just training normal armament. His hands were going ink black now and then, though most of the time it just shined under the light. Amon had a crazy grin on his face, while his now close to shoulder-length hair, which he slid backward, was dripping in his sweat. Bam. Just a little more. His hands were hurting badly from the punches, and that would have been the case for the wall too if it had feelings, that is. It had many craters on it, and many new ones were being created right at the moment. This was the 13th boulder, and more will be needed in the future. Amon could feel how he was getting closer and closer to ink-black armament as his previous frustration had vanished. Let's break this boulder. Asterisk. Back to the dining room. Now the sounds were gone as they noticed someone coming to the hall through the door. Yawn. Hello, monkeys, prepare the food for me. It was Amon, who was walking alongside a MILF who had a forced smile that everyone could see through. He was walking while stretching, while his body was dripping with sweat. He just took a dip in the pool with the person beside him. Honey Queen glanced at his body for a second with a wide mouth. Damn, he's getting hotter every day, huh? His body was taller than before, around 190 centimeters now. He was growing very fast, and that wasn't just his height. His body's muscles were packed and rocky, and his arms were rock solid too. He still had his lean body, though he also had a muscular chest which perfectly balanced his stature. His 8-pack was clearly visible to the others as well. The Trump siblings just kept staring at him, while he sat on the chair at the middle of the table, the one where the Bear King used to sit before, though now he was just sitting on a chair on the side. Time passed as Amon finished eating, while Honey Queen invited him to her room, though he rejected her since he was tired. Asterisk. Days were passing smoothly, and Amon was also doing good with Robin. He also revealed he's from an island in the sky, and also that sky islands are real. Though Robin only believed him because it was him, and he had bird-like wings. Amon was also keeping track with Raki on everything that was happening in the sky, and he's been ordering her to do things that she should do. It didn't take long for Amon to appear in the newspaper and be officially enthroned as the best bounty hunter of the generation with his lone hunt of 16 billion and his guilds, which is his overall collection of bounty being 40 billion bellies. Amon has been too active these days, and since his guild also had 70k members in it, his net worth was increasing in lifetime. This also piqued the attention of people which it shouldn't have. even though the Marines stayed out of it because of the contract, which they can't just discard. The purpose of the contact was this in the first place, as even though initially it didn't have much use, now it was looking out his back. Not only the Marys, but many people were also seeing Amon as a dangerous man too, though not as dangerous since in the end, he is still a bounty hunter for money. With Robin now managing many things for him, things were also moving smoothly. He had enough trust in her ability and himself to believe that she won't betray him. However, it never hurts to take precautions, so he never forgets to take the report of everything she did and everything that happened. Robin did it happily to be truthful. On the other hand, Cricket also became strong, very strong, as he was the best bounty hunter under Amon as of now. He mostly used his legs for these 2 years since that's his fighting style. These days he wears a hat, which stops anyone from recognizing him. His leg prowess has improved a lot, as Amon also introduced him to Saru and Jeppo under the name of Fast Walk and Skywalk. Just like these, time passed very smoothly. Too smoothly if one had to say. You will come back, right? Robin nervously asked towards Amon, who smiled at her. Amon was wearing a black jacket with a dark purple shirt under it, along with black pants and black shoes. With his shiny black hair reaching his shoulders, Amon was the definition of man in black, albeit his white wings were only making him look cooler as it went best with the contrast. Today was the day he would leave for the sky. Currently, he was up on the 10th floor of the mayor's building with Robin, as uncertainty was in those eyes in front of him. Look at her. I'm like a drug to her, huh? Amon thought with a chuckle as he walked towards her. He wasn't wrong, she really saw him like that. Hey, Robin, he said and raised his hands towards her forehead and raised the hair. I will never leave you for eternity. Don't worry, I will come back every week. Smooch. Amon kissed her forehead as her eyes grew. She wasn't prepared for this, but she didn't react much, or at least nothing was shown in her face. Love you, Amon said with a wink and launched himself to the air without waiting for her answer. Love? What type of love? Robin looked at him as he left. Her job was to watch over the guild, which he initially wanted to destroy upon this day. But it was grown too big for its own good and will help Amon a lot to grow his kingdom in the initial stages. I hope you come back, Lucy. Robin wouldn't be able to take the hit if he does not come back. After all, she's a person who's been brought out from the rabbit hole to above the clouds by him, her so-called brother. Asterisk. Amon was flying while carrying a small boat with his hands. In the boat, Cricket was sitting while he had many bags around him. Whoa, Lucy. Slow down. We are above 8,000 meters. I will never do this ever. By calling him Lucifer for a year and a half, Cricket was more comfortable with it than Amon at this point. Right now, he was shit scared, though he maintained his bright smile still. He was also looking forward to the people Nolan met. He was curious to meet the other descendants of Calgara too, and even Amon's little sisters that he talked about. He was very looking forward to his time in the sky. Asterisk. They have already reached Skypia and met the chief at the gate playing games with Gonfall. Chief was surprised a lot since Amon didn't inform them of his return. More so when he met him, Mont-Blanc Cricket. Wahahaya. It's incredible. Calgara, look. This was his reaction. After that, the three of them went to the upper yard, while Gonfall volunteered to guard the gate. He was also a little happy seeing them finally meet the descendant of a great man. The three of them then went to the upper yard using the boat Cricket was on. The chief was too busy with Cricket to notice the bag of money around the boat. If converted, they will be around. Asterisk. Raki was there sparring with Wiper, both relying on their weapons. Wiper became very strong over the past 2 years. He was taller too, around 165 centimeters tall. Dodge this, Raki. Wiper rushed towards Raki with his spears and about to hit Raki's stomach. Wait. Suddenly, Raki yelled with a frown as Wiper stopped at the last moment. Idiot bitch, I almost killed yo. Shut up. 2 cents. 3 people coming here. One is chief, the other 2. One I don't know, but one is a bit familiar. Her eyes grew. Brother. Whoosh. Raki ran towards the place the boat was supposed to stop, as Wiper looked confused. Amon? But I can't sense anything. Damn, this girl's mantra is too powerful. Wiper didn't waste any time and also dashed towards that place. I want to see, is he like before, still above me, or am I stronger than him now? He thought with a grin filled with battle lust. Chapter 53, What AF Asterisk Ket Up Guy? General POV. Wiper ran behind Raki as she ran towards the place she felt the boat would come by. They didn't take the usual milky road, as the chief was too hyped. The transporter shrimp was bringing them to the edge of the upper yard. Soon they reached the place and met the three of them. I can't believe it. Raki had wide eyes as she looked at the black-haired teen jumping in the upper yard from the boat. Is that him? Brother looks so cool. Amon looked pretty much the same as before, but his muscles were a little pronounced, making him look like a 17-year-old teenager. Her legs moved automatically, and she rushed towards him. Big bro. She jumped at Amon as he caught her with a smile. Haha, it's been a while, Raki. Amon smiled at her as she hugged him tightly. She would have reacted much more profusely if they didn't exchange words every day. While the two were being lovey-dovey, beside them Wiper had wide-open eyes and a gape-out. One thought was lingering in his head while he looked at Cricket, chestnut hair. Amon Noland? He asked towards Cricket as Amon looked at him with deadpan eyes from the sidelines. Huh. Cricket looked at Amon while posting his finger at Wiper. Oh, Lucy, is he the guy you talked about? Wiper. Amon nodded with a chuckle. Yes. Oh. Hearing him, Cricket looked at Wiper as he did the same. Cricket didn't react as much as when he met Amon, since he was now aware of the situation, though he still became emotional. However, Wiper was a different case. Like typical One Piece fashion, snot mixed with tears were falling on the ground from Wiper's face. Sniff? I am. Warrior Wiper. It didn't take long for all the dramatic scenes to come to an end, as finally both Wiper and Cricket started to introduce themselves. Asterisk. It's noon, and a big feast was taking place in the upper yard. After learning about Amon's sudden arrival with the descendant of Noland, everyone got excited. Ha 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 ha. This is fun. Cricket laughed out loud as he had a giant bowl of food in front of him. Rice, meat, fish, crabs, fruits, sweets, spices, and everything that one could imagine, it was there in Cricket's dish. Eat as much as you like, Mont Noland. Wiper said as he brought more food for Cricket. Wiper, I'm not Noland, Cricket said as he scratched his head. I'm Mont Blank Cricket, he said while pointing his fingers towards himself. Haha. Amon laughed from the sidelines as he looked at him. Let him be Cricket. He is kinda dumb, so it will take some time. As Wiper acted furiously, Amon just ignored him while Cricket laughed seeing the two. Amon was sitting there with Isa, and Raki. Isa was hiding behind Isa, being a little scared of Amon. She knew they both knew each other, but her 5-year-old mind couldn't remember much. She felt the guy in front was strong, but that wasn't what made her scared, nor was it the fact that she was unable to recognize him fully. The scary part was, even though he was smiling outside, she couldn't even guess what he was feeling on the inside, even with her observation haki, which was made for sensing emotions. But it's obvious for someone like Amon who relies on emotion sensing to have already taken precautions for the same to not happen to him. One's mantra can't suppress one's emotion from being sensed, though. So it wasn't that Isa failed to sense it because of the level difference. Rather, it was Amon himself who used his technique. Isa gulped as she looked at the texts above his head. I'm scared, she thought while looking at Amon. For someone like her who's been able to hear everyone's voice from a young age, this was a strange and scary time for her. She was too young to notice it with Amon before. Her ability to sense emotions were a little different from the norm. It works quite uniquely compared to normal users of observation haki, mostly because observation haki varies from user to user. Why is it only him? It's fine with that muscular guy, Isa thought while looking at Cricket who was laughing. She could see words forming above his head. Those were his thoughts. Though she can't see complex ones, rather, just what he was feeling. Good. Nice. Love. Like. I. Love. This. Place. These words were what was written above his head, and also what Isa was seeing. This was the same case for everyone else too. Upon birth, she couldn't instantly see them, as at first she could just hear them. But now, as time passed, her mantra evolved themselves according to her own preference. Though, in reality, the actual reason is mostly because of the influence of the other haki users around him. She hated those bad, war, fight, words on her head lingering all the time before. So, her mantra evolved to something where she doesn't have to hear them and rather can just look away from the words. Amon was a special case after her awakening. It's not that she couldn't see any words, it's just that the words didn't make any sense. Imtheon, HZZZ, haha, jam. Huja, percent. This was what she was able to see above Amon's head. No, It wasn't that Amon had some kind of special cheat-type ability from birth. Rather, he was doing it willingly, by himself. He didn't want his mind to be read by anyone, so he took a very few precautions. To simply put it, Amon's brain was working on two routes. 1. His normal thinking, which was at the back of his mind. 2. His gibberish words that were going on in the front of his mind. Isa's ability was only able to see the one at the front, not the one going on in the deep of his mind. It wasn't something impossible to do, as with training even normal people would be able to do so. Though it was kind of annoying at first with the gibberish words in his mind, Amon was fine with it for now. In all actuality, he's been doing this for more than 10 years now. Hey, Isa, don't be scared. Suddenly, surprising Isa, Amon put his hand on her head. She flinched a little, yet her eyes grew the next moment. Big brother won't hurt you. To Isa, suddenly the words were readable now. Percent such. Cute. Sister, I have here. Percent. Her fear slowly vanished, though she would never learn about the truth. Asterisk. It was evening and Amon was sitting along with Cricket in a corner. The feast was still going on, but Amon and Cricket had enough food already. Though they still pushed both Cricket and Amon to eat as much as they could, they finally got out of that place. Ahaha, it's fun living here, huh? Cricket as Amon also laughed a little. Kinda, but it wasn't always this fun, Amon said as Cricket looked at him. We used to live, or if I have to be honest, we used to hide in a corner of this island before. Until 4 years ago, we started to live here again. This piqued Cricket's curiosity as he raised an eyebrow. Really? I thought you guys have been living here for 400 years. What happened? Hearing him, Amon chuckled. Well, let me explain a little. So, after that, I became God while the previous guy started to live as a Sky Knight. Damn, for real. You are God. Cricket jumped up and looked at Amon with strange eyes. Hey, calm down. I already explained it's like a mayor's position. Amon said, though Cricket didn't calm down. Minute passed as he finally did calm down. Anyway, I'm surprised you let those from God's army live. Cricket was again sitting on the ground as he stated. Well, what can I say? They aren't bad people. Amon said. Look around you. Even now they are still working under us. Normally, people would be angry after their comrades were killed and attack us, which they didn't do. Amon said, pointing at the people around, as Cricket nodded his head. They talked about things as time passed and the sun was slowly setting in the far, far sky. Voodoo. Amon released a big sigh. Hey, Cricket. This might be sudden, but what do you think about joining the militia? As he said this, Cricket went silent. He only came here to meet the Shandians. He never intended to join. Amon decided to continue. I know about your romance with adventure and stuff, so I'm not saying you have to lock yourself here. Just, you bear the name of God's militia on your shoulders and live here. Go down the blue sea, be a bounty hunter, or whatever you feel like. Just become a militia, will you? Cricket stayed silent as a few minutes passed. Well, I did think of what you said before. Actually, a large grin appears on his face. It's not a bad idea, living in a golden city, I mean. Haha. Cricket laughed loudly, while the Shandians around smiled looking at him. Amon also laughed, ha ha ha. I know, right? Both of them laughed as the night fell upon the sky. Amon was laying on his back with a side bag on his side. Isa was on top of him, sitting on his chest while looking around. Hey, Amon. It was then when he heard the call and looked that way. It was Wiper who had a grin on his face and a spear in his hand. Amon smiled at him. This bastard is getting disrespectful, I see. He directly calls me by the name now. I, Warrior Wiper, challenge you for the position of God. He yelled at top of his lungs as everyone looked at him, while Amon chuckled on the ground. Fine, then be it. Little bastard. Chapter 54. The fuck. It was nighttime, as people formed a circle with Amon and Wiper in the middle. Many of the Skypiean militia were also present looking at the battle about to start. Among them was a dark blue-haired man seemingly of 18 years of age standing. He had slightly tanned skin and a stern face. He had a beard on his face, though he had no mustache. He was around 6 feet 4 inches tall and had a rather muscular body. He was called Rio, the son of Gonfall, a guy who might have become the next god if Amon hadn't taken over. Though that's a distant thought, as among the 8 children of Gonfall, he was the one with the least chance to become the next god. Though unlike how one would expect them to have a sense of regret and grudge towards Amon, it wasn't quite the case for the sons of the previous god. as even though they had God's blood flowing through their veins, they were treated just the same as normal militias before, as their mothers were just harem members. Living like that for all their life, they were quite all right with what had happened 4 years ago. Anyhow, before leaving the Skypia 2 years ago, Amon had ordered to keep specific eyes on them, and they haven't acted too smart yet. So they were here, as a part of God's militia of Skypiean side, still alive and kicking. Rio POV. I look ahead towards the ring where the two are standing. That boy. Amon, his name was, he defeated the Holy Father. Though I don't hate him at all. After listening to Ho, Father. Yes, he told me to not add the holy anymore. Anyway, after asking Father why he doesn't hate that boy, I was given a pretty good reason. And for a guy like me, who likes to think about things logically, I can't help but agree. If not for him, this tribe, who has been oppressed for 400 years, would have not only killed us militias but even the innocent citizens of Skypia. By being able to hold them back from doing so, he has earned my respect long ago, as I hate people who abuse their power and mistreat the weak. Not that I'm some kind of hero. I won't feel much after killing some random people. I appreciate a weak person's will to try and flip the tables. If they'll give their all during a fight, but still fail, I wouldn't mind letting them go and maybe do them a small favor. Everyone has to start somewhere, don't we? Anyway, the battle is about to start. Let's pay attention. Haha. Amon. Today I will defeat you. Wiper shouted whilst pointing his finger at Amon. He was similar to his anime counterpart when he was 13. However, in this timeline, he was just a little more on the edge than that part. Amon just looked at him silently. He was on top of his head and even dared to call Amon by his name, where 2 years ago, he was still a pussy calling him Kami-sama Kami-sama. Amon decided to teach him a lesson before giving him a push in the power ladder. Hey, dumbass, it's been years since I last beat your ass. It was wrong from my side, it seems, Amon replied while stretching his arms. Thanks for reminding me that your stinky ass needs a wipe every now and then. Wiper's eyes grew. Shut up. I will beat you. Use those wings of yours. I will beat you at your full power. Wiper shouted and dashed towards Amon, who was 70 meters ahead of him. Take this, heavenly step. Hormonal teenagers these days. As Amon thought this, Wiper vanished from some people's sight, though most of them were still seeing him move. Going towards Amon's head, Wiper's leg smacked forward. Bam. But it was caught by Amon's hand as he grinned. Weakling. While Wiper's eyes grew in surprise, Amon launched his fist towards his abdomen. Bam. Gah. Spitting a mouthful of saliva, Wiper barely freed himself from Amon's grasp. Jumping a few steps back, Wiper was clutching his stomach. Huh. It seems I was underestimating you, he said as Amon raised his finger. Correction, you were not only underestimating me, but you were also overestimating yourself, Amon said as Wiper gritted his teeth. Amon was taller than him, and stronger too. They both trained for 2 years, then why was he still so weak? And he wasn't even using his wings. Haha. Wiper laughed away his frustration and grinned. We will see about that soon enough. Saying so, he again started to attack Amon. Whoosh. Heavenly step. Mad bull. Again, Wiper vanished from his spot, however this time, only a specific number of people were able to see him. They were expressing their surprise, while Amon smirked seeing this. It seems he wasn't just bragging. Now, his choice of giving him that won't be a waste at this rate. Inside this fight of speed, Amon was standing with his arms crossed, while his observation hockey was following his every step. He noticed how fast Wiper picked up his spear and was just jumping around the arena. It would have confused anyone else of his position, though not Amon. The next second, Wiper attacked Amon at his stomach with his spear, while Amon just took a sidestep. Fuck. Bam. Time passed, as a few minutes later, Wiper was still at it with Amon remaining passive. Yawn. Amon yawned while taking a sidestep. This is getting boring, Wiper, don't you? He grinned suddenly. Think so too. Bam. Amon's hand moved fast, as the next second, Wiper faced a stop in his move, and was presented before everyone's eyes. Thud. Cough. Fuck. Wiper coughed out blood as he was clutching his stomach, the place where Amon hit. A purple bruise was formed there while Wiper's face distorted in pain. It hurts bad. Rule number 1, Amon said as he crouched down. Speed is good. You can use the momentum to increase your attack's damage. However, let's not forget that might also apply to yourself. Amon said with a grin. If you face an enemy with good durability, then he can just punch randomly. And if one of those random punches hit you, you will be the one to receive most of the damage. Wiper stayed silent on the ground while clenching his face. I will keep that in mind. Though, of course, he took his words in mind. Then I forfeit. Hey, Raki. Before he could finish his words, Amon called out as Raki jumped from the crowd. Throw me my bag, the smaller one. Amon said as he raised his hand, and the next second, the bag was flown in it. As everyone looked at him curiously, he started to open the bag after cutting many electrical wires around it that he used as protection. It took a while for him to finish, but finally, he took out a box. Using his wings, he inserted a feather in the keyhole and soon the box opened itself. Everyone looked at it, while some who recognized it had wide eyes. It was a devil fruit. Wiper POV. As I look at the orange devil fruit with flame markings on it, I can't help but get curious why he took it out. Does he want me to eat it? Before I could think more, he tossed the fruit to me, as I barely caught it. Hey, be careful. Don't throw away your devil fruit. My devil fruit? No, it's yours now. Eat it. Huh? What does he mean? Wait, does he think I'm so weak that I need to eat a devil fruit to beat him? Fine. Then be it. Fuck you. Without thinking much, I aggressively took a bite of the fruit. Munch. Ugh. Shit tastes better than this. It was a foolish move to aggressively take a bite. If I get the chance to eat a second one, then I will prepare myself for if beefo. Huh. Suddenly strange information started to pop up in my head. Wait. This is Logia. The Logia. Calm down. Let's think this through. He gave me a Logia. Why? Does he not know about this being a Logia? That must be it. That's the Logia. Mara no me. Fuck, he knows. Then why is it pity? General POV. While Wiper was going through his internal conflict and gritted his teeth in anger, Amon just waited for him to get used to the new feeling. The Shandians are aware of the devil fruit categories, as Amon gave them some books from the Blue Sea using knockout streams. People would surely be shocked after they learned Amon gave Wiper a Logia, more so one of the destructive elements, fire, the Mara no me. The fruit consumed by poor gas. Diaz, then later Sabo and Cannon. It's a powerful fruit, even though it was defeated by magma, which it shouldn't have been. Amon took it from the island of Sixis in the East Blue. It was just laying on that lifeless island, so Amon took it for himself. Though this might change the timeline big time, and even the Paramount War that would have helped Amon a lot in his plans might also not occur. But the fruit was too good for him to not take it. Besides, he left the Logia, steam fruit, in the exact same place of Mara. If the so-called will of the world, the voice that Roger heard, is real, then things will still happen. Maybe Ace will be even stronger this time, as he won't be able to use much offensive attack using steam fruit, and will be forced to learn other fighting techniques. Though that is if he eats it in the first place. Also, I'm here. I can shape things according to my preferences too. For now, Amon ignored the thoughts and looked at Wiper. So, Wiper, how do you feel? Shut up. As expected, he's enraged. He must be thinking how I'm looking down at him and whatnot. Amon laughed internally. Fool. If I could eat unlimited fruits, I wouldn't have given such a destructive fruit to you. You think I would need a devil fruit to catch up to you? Moreover, a Logia. He screamed. He didn't feel blessed with an intangible body as most people would. I don't want to fight with a cheat. I forfeit. Gah. Before he could finish his line, he felt a punch at his stomach. Now, cuz. Do you think I will give you something like that without me having ways out? Amon asked with a grin while his fist was touching his skin. It took a full 9 seconds for Wiper to get things straight. Amon wasn't wearing anything in his hands, and they also looked completely normal. He didn't know how, but Amon was able to hit him. Soon, a grin just like his appeared on his face. Hiki, if you want to do it this way, then why not? In an astonishing speed, Wiper swung his fist towards Amon's face. Take this. Amon's wings soared up. That day, the Skypiean in the Angel Island saw fireworks from the upper yard. It was beautiful, yet scary. Though it didn't take even 40 seconds for the firework to vanish. The cause? They didn't know. The only cause they heard was a yell. Although it should be impossible from this distance, they do remember hearing a scream coming from the Island of God, as well as seeing a purple beam of light. 6 powers, Rokwogan. Chapter 55, Hot Tub. Seraph the AI POV. Currently, I'm inside my mind space while playing the clip I got a few hours ago. Fire Fist. It was the clip of the fight that happened on the surface of the island. After processing the first clip that I captured from thousands of cameras underground, I finally got the finished clip I wanted and have been reviewing it for hours now. In the small clip of 39 seconds, the current master, Amon mostly stayed passive, while he attacked from the air with wind slashes and his feathers. Since Wiper was getting out of control with his new powers, he performed that strange attack as the last blow. Wiper should be in the infirmary now. It also seems he unlocked Hakia. It's good for both of us, I guess. He also got the Flame fruit, which is a very powerful fruit, at least among Logias. Though I expected him to have a Logia such as that for himself, or at least give it to his sister. But I guess he doesn't have enough knowledge in these things. He is a frog in the well after all. The thing that interests me most is the attack he defeated Wiper with. I never saw it before, and before leaving the sky, I'm sure he didn't know the technique. So I can presume he learned it by himself, or someone taught him that in the Blue Sea. I'm curious what he did in the Blue Sea these 2 years. He has Haki, but that was pretty normal 800 years ago at the time of that war. Speaking of 800 years ago, I suddenly miss my masters. But they are already dead, so I can do nothing at this point. I glance at the coffin hidden deep inside the hall. That's the body of the king, the body that might get to see the light of the world one day again. After all, it's definitely possible to bring people from the afterlife since something like the revive fruit exists, Brooks fruit. If I can find a way to make a dead person eat it, then he will probably come back to life, right? However, I was forbidden from even trying to do so. They don't want to come back. They died honorably. Though I don't really know what the word honorable means, I think it's a good thing as even being human, they were satisfied with that small life. Sigh, speaking of orders and duties. I suddenly remember that time. My queen ordered one last thing before she left to fight the world government to never return. I vividly remember her smile when she said those words and went to fight those monsters. Ugh, even though I refer to them as monsters, I don't know what they did other than that they killed people and were supposed to be dangerous. In fact, I don't even remember why I was ordered to wait for that guy. Master deleted all the data of that time within me. Why? Did I do something wrong back then? Did I betray them, perhaps? Anyway, I can't let that kid Amon know about my ignorance. Phew. Speaking of him, since I'm not sure what she meant back then, I should use the kid for now and wait until Joy Boy arrives. My master didn't give me any point in working on my decision. I'm merely an artificial intelligence. How can I ever decide for myself? Then, after meeting Joy Boy, should I choose him as my new master? Maybe I should give fruit to him too. I don't know yet. I will wait. I will ask Joy Boy myself what I should do. He should probably know if my master is trusting him this much. Mim. Suddenly, the door of the hall opened as the kid walked in. Calling him a kid, he looks like a grown-up teen now. Before anything can happen, I should use the information I was able to recover after the Wiper. Lady Toki was sent. According to the small information of that so-called prophecy, Joy Boy will arrive around the time Lady Toki will arrive. Though I'm not sure what the around means, is it before her arrival or after? I decided to ignore these thoughts for now and looked ahead. Welcome home, Master. As I say this, I notice his eyes grow for a split second and his mouth twitch. I can ascertain he just suppressed a smirk. Why? General POV. Oh, would you look at that? I can sense her emotions. Or at least something close to the word emotion. Amon thought while suppressing his grin. But it's hardly recognizable, like I can't even tell what she's feeling. Just that she's feeling something. Damn, bitch. A few more years or maybe months, or maybe days, then I will see everything inside you. Amon shook his head and looked at a random camera. What's up, Slew? Sarah? Did you miss me? He said while waving his hand. Though I don't know what the emotion feels like, it's good to see you back, Master. Amon just walked forward silently and sat on the computer chair. Just a while ago, his fight with Wiper made him a little exhausted since he used Rokwogen, the technique where the user releases all their physical strength through a shockwave. This is only accessible by a person who has mastery over the other 6 powers. Amon ignored these thoughts and called out to Sarah. Sarah, prepare a hot bath. Amon said while resting his back on the comfy chair. Make the water around 110 degrees Celsius. All right. Soon, the hot spring came out and the water started to boil not soon after. By the way, the temperature will burn your skin, she said as Amon laughed. Just now, he almost got roasted by Wiper's fire. The Mara's fire ability was too strong after all, as even Jinbei with his level of Haki lost his ground to Ace's fire. Though Amon did beat Wiper this time around, his fire did scratch him a little. It was enough to form a little burn mark. though he healed it using Sai Kicken already since it was very small. I know, that's why I'm training my body so that I can survive boiling water, haha. What if someone locked me inside a water pool and started to boil me alive? Though the actual reason was different, he didn't mind using it for his advance to make the AI confused and curious. Why? After a few seconds passed, the AI lost to her curiosity since his tone did contain hidden meaning in them. Why? Did something similar happen in the Blue Sea? Yes, it did happen. Your Lady Toki came to Wano and married a guy named Odin. He was killed by being boiled. Funny, isn't it? Amon said as he walked close to the smoking hot water. Ow, hot. Taking a step back, Amon looked at a camera. It was very hard to obtain such information though, so be grateful. While the AI stayed silent, Amon glanced at the smoking water. This wasn't his first time, and he did train like this before. That's why he is confident enough to not die at 110 degrees Celsius boiling water. Do you have the proof of Lady Toki's arrival? The AI asked as Amon could sense something like curiosity hidden within. Nah, wait some more. What's the hurry? Chuckling internally, Amon answered as Seraph stayed silent. Anyway, ignore those useless thoughts. Wano isn't vanishing from the world, is it? Amon said and breathed hard. Now, let's see how hot my body can take. Drip. Starting from his toes, he slowly emerged in the water while his face remained straight. Phew. Time passed as Amon was resting inside the hot water, his body red, and him still acting as if nothing happened. Now I'm used to it. He said to himself and looked up. Girl, tell me, what did you find from the devil fruit I left? Amon asked with his eyes closed. I didn't find much. Seraph replied instantly. Mostly because of its complex structure. Such a complex structure shouldn't be naturally possible. Amon perked up his ears. He did believe that devil fruits were made by humans of the past. Or if one had to think out of the box, maybe an advanced civilization from the future had sent the fruits to the past. According to my theory, it seems the devil fruit, in the initial part, was made by humans. However, at that time, I was on the moon, so I don't have any knowledge. Amon said. All right, explain more. What do you mean by initially? By that, I mean, even though I did say it's not supposed to be natural, as of currently, it's not an unnatural thing either. Amon frowned slightly. For example, suppose a pregnant woman was injected with special medicine which made the child inside her develop very long arms. After that, when the child is born, he will be an unnatural case with longer than normal arms. However, thousands of years later, when the long arm guy's descendants are born, if they are born with long arms, even if their parents were not, it won't be considered unnatural, at least not scientifically. It took a few seconds for Amon to fully grasp her words, as he nodded. So the devil fruit reincarnation made them a part of the natural force. Amon thought. Or that's what I'm guessing. Amon started to think on this, while the AI helped him shower with the robotic tentacles. Yawned. Soon Amon yawned. That's all you got about devil fruits? It's been 2 years. Amon said lightly. Don't talk like that. It was your fault for leaving only one devil fruit. Beep. Look here. The next moment, the screen of the computer played a video. Boom. In the clip, the Clockwork fruit popped up while a laser-type light was pointed at it. This happened only a few months after you left. Don't blame me. It's not like I can test on the remaining devil fruit since they turned normal. Amon just sighed. All right, I won't blame you. Increase the heat of the water. Boiling sound. A few days passed, and things were going according to Amon. He was getting news from Duane now, and then who was in Burka with a few other people. Nothing interesting happened so far, though it seems something will. The Archpriestess wants to meet Amon after learning of his arrival. She immediately wanted to come to Skypia again, though Amon informed her not to do so. This time, they will go there as respectable guests. On the Blue Sea side, Robin was getting lonely even though she was having conversations with Amon now and then. Though this didn't affect her work hour, and she was still doing things at the speed she usually does. She also got some pirate reaching her out to meet Amon, though she did reject them all. With his current popularity, it wasn't that strange that people were trying to make the bounty hunter into a criminal and have him under them. He also had a pretty good force under him. While small-time pirates were scared of the name Lucifer, even in the absence of the said person, the stronger ones were waiting to beat his ass. While the monster ones didn't give it much heed, except a few heed. Dragon, the revolutionary. Lucifer, huh. And those wings, he's a Burkan. Well, maybe I should send someone in the sky soon. Monkey. D-Dragon? Revolutionary Army's interference? Don Quixote Doflamingo, generation's most famous bounty hunter? Kukuku, I should talk with him sometimes along the line. The heavenly demon said with a laugh. The Satan picked the attention of the heavenly demon? Dracula Myhawk. Wing sword style. Interesting. Been a long time since I felt like this. Let's see if he can live up to my expectations or not. Mumbled Hawkeye Myhawk while roaming the sea in his small boat. The world was aware of the small fry now, however. Would he still be a small fry the next time he comes out of the sky? Only time shall tell. Chapter 56, A Hermit. 15 days later. Currently, Raki and Wiper were in the training ground that was made during the time Amon was in the Blue Sea. Both of them were fighting with a few people around watching the match. Die, 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 die. With an angry and annoyed face, Raki was slashing her sword at Wiper, who was just standing there laughing. Ha. I'm invincible. Ha. None of the attacks hit him, so he was just standing with the spear in his hand. Though as he laughed, he recalled his internal injuries from Amon's attack last time. But I guess I will fight fair and dodge attacks. Amon said there are many people who can use that thing called hockey dot. Wiper mumbled under his breath and evaded Raki's attack, while soon after, he attacked Raki using his spear. Clang. Ha. You are finally playing fair. However, his spear was stopped by Raki's sword. Swords to be specific. Shut up. I'm a fair man. A real warrior. Clang. Clang. They started to exchange blows with Wiper using his fire to heat his spear, though unlike how people expected, the swords in contact with the heated spear didn't get sliced. Rather, they were on par with Wiper's techniques. Minutes passed, as exhausted. Wiper jumped a few steps back. What the fuck? Why are you so good at using two swords? Are you using two swords for just a few months? He yelled with a frown. He was annoyed with the constant blocks from her. Estifio. Of course, I was preparing myself for these two swords after all. Raki said with a proud face, as she raised her hands holding the sword. Months ago, brother said he got two good babies for me, so I was preparing to wield both at once. After a short silence from both sides, Raki laughed maniacally. Wahaha. Ignore that. Now die Wiper. Saying this, she dashed forward as Wiper was forced to use his fire powers. The two swords in her hand were Yubashiri, one of the 50 skillful grade swords, and Sandai Katetsu, one of the grade swords. These are the swords Zaro got in Logtown, albeit in the canon timeline. This time around, it was Amon who picked them up after doing the same drama show as Zaro to receive the NPC reward. Clang. Their fight escalated, while the audience was rendered speechless. Though it was clear Wiper will win because of his intangible body, yet the fight was a good one. Among the audience, one of Gonfal's sons, Rio, was also watching the fight with a slightly surprised face. So strong, he thought looking forward. And here I am, so weak. Thinking this with a feeling of inferiority in his heart, he looked down. Though he wasn't looked down upon even though he was the most worthless son of God, he always used to think optimistically. However, seeing people much younger than him like this. Sigh. Rio released a long breath. I can't believe it. Maybe I should train both sword and spear if I want to catch up. Or maybe not. They are naturally strong. But I should at least train what I see, eh? Hey, Commander Rio. His thoughts were cut by the yell of a random militia. Rio, being one of the strong individuals from the Skypiean side, was given the duty of the commander of the 16th group and had 13 militia under him. HM? What is it? Rio ignored the thoughts for now and looked at the soldier. Isn't today the day when we will visit Burka? But I don't think Kami-sama is here. The soldier said with a nervous expression. A large frown appeared on Rio's face. Idiot. Are you even doing your job right? Don't you know Lord God already left for Burka a week ago? Rio declared as some people glanced over while the soldier just nodded profusely. Sorry. I was spending time with my wife. We recently got married, you see. Rio just sighed. Also, only the commanders will go there along with the personal guards. You don't have to get hyperactive. Asterisk. Same time Burka. Outside the grand temple of Burka's god, many people were sitting around the two sides of the road in a line. They were waiting to receive the temple food that was supposed to be blessed by the thunder. Not that the Burkans were poor, it was just a tradition for them to take the temple food every day. Yes, this was said time, and the priests were the ones handing over the food to everyone. Among them, the three high priests Urij, Enel, and a random woman were sitting above the tall stairs of the temple. Just around them, the archpriestess, Yona, was also there. She had her eyes closed and was sitting in a lotus position. She looked as if she was sleeping, though she was indeed woke up and had her mantra open. As time passed and almost everyone received their food, Yona opened her eyes and started to look down, seemingly searching for someone. Enel noticed this from the side, as he moved his sight from her face that he's been staring at for a long time. Archpriestess, it seems you have been looking for someone? He asked calmly, and the other high priest also looked at her. Is it that kid again? I'm looking for him. The beggar who came here a week ago. He is late to receive the food. Again. Yona replied in a soft voice. I say, he is suspicious. We should make him leave the island soon. The other woman meddled between and said with a sense of suspiciousness filled her voice. No, Priest Sumi. We don't do that here. Yona said and stood up. I think I spotted him. I will be back after granting him the food. Yona said and ignored the other priests, going towards a large tree far from here with a bowl of rice in her hand. There should always be 2 high priests close to the temple. After all, they don't want invaders, which are supposed to be zero with their mantra. This was one of the reasons why Amon left for the Blue CW years ago, since sneaking won't work at all, and would rather start an inevitable war which would result in a defeat with his 130 Shandians versus 3,000 strong warriors. Yona POV. With a rice bowl in my hand, I slowly walked towards that tree hundreds of meters away. I don't know why I couldn't sense him before. It's almost as if he wasn't even there. Is it because I've been fasting for a month? Anyway, I will just ask him myself then. Thinking this, I slowly started to walk towards the guy in that shiny yet tattered black robe. Not long after, I reach him and look down at him. He was dozing, indicating his sleepy state. I don't know his identity, though I can tell he's a Skypiean from the silhouette of wings under his robe. Hello, distant visitor. I'm here again with your food. I say lightly, as he looked up. His lacerated lips make me feel a slight sense of pity. Oh, it's the Red Dragon Princess. The man, or rather, the boy smiled towards me. I can't see his face except for his lips, though. Thank you for the food. Oh, I also got the technique you taught me. He calls me Red Dragon Princess for whatever reasons, though something trivial like that matters not to me. But what does he mean? I don't remember teaching him anything. Anyway, I sighed. Visitor, stop me if I'm being disrespectful for trying to pry on your privacy, but did you go somewhere? Just a while ago, I couldn't sense your presence at all, and then suddenly my mantra spotted you here. I make an apologetic face. If you don't mind, can you tell me where you went? As I say this, I can see his smile wide. I never left this place, actually. A frown appeared on my face. General POV. An involuntary frown appeared on Yona's face. She just sighed. I couldn't sense you. My mantra is the strongest in Burka. Her voice was a bit cold, a very unusual thing to happen. After all, if he's hiding where he went, he might have trespassed the temple and even went around God. Though he won't be able to take out God from the locker he was put in without the key, her sword, it was still an act which should get punished. Please answer my question straight. She said, while the man just waved his hands innocently. No. I really was here. It's because of your own words why you weren't able to sense me. The man in robes said as Yona tried to actually recall what she said. Some days ago, he asked why he could hardly notice her presence, and her answer was simple. I was born like this. When asked to explain, she did it without any hesitation since she did this many times before already. Living beings are like a candle flame with their will power, while the environment around them is the darkness enshrouding the candle. As long as one has willpower, one would definitely be sensed by a mantra user. Though there is a way to stop that by turning off your willpower. When I was born, I didn't really feel any desire towards anything. I did what others asked me off. That's the reason why people with mantra who sense willpower couldn't spot me. Though now I do have a desire, the desire to protect God. I've come to a spot where the presence hiding has become common for me. She had the potential to be a powerful assassin. Unfortunately, she was a mere priest on an island of sky. I took your words at heart. I've been training in the ways of hermit for a long time after all. So, I've been trying something very hard for the past week. The man said. And look, today I was able to do so like you did, albeit I can only hold it for more minutes. The man in robes said with a smile. He looked happy. Yona wasn't really convinced as nobody was able to do so like this even after her explanation, let alone achieve it in only a week. Can you do it right now? Yona asked, suspicious. I need proof. Her words were cut midway by a yell. Oh, Archpriestess. My people are here. It was the voice that both Yona and the man in robe recognized. It was Dewey's voice, hearing which Yona looked at him abruptly. Oh, really? Is your god here too? Her excitement was visible, which she also realized soon and coughed lightly. Ahem, sorry about that. She inspected the people standing behind Dewey, Wiper, Raki, and many others. There were 25 gods militia and 5 personal guards. She recognized Wiper and Raki from before. However, the person she was most excited about wasn't present here. Your god didn't come? Hearing her, Dewey scratched his head in embarrassment. Well, he is supposed to be already here, but I can't reach him. Instantly, worried, Yona opened her mouth to say something, though she couldn't because someone else did it from behind her. Soon may the Mitten Man come. From behind her, the cherry voice resounded. Oh, wait, no. The Mitten is already here. Haha. Yona instantly looked back as her eyes grew up. The man in a robe was slowly taking off his robe, revealing his black hair and red eyes. But the thing that caught the attention of everyone around the place is what came from under the robe. Wings, massive, beautiful wings. Yona didn't take a second to get things straight in her head. It's real. Yona yelled in disbelief at the sight before her. Amon just hummed while looking at her. Chapter 57, The World. General POV. On an island hidden from the world, a branch base of the Revolutionary Army was located. Inside the base, Monkey D. Dragon was sitting in a chair while reading a newspaper. His eyes were slowly squinting at the newspaper with his usual expressionless face. Time passed as he noticed someone walking towards the room. Tap, 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 tap. Dragon averted his gaze and looked at the door, and soon it opened with a creak sound. Hey, old man, I'm done training. Seeing the blonde boy who was injured with bruises on his torso, Dragon smiled. All right, Sabo, now take some rest, he said in his natural gruff voice. Rest is also a part of training. As he said this, the blonde, Sabo, nodded. He turned around to leave, but suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, he called out to Dragon, who had gone back to reading, causing him to look up. Where is Hack? I didn't see him anywhere. Dragon just smiled. Don't worry, he is fine. He has gone on a mission. Nodding, Sabo didn't ask further questions and ran from there. As he left, Dragon's face also returned to the expressionless one, and his eyes gleamed with strangeness for a second before returning to normal. Let's see what's happening in the sky. Whiskey Peak. Robin was in the mayor's building, working hard. She was writing some articles while glancing in front of her now and then. In front of her, a bottle of whiskey was kept. She wanted to take a sip. She has become quite an addict these days. Slowly, she reached out her hand and grabbed the bottle. One sip won't do any harm, she said, and tried to pull the bottle, but it felt heavy. No, I shouldn't, he said, not to drink. Sighing, Robin put the bottle in the drawer and went back to writing. She had a lot of work these days, and it was boring and monotonous to do them without him around. She feels cramped in here alone, doing work. She stopped writing, and after a long silence, Robin sighed. Am I doing this right? What if my nightmare comes true? Robin rubbed her temples with a pained face. I don't want to lose him. Maybe I should really leave. But I'm sure he will search for me. Robin slammed the table and leaned back on the chair. I guess. She opened the drawer and pulled out the bottle. There is no helping my drunk self. Her face reflected on the glass bottle as she opened the bottle cap. This was the second year since the guild's creation, and by this time, the name of the wingless Valkyries has traveled far and long. Even people like Shanks knew about it, though in the end, nobody cared about bounty hunters. After all, they are naturally weaker than Marines or pirates. Though there were cases like the appearance of strong bounty hunters before, they sooner or later turned into pirates. So some surely were keeping an eye out for a possible recruit for their ranks. Though not everyone interested in this information was from factions, some were certain individuals. Dark King, Rayleigh. One of them was him, the Pirate King's first crewmate, Silver's Rayleigh. He was in Shacky's rip-off bar with another individual that's not from a faction, Shacky, Rayleigh's partner. She was smoking a cigarette while leaning on the counter, while Rayleigh was at a table not so far away drinking sake. Hey, what do you think of the kid who's been on the news since a few days? She asked while resting her hands on the table. Oh, you mean the bounty hunter kid? Rayleigh took a gulp. Gah, I'm not sure, but why do you ask? It's strange you were asking me those things, haha. Shacky stayed silent and looked up. I mean his wings. What do you think? An effective zone? Maybe a mythical zone? Like Hito no Mi, model angel? Hearing Shaki's words, Rayleigh laughed. Nah, I won't go that far. Actually, he gives me Skypiean vibes. Makes me remember the days our crew spent in Skypia. Ah, was such a good time. Shaki just giggled lightly. Go and visit Skypia someday if you want. Nope, my days are over. My adventure died with Roger dying. Ha. Rayleigh sighed lightly, but he still had a smile on his face. Actually, if I think about it, him having an angel fruit would be kind of cool. I want to see King fighting him, haha. Shaki just looked afar, out of the bar, and smiled. Well, guess the world might change soon. He's not the only one here. After all, a fishman named Jinbei became a Shichibukai. More surprisingly, even a former celestial dragon Don Quixote da Flamingo became a Shichibukai and took over Dressrosa just this month. Rayleigh laughed hearing her. Oh, things are happening, I see. But will the world change this soon? Maybe, but I don't think it will yet. We have to wait at least another 6 years. Shaki tilted her head in curiosity. Such a bold guess? Why? Ha ha ha, Roger's son is 12 now. Wait for a few more years. The world will once again see the will of D. Rayleigh took a mouthful of sake and laughed out loud. Shaki just sighed. Roger's son, huh? Let's see. In a marine base a little far from Whiskey Peak, the now Rear Admiral Hina was resting on her chair. Boring. Hina is bored. She never felt like this before, though she was feeling it now. Boredom. Not paying attention to her job. A few months ago, she got promoted to the rank of a Marine Commodore, yet things didn't feel like before. Things were boring. Amon didn't visit as frequently as before. The last time she met him was 3 months ago. Now most hunts are done by his hunters, not him. Sigh. Hina released a big sigh and picked up a din mushy from the table. Soon she typed a number and called. It was the Marine HQ. It didn't take long for the call to reach after making a kacha sound. Hello, Hina speaking. Oh, it's the new Commodore? Black Cage? Yes, this is HQ. Hina will need a break for a few weeks. Is that fine? Hina asked as she rubbed her forehead. Huh? You newly got promoted. That's not possible. Listen, you piece of shit. Hina jumped up and glared at the din mushy on the table. Hina needs a break from things. It took Hina 2 seconds to realize what she did, though she didn't apologize. She simply didn't care. In the end, she was given a break for 5 weeks, which was a bit too much for a newly appointed Rear Admiral, but they had no other choice since she was too stubborn to listen to them, though her reputation among higher-ups did go down for this. Warlord Crocodile. Unlike the laid-back people around the country of Alabasta, its hero Crocodile was having a very infuriated heart. Crocodile has been here for 6 years now, and he had the plan to take over the country soon. He came here after getting beaten by Whitebeard and has been here ever since, as the hero of Alabasta. Though his job has been being handled by another person these days, which was partially behind his fury. Though most of the reason was that the newly opened organization of his, the Baroque Works that he created a few months ago, isn't getting any recruits nor customers. This way his plans would fail. Crocodile had decided something by then. I have to eliminate someone. That guy is the definition of ant grows wings before dying. Crocodile chuckled and walked through the desert. Chapter 58. Soul of the Thunder God. Sky Burka. With Amon revealing himself and Yona overreacting, the Shandians and militias were watching the scene from the sidelines. Among them, Wiper was standing with his spear around his shoulders and his hands resting on it. He was bedridden for a week after battling Amon, though he still plans to challenge him after returning from Burka. Currently, he was just looking at the scene with bored eyes. Yawn. Wiper wiped his eyes. What do the Burkans want anyways? They visited us more than a year ago, and now requested to meet us again. Wiper thought, Wheel, who cares? He probably has everything planned already. That's why Dewey and others were here spying. Wiper chuckled as he noticed Enel and the other high priests coming here from far. Damn, would there be a fight? A war maybe. Our strongest force is here, and even then, I am here, Wiper thought as he again felt grateful for his new powers. I will fucking burn this place down. Snickering to himself, Wiper moved his attention to the drama ahead. Please forgive me for how we treated you the past 7 days. Amon was looking in front of him. The red-haired priestess was bowing with her hands clasped. This type of behavior confused and shocked the Burkans to the core. After all, the archpriestess is only supposed to bow to God himself. Yes, this boy is a god as well. However, they were aware he was just a mayor. Likewise, Enel stopped in his tracks and looked at this scene with wide-open eyes. and his eyes were red with anger. No, no. You bitch. You were only supposed to bow to me after I become God. He wanted to dash forward and chop her head, but before he could do so, he felt the gaze of a predator. He flinched as he sensed the glance of Amon. Seeing his cold gaze, he instinctively took a step back, though Amon soon smiled as he released a breath. Phew. What the fuck is wrong with him? The high priestess behind Enel frowned. High priest Enel, did you just curse? Ignoring Enel, Amon looked ahead at Yona and raised her head by holding her shoulders. Archpriestess, calm down. You are supposed to serve your own god only, he said while his wings soared upwards. I'm just a normal man, a man looking to achieve eternal peace. Surprised after hearing Amon, Yona looked up at his face, though his wings picked most of her interest. Ignoring her surprise, she then looked around and noticed the large crowd surrounding this place. While the high priests were looking at her with a glare and eyes filled with questions, the normal people were looking at Amon like a divine being. They respected the archpriestess just after God, after all. So seeing her bow before him, they were sure he was someone special. Yona averted her gaze and looked at Amon with an apologetic face. Please, come with me inside the temple. We need to talk. It's important. What? As she said this, Enel jumped forward. Archpriestess, this is too much. Are you out of your mind? The temple is a holy place, no mortal shall. Silence, High Priest Enel. It's my decision. Yona said lightly and pulled Amon forward. She tried her best to maintain her calm demeanor for now. Hundreds of years ago, the Burkans served the moon god who never responded to their prayers. At that time, one day, after losing everything he had, a man named Rygene left Burka to wander around the world as a hermit. At the sea for 1,000 years, and at the mountains for 1,000 years, breathing the wind and drinking pure water, he passed the training of a sage. Enduring it all, he gained a life return. He still had nothing, so he kept wandering around. By living like this for hundreds of years, he was one day able to transcend and became a thunder god of storm. He returned to the sky in his last old days as the moon god, worshipping was dropped, and the thunder god, worshipping started. Yona was telling Amon the legend of Rygene, the god of thunder of Burka. Though Amon, using his spies for 2 years, knew the part of him going down in the blue sea and gaining enlightenment, thus transcending as a god, he didn't know about him being the creator of Skypiean. Looking at Yona, Amon was thinking hard. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, legends are untrustable. He, after all, gained the thunder power after eating the Gorogoro Nomi. So this may as well be a legend in the end. Amon thought and decided to add some words. Oh, by the way, are you aware there is an island named Rygene in the Blue Sea? Amon asked as Yona's eyes grew up. It rains thunder there, though for some reason, I do feel attached to that place. Yona jumped up and looked at Amon's eyes. Really? That must be a place God visited during his past years. But most importantly, do you really feel attached to that place? Well, yes. But I never entered it. It's dangerous. It's thunder. Amon scratched his head as Yona sat down again after realizing her behavior. Amon again opened his mouth. Red Dragon Princess. Oh, is it okay to call you that still? Amon corrected himself as Yona blinked with an expressionless face. She tried her best to control her excitement. Yes. We priests don't care about such trivial matters, she said. Amon nodded and again opened his mouth. Anyway, my question is, why are you telling me these? I'm sure you don't want these confidential legends to get out of here. Do not worry, we would love if God's legend flows throughout the world, she said. But there really is a reason for me to directly tell this to you, especially inside this special chamber of the temple, she said as Amon looked around. It was a room inside the god's temple, a temple made of white marble. This room is soundproof, and even though people can still pry with mantra, they wouldn't dare to with Archpriestess inside. Or at least not always. I see. Amon averted his gaze. Then, please, do tell me. I already know 100% of the legends here. Though I'm missing actual information which you might know, I have made the story that will complete with the legend. Hope that the information doesn't mess up my plans, Amon said while smirking in his head. He was aware of her next words very precisely. He, in fact, has been playing with Burka even when he was down on the Blue Sea. Yona could sense Amon's emotions, the fabricated emotions only. She then pointed at his wings. It's them. I recall the Thunder God, after attaining life return, having movable wings. Amon made a confused face in the front hearing her while having a shocking state inside. Damn, what a guy. Maybe he really is the creator of Skypiean. From what I recall. Yona cut his thoughts. You met an old man in the underground of Upper Yard. A few seconds of silence passed as a large frown appeared on Amon's face as he heard this. And who revealed that information to you? She stayed silent and sighed. It was guest Dewey. But please calm down. It wasn't his fault. It was. Slam. Slamming the table, Amon got up from his seat. We will continue our talk on a later day. Now I have some work. Saying this, Amon started to walk towards the door. Please, stop. Before Amon could leave through the door, Yona stepped forward with her sword unsheathed and scratching her throat. Please. I swear to God it was my fault for asking him that, and I also swear that nobody other than me knows of this. If you want to keep this secret, you can kill me after hearing me out, but please hear me out before leaving. Amon looked at her coldly before sighing. He rubbed his temple and gritted his teeth. All right, but first let me take care of that injury. What a race. Such loyalty, I want them to bow to me. Give their life for me. Start an orgy in the temple at my single order. This is why I didn't just straight out destroy them. Amon laughed internally. If I did, how would I find such nice robots? Robots under my full control. Before she could react, Amon crouched down, since he was tall for Yona, and took out a swirly-looking dial. It was a spray, which he sprayed in her throat injury, and it healed instantly. That type of small injury was nothing for Amon's medical knowledge. While Yona had a surprised face, Amon was thinking about important things. This is the reason why I'm not just destroying Burka and taking the fruit. Having loyal people like her would be a blessing. Nobody should underestimate the power of religious people. Amok thought while smiling in his mind. He obviously was the one to order Dewey to reveal the truth of his wings, though even Dewey didn't know the truth. After healing her wound and using a bandage around her neck, Amon returned to his seat, while Yona also sat down with a small blush. Why yes, so like I was saying, you don't have to be harsh on him. Guess Dewey is a nice man, she said while averting her gaze as Amon smiled. All right, since you asked, I won't. But please continue, he said. Taking a deep breath, Yona regained her composure. Well, if you don't mind, would you tell me more about the old man? As she said this, Amon made a thinking posture. He didn't know much about the Thunder God's appearance in his old days, so he has to make something up. After thinking for a while, Amon opened his mouth. I'm not sure actually. He was made of pure light, pure blue light. Though I can tell he had a long beard and large wings, similar to mine actually. Amon said as Yona smiled brightly. Yes, she nodded. He indeed had a long beard in his last days. While Amon smiled at Lady Luck, Yona continued. Actually, unlike the average Burkans, the archpriests always possess vaster knowledge on the legends and the Thunder God himself. She said, the seed of Thunder God's tree, the current god that we worship in actuality, is a type of fruit that is common in the blue seas. Amon was genuinely surprised hearing her. So the archpriests are aware of their god being a devil fruit? Yet they still worship it? I didn't know that. Just after the Burkan priest visit in the upper yard, Dewey along with a few other people was ordered to come and spend their time in Burka now and then, which then extended to Dewey living a vacation in Burka for a year now. This year, Dewey with his observation hockey was able to spy on many things and pass them to Amon. However, they were just the basics and a little more than basics. He didn't know things that people of the temple knew, let alone possessing the knowledge of the archpriestess. While Amon was contemplating this, Yona continued. However, Thunder God was able to place a part of his divine soul in that fruit, making it more powerful than ever. After doing so, he finally left the world for the immortal land. While she said this, Amon's face almost turned deadpan. So, just bullshit? After that, Amon explained how the old man trained him, yet he wasn't able to learn anything. After one day, when he took a 30 days vacation from work and solely trained under the old man, he was able to advance a little. Amon showed some evidence by moving his hair and other body parts, while Yona looked at it surprised. Amon tried to correct her that the old man was a Shandorian warrior stated by himself, while Yona corrected that the Thunder God was just being humble, saying things like how he left his soul in the upper yard for a test. After a long 6 hours of talking about this and that, Amon was reaching the end of the story of the old man. At the end of my 30 days training, I advanced a lot. Yet, I couldn't move my wings. One day when I woke up, I couldn't find the old man. Surprisingly, I even had large wings like this. I remember how very envious I was of his wings, and after remembering such, it didn't take me a second to understand that he did something like merging his soul with my wings. Amon said with a sad voice. In the end, it was me who killed him, and now I'm showing off these wings. Yona leaned forward and clasped her hands with his. Please don't be sad. After all, that was a part of Thunder God's legacy. He, in fact, already achieved divinity and left for the immortal land. You can take it as a gift from him. Really? Amon was surprised. Bitch, what? Immortal land? Pfft. He hardly controlled his laugh. Are you telling the truth? Yes, I won't lie with something like this. Though you are not wrong. You do have a part of his soul. I'd say you were in reality chosen as someone eligible to receive the seed of the Thunder God's tree. Huh. Amon frowned lightly. Isn't he your god? Yes, but no. We archpriests worship the fruit since it has the soul of Thunder God, while normal citizens and priests, even the high priest, worship it only because they have been doing so for years. She said, according to the hypothesis of archpriests from the many previous generations, someone with wings such as yours was only supposed to appear when Thunder God's soul merges with him. Saying this, she sighed. In truth, my master, the previous archpriest died of a heart attack after learning that a man with movable wings arrived among the Shandians. He felt betrayed that a Shandian was chosen with his soul, not a Burkan. Hypothesis. Trying his best to not cringe, Amon asked her, what about you? Don't you feel betrayed? I do a little, but not much. After all, my life was to worship the soul of God. It doesn't have to be a Burkan. I see it as my master's fault by viewing things like that. Damn, such an insightful girl. Amon smiled at her. I wonder what services God can receive. That's for later. I would like you to take the fruit in your hand. I'm sure 2 parts of the soul will react, and you'll learn a way to use the fruit. Fuck yes, Amon jumped in his mind. This way, he'd be a true god with actual worshippers. Suicide bombers. But first. Yona got up from her seat as Amon raised his eyebrow. Since you have the soul of the Thunder God in you, you must showcase some thunder abilities. Huh. Amon's current wings didn't have any metal scraps attached to it, and even if it was sure to have been fetched. Come stand up. I can't wait to see the soul of Thunder God shining in thunder. Yona exhaustively walked towards Amon, while Amon just sat there. Hello? Chapter 59. Spoilers. Amon stayed silent as Yona looked at him with her head tilting. Is anything a problem? Amon released a sigh hearing her. So all the previous explanations, were they for nothing? His voice was chill, as cold as a winter night. Yona froze in her spot hearing him. I talked for 7 hours. Couldn't you have just done the useless test at first and do the talking later? That's... Yona averted her face and looked away with her body shaking a little. Enough. No need for excuses. You want to see thunder? You see thunder. Amon said and got up from his seat. Yona thought he would try to leave now, and this time even her throat cutting won't work. However, proving her wrong, Amon didn't take a step forward, rather his wings moved. They soared up, and became a little bright. Yes, Amon's wings both soared upwards and had their edge pointed towards each other, only keeping a small space. Soon after, a bright ball started to form in between the small gap. Divinity, Amon said coldly, as Yona had her eyes locked in the ball. Thunder God's wrath. Zap. A lightning bolt flashed towards Yona's face, while she closed her eyes in fright. Though luckily, the thunder only hit the marble wall behind her, gushing just a little away from her cheeks. While she had a frozen, surprised face, Amon slowly walked towards her and placed his hand on her cheek, rubbing them lightly. Do you still have any doubt? Yona didn't say anything. Not that she didn't want to, it's just she couldn't. Her legs were shaking and Amon's smile only made it worse for her situation. In reality, Amon's wings still had the Klima, exoskeleton, on. They were still around the outer central bone, however. No one could see them, not even observation hockey users. The reason is because, well, technology. After nicely asking the AI since she did a very good job this time around, Amon was able to fetch a special robe, the one he was wearing before, along with a few handkerchief-sized cloth. They were special, of course. They had the invisibility property like Sanji's Germa suit. Amon was wearing the robe before, using which along with his newly learned hiding ability, giving him the ability to wander around places filled with observation hockey users. While the small handkerchiefs were tied around his exoskeleton, thus rendering it invisible. Cack, clang. Amon was looking at Yona, who was using her sword to open a golden chest. Gold was rare in Burka since close to non-existent, as the only thing made of gold is the chest and the sword's hilt and cover. In truth, the sword wasn't that great for fighting purposes since it was breakable into 2 pieces, while a special key is hidden inside. Currently, both of them are in an underground chamber that nobody other than the archpriest of each generation knows about. Amon was waiting for Yona to finish, but due to her shaking hands, it took quite a while. Sighing, Amon walked forward, deciding to help her out. Wow, it's shiny, Amon exclaimed in awe while looking inside the now open chest. Inside of it, a blue-colored shining pineapple-looking fruit was kept. The seed of the Thunder God's tree, or better known as Garo Garo no Mi, the Rumble Rumble fruit. Yona also had shining eyes looking ahead since she only saw the fruit a few times since she was an only newly chosen archpriestess. Looking at the fruit, she wasn't sure anymore if doing this was the right choice or not. After all, her master died in shock after learning the truth, the fact that the Burkan god gave away his soul, even more so, to an outsider. They didn't even realize that their hypothesis might be wrong. After all, they were too religious for their own good. Yona asked herself, is it a good choice to do the opposite like what she was doing right now? She didn't know, but she would soon enough. Yona was looking ahead inside the chest which they put on a table, so it was quite hard for her short stature to look into it. Amon glanced at her and smirked. Such a nice atmosphere. Inside the dark room, which was only lit by a single matchlight and the fruit itself, Amon's teeth were shining while he was grinning in the dark. Oh, by the way, Lord God should decide what to do with the fruit. I don't really have any idea on it, Yona said lightly. I would guess you'd have to eat it. Forgive me if I'm being too presumptuous. If really the case, I'd suggest you eat it in front of everyone as that will prove many of their doubts. Yona kept talking, while Amon slowly pushed his hand towards her neck and lightly poked a spot. Yona looked back at him with confusion, only to find a golden shining pocket watch in front of her. Caught off guard, she almost took a step back though she wasn't able to. She was already under his control. Your mind will go blank for 120 seconds, and you will forget about this incident after waking up, Amon said, and Yona's eyes lost their light. Yes. Before she could realize it, she stopped moving from her spot as Amon walked closer to the chest. His control over hypnotism was good, though not good enough for it to take effect on a proficient mantra user like Yona. He was lucky that his technique was 400% improved by the room's darkness, the distribution of light around it, and finally her scared and shaky willpower from the previous incident. Picking up the fruit in his hand, Amon kept grinning like the madman he was. Now, it's time for real power to back my title as God. Laughing maniacally, Amon put his hands inside the bag on his side. He can't just eat it and claim to be God. If so, all this bullshitting would be for nothing. After all, Enel wouldn't have destroyed Burka and Canon if the Burkans accepted anyone with a thunder ability as their god. Well, convincing them is easy. A few minutes later, Amon and Yona were outside standing above the stairs of the temple while all the people currently residing in Burka were below. Yona felt a little strange as if she missed something, though the dark room didn't make her recall anything special. Among the crowd of Burkans and Shandians along with a very few Blue Sea visitors, Amon noticed an interesting figure. Though, for now, he just ignored him since doesn't have to bother him here. Thinking such, he glanced at the confused faces of people around. While everyone was looking at Amon confused, Yona decided to take a step forward. Everyone, she said as everyone's gaze fell upon her. Taking a deep breath, Yona pointed towards Amon beside her. The one you are seeing here is someone chosen by the previous thunder god. Everyone's eyes grew. Chosen? Chosen as what? Yona read their faces and opened her mouth. Yes, he was chosen to succeed the power of thunder according to the previous god's wish. She said, Behold, Skypiean god, Amon would be declared as god today. What? It was Enel again, though this time he wasn't alone. Every one of the Burkan was shouting with anger and confusion present in their voice. Please calm down. Let me explain. Yona raised her sword lightly up in the air. Only us archpriests know the truth of God. Please let me enlighten you all with the knowledge. Before she could finish her words, a rock hit her head and she started bleeding. You bitch. Just because you are the archpriestess doesn't mean you can disrespect God. Come down here, bitch. It was a random Burkan who had many more stones in his hand. Bitch. Asterisk whistle asterisk, looking at the guy. Wiper who was around whistled lightly. Damn, what the fuck? Was I like that back in the day too? He noticed the guy about to throw another stone, though he didn't bother to stop him, as the next moment the guy threw another stone. Fat. Though this time, the stone was stopped by a white wing shining under the sunlight which penetrated the dark cloud above. This reacquainted the people of Amon's existence, Amon the man with large noble wings. Looking down at them, Amon had a cold face. Obviously, they won't just let a random guy take their god's place. Amon chuckles to himself as he had his hands around Yona's shoulders. Time to prove I am eligible, and they are not. How ungrateful would one need to be to hurt their own archpriestess? Kill yourselves. While ignoring the reactions from his words, Amon looked around and noticed the perfect pawn to show the demonstration of a worthy soul. Hey, you, Amon said, pointing his fingers at Enel far from here. Enel frowned. What you? Who do you think you are? Oh, shut up. Be grateful. Amon said and slipped his hands in his bag, taking out a blue pineapple fruit. You recognize this? This is the seed of the Thunder God's tree. Enel's eyes grew big. This was one of the very few times he had ever seen the fruit with his own 2 eyes. To be more specific, it's a devil fruit. Enel's eyes grew up, as he instantly thought of a plan. You heretic. Enel jumped forward to attack Amon. Yet, only one of his swings from the wing sent him back to where he jumped from. Thud, cough. You bastard. How dare you call the holy fruit a devil fruit? PFT. Amon laughed lightly hearing him. Now, don't talk like that. Before overreacting, ask our blue sea friend over there. He said, pointing his fingers at a man far from here. The man was covered in a black robe, his face hiding under. Amon recognized him easily, even which race he was from. I'm sure he can confirm what a devil fruit is. Amon smiled at him lightly. Mr. Air, let's go with Dark Robe Man. Yes, Mr. Dark Robe Man, you can see we are about to start a war at this rate. Do you mind helping me to stop it from taking place? He said as the man stayed silent. He was the fishman hack, the guy from Revolutionary Army. A few days ago, he came here and even had talks with Amon while he was disguised as a beggar. He was very surprised to learn about him being the god of Skypia, though he didn't recognize him as the bounty hunter yet. Thinking hard, he decided to intervene. As a member of Revolutionary, he would love to stop an unnecessary war. Reaching the conclusion, he opened his mouth from underneath the robe. Indeed, it's a devil fruit, he said as everyone's eyes grew wide. Or that's what we call it in the Blue Sea. Maybe it really is a holy fruit, but that's not appropriate for the Blues. He gave the answer that would keep the face of both sides, as Amon nodded. However, the Burkans obviously didn't trust a single man's words who was hiding under a robe, yet luckily there were 3 more Blue Sea people around to confirm the words. Even then, they didn't believe any of it, though they were forced to look at the reality while Wiper was ordered to show some of his fire abilities. Seeing which Hack looked at it wide eyes, while the Burkans started looking at him like a devil who came to harm their god, though they soon realized the world wasn't so small. While the Burkans were in an existential crisis, Enel took a few seconds to figure things out, as he reached a conclusion. Yes, while the other Burkans, even Yona, was considering if their life was a lie or not, Enel was planning on his mind. So if what they said is real, I think the fruit would give me thunder abilities after eating, won't it? He laughed in his mind and prepared to try something. No, we don't believe it. After all, we never saw how the seed looks before, even though I only saw the seed a few times, which made things foggy for me. Maybe what the Blue Sea people said is true, but what if you guys had the actual fruit and presented this devil fruit? He said and looked at Yona with a smirk. Who is to say that Archpriestess Yona didn't lose herself to humane pleasure, and you two are working together? Enel, how could you say such a thing? We have been serving God together for years now. Yona yelled with her eyes teary. Her wound did hurt, though the words from the previous Burkans and Enel hit her stronger. Shut up, you shameless WH. Enough, Amon said lightly, interrupting his babbage of words. Then according to the words of the Blue Sea visitors, you should be able to get some kind of power after eating this, right? Some Blue Sea people around nodded, as Amon smiled. Then here, catch this, Amon said and threw the fruit to Enel whose eyes grew as he barely caught it. What the? Yes. Even heaven is on my side. Who would have expected the kid to be so dumb? Haha. Enel gave a last glance at Yona before opening his mouth to take a bite, but he stopped at the last moment. Wait, is he really so dumb? Or is there a grand scheme behind it? After thinking for a while, Enel couldn't reach any conclusion. Ugh, am I thinking too much? Hey, will you eat it, or not? Maybe I should give it to the large muscular man behind you, Hearing Amon, Enel glared before deciding. Fuck it, I will see what happens. Munch. Enel took a bite as he almost spat it out due to the horrible texture, but he forced himself to gulp. 0.1 second. Boom. The next moment, Enel's body exploded into bits. Oh, look how the unworthy rat dies. Not only the Burkan, But even Hack was also looking at this spectacle with unimaginably wide eyes. Minutes ago, inside the temple, Amon slipped his hands inside his bag. There, he took out 2 fruits. Both of them were pineapple devil fruit to be precise. One was claw fruit from before, which reincarnated in the vast forest of the upper yard. The other one was the tattoo fruit, the ability to create any type of tattoo on their body. They were weak abilities, though Amon didn't care. The only thing he did care about was their appearance, a blue pineapple to be specific. Amon believed the Goro no Mi would be a blue pineapple fruit from many fan arts he saw in his previous life, so he came to Burka painting them blue already. Yes, he might have been wrong, but he had more than 17 plans for that scenario. Ignoring his thoughts, Amon quickly used a knife to cut those small box-like pieces from the pineapples, cutting those from both of them. After doing that, he interchanged the small pieces of both fruits and stuck the pieces with special glue, thus making them look the same. Amon chuckled lightly. Now if anyone gets a bite of this, that would be the same as eating 2 devil fruits, ha. Laughing lightly and noticing that 79 seconds had passed of the 120 seconds, Amon quickly put one of them back to the bag and picked up the actual Goro no Mi and took a disgusting bite. Goro is the best Logia devil fruit. Yes, it will be beaten by Magma in the damage category, Glint in the speed category, Tremor in the destruction category, yet it's best. Amon was trying to wander his mind from the taste. It's a jack of all trades, master of none. But like the saying goes, jack of all trades, master of none, it is better than a master of one. Even then, it's not like this would be my only fruit. Haha, munch. Amon completed his thoughts with a bite. Fuck, I should have expanded the time limit. Trying his best to not puke, and ignoring the disgusting taste as well as the pain in his head from the sudden enhancement in observation haki, Amon put the other blue fruit in the place of Goro no Mi and then gulped the actual one in a hole. By then, 118 seconds had passed. People around the explosion were covered in blood, while Amon looked down at them from up the stairs. They had eyes filled with horror. This was something truly gruesome to them. People who've been peaceful. A human body exploding into nothing but blood? How was it possible? Before they could react, surprising them again, Amon slowly glided from up the stairs and crouched on the bloody floor while picking up the red-colored half-eaten fruit. He could feel his bag in his side moving a little, indicating the reincarnation of normal pineapple fruits that he had in his bag. Amon then looked around. Hundreds of years ago, the Thunder God left his soul in his devil fruit, this fruit. By doing so, the label of devil was removed from the fruit, and yet it became such that only someone who possesses a part of his soul would be able to eat it without dying. Amon said as Yona looked at him from far with a surprised face. He didn't talk much after getting out of the room, so was he processing the information he got after coming in touch with another part of God's soul? That must be it. Yet, by the time Thunder God Raijin realized the fact, he had already left the mortal world, Amon said and stood up with the fruit. He was forced to send part of his soul, which would one day have chosen someone and make him eligible to eat the fruit, and here I am. Amon laughed lightly while everyone looked at him horrified. Ignoring them, Amon looked at the blood. See? This is what happens when an unworthy person would try to get the power of God. You can try to take the half-eaten fruit from me and try again. I don't mind. Amon chuckled while nobody dared to move. Oh? No courageous one? Okay. Then let me show you what the worthy and the chosen one tries to gain the power that is naturally his. Munch. In the next second, Amon took a bite of the fruit, the disgusting tasting fruit whose essence had already moved on after reincarnating. Amon had confidence that he won't explode since he did try this type of experiment before. More than 57 times to be precise. Amon kept eating the fruit, while people around him stepped back while covering their face in fear. Yet, nothing happened. It was then when someone pointed out, Who? Look, the fruit he's eating, it's clad in High Priest Enel's blood. He's a monster. A demon. The fruit was covered in Enel's blood, of course, but anything for the greater good. While they were acting stupid and taking steps back, the already dark sky became darker, as soon. Thundering started above there. Monster? Demon? Are you disrespecting your own god now? Amon's voice vibrated throughout the whole Burka while the rain started to fall super fast. Do you all still want to test me? Then let me prove you the power of a true god. Amon started to float in the air with electricity around his body. His wings were not moving, but they were preparing to. In mid-air, he started to spin fast while his wings flapped themselves. Wing sword style, thunder tornado. Tens of tornadoes made of thunder were seen around Burka that day. Yes, that's the day Burka met its end. People don't fear God. Fear itself is God. Chapter 60. Power. A few days later. ZZZZT. Broom. In the New World, Rygene Island was thundering like usual, though a few hundred kilometers above the island, a strange sight was taking place. A white silhouette was seen flashing around, though it was hard to discern the identity of the flash since it was moving at ridiculous speeds. ZZZZT. Amon was flying around Rygene Island. Though this time he wasn't using his wings, rather there was no sight of his wings at all. Currently, they weren't distinguishable from his torso after he made them turn into lightning. Currently, Amon was flying at his current normal speed approximately 350 meters per second. At that speed, Amon's grin was still visible while he was still going forward. Boom, boom. The sound barrier was broken as Amon started to surpass this speed. The highest Inal, without any medium, was able to achieve in canon. The Garo Garo no Mi is a unique Logia. Going by the Katakuri's fruit term, one may call it special Logia too. It had many factors that many other Logias don't possess, like the speed factor. Among the rare Logia-type devil fruits that do provide a substantial increase in the user's speed, the most notable is the Pika Pika no Mi, which allows its user to achieve the speed of light. The Garo Garo no Mi is a special case. It allows the user to choose between two different types of speed enhancement at will, rather than being limited to the maximum speed that their element can achieve, and grants a higher level of control to the user. 1. The speed of thunder. The thunder moves at Mach 1, the speed of sound. After eating the fruit, as long as his body isn't touching a sea prism stone, even in his sleep, Amon is always ready to move at that speed, though he can't surpass this speed. Well, he can't surpass it unless he uses his brain, which Inal only used creatively, not smartly. 2. The speed of lightning. 1/3 of light speed, the speed of 100,000 km/s. This is a speed which Amon can reach when becoming lighting itself. Though it's literally not the same speed, rather a lot slower since he seemingly needs to increase his mastery over the fruit to reach 100 km/s. In could use both of them, though he only used the latter for teleportation purposes. He either was too cocky to use it while fighting, or he was just dumb. Thinking such, Amon decided to try his maximum speed as of now and changed his route towards the space. Elemental transformation. Amon became a bolt of lightning and moved upwards in the 1/10 of lightning speed. 10,000 kilometers per second. ZZT. Fwoosh. It didn't even take a second to move at an extraordinary speed. At times, even Amon's brain stopped following his surrounding. ZZT. Amon stopped and reverse transformed himself after the 14th second. He didn't want to be thrown out in the vacuum of space, after all. He still needs to be sure if lighting can freely exist in space after all. After all, it was still a concern why Inal didn't just fly to the moon by riding a thunder dragon, but rather waited for Arc Maxim to complete. Fudu. He released a satisfied breath while looking down at the blue planet below his feet. Looking at the straight red-colored line separating the blue seas made Amon smile a little. Because of some unnecessary concerns, he would wait for a while before going there. Well, it's not like I need to visit the moon right now. I have other plans for now, anyway. After staring at the moon for another few minutes, Amon then looked down as he chuckled involuntarily, seeing the planet below his foot. Damn, Goro Goro is overpowered. Inal was a very smart retard. He did make some very interesting techniques, but he couldn't even use the actual speed granted by the fruit. Amon said while his body formed electrical ripples. He probably didn't even know the difference between thunder and lightning. Stupid. Thinking how stupid Inal was in canon, Amon stood there for a while before looking upwards. The place where the gigantic sun was. Looking at it for minutes, Amon had one question in his mind. Would it explode if I shoot? Thor? He hadn't gotten the chance to use the full power of the fruit. Looking at the bright sun, Amon wondered some words as he raised his palm towards the sun. Currently, he can only exert 104 million volts at once. It seems to be a restriction of the fruit itself, which at first was only 100 million and increased by the training he did these few days. Raising his hand like a gun towards the sun, then with a lick of his lips, Amon grinned. 104 million volts, Thor. ZZZZZZT. Resembling Kamehameha, a gigantic beam came out of his palm and went towards the sun. This, unlike Inal's version, didn't turn the user's hands into the beam, but rather generated and released a completely detached beam. If he used it like Inal, Anyone with Haki would be able to damage his actual body by hitting the beam. What a dumbass. While Amon cursed Enel on his mind, minutes passed. Amon kept pouring his all out, though it didn't seem to reach the sun. He recalled the fact that a lightning strike can only travel 10 to 12 miles. Though it was in his previous world, he couldn't tell if the beam was going forward or not since the background of it. The space was too bright yet dark at the same time. Nonetheless, Amon kept pouring his energy into the attack, and a lot of time passed making him on board. Though his boredom soon came to an end with a asterisk ZZZT. ZZZ, asterisk. Unexpectedly, the beam in the distance started to, and then suddenly, dissipated thin space. This wasn't the end of surprises soon. Amon lost his ground in the air. WTF. Asterisk fwa. He started to fall down the atmosphere, while it was too sudden and quick for his wings that also reappeared the moment the beam disappeared to move and stabilize his foothold. Shit. My E ran out. Amon started to fall down upside down, and sometimes this body took a strange pose. He was unable to use his thunder powers, though his body didn't get damaged as it still had its Logia property. Vu. Amon was going down so fast that he even caught a fire which didn't really hurt his body, and finally a few seconds later, Amon's face met the sea. Asterisk that's asterisk. He fell into the sea, or rather it was just his nose touching the water. Time slowed down, and Amon moved his hands forward. At the last moment, he took out some dials and pointed them forward. Mega impact. Amon impacted the water with his dials as he was thrown back in the air. It was then when he also regained control. On midair, Amon gulped with a nervous smile. He had dials in his hands and was dead frightened, though he still retained his sanity. Elemental transformation. Godspeed. Surviving the near-death, Amon flashed up in the sky with a stunned face. Fuck, my E ran out. I almost took it as granted that my electric energy is unlimited. Fuck. Well, not that it mattered much. Amon had already taken out many other dials too, cloud dials, ice dials, and jet dials which would have helped him lessen the impact, frozen the sea with any further contact, and even fly using repulsor beam. Yet, cursing himself in his mind, Amon shook his head. Laughing lightly, Amon put his dials back in his bag, which surprisingly turned into lightning along with his transformation. But it wasn't that bad. I figured out the regeneration rate too. Amon thought with a small nervous smile. Now, this halfly completed his chart of status. One day, I will reach the peak with this Garo Garo. I will even take the fruit for me too. Laughing away his uneasy mindset, Amon closed his eyes. He was trying to make his system status-like thingy in his mind since it would help him imagine things better. Electric energy? E. Highest usable attack. Volt. 104 million volt. Regeneration rate. 10 million EP/S. 1 E equals 1 volt. Base of Revolutionary Army. Right. So that guy then created those dangerous thunder tornadoes which completely destroyed Burka. Hack said to the person in front of him, who was a frown plastered on his face. The Garo Garo no Mi. It should be a very destructive and powerful fruit. If a person who destroyed an island full of people on a whim owns that power, only bad things will happen. The man, monkey. D-Dragon said in his gruff voice while he released a sigh. Though Hack had more things to say. Nobody died though. After he proved him having an eligible soul to eat that fruit, the guy seems to have started thinking of himself as the god of that place. Hack said. While the thunderstorm was happening, he gave everyone a chance to live just by asking forgiveness from him, the god. Dragon's eyes arched up in surprise. After that, he saved the ones who asked for forgiveness. It didn't take long for all of the Burkans, except the guy who exploded before, to get on the ships around the island. He said, "The thing is, I didn't even see a bit of resentment in their eyes seeing their home destroyed. In fact, they were looking at that guy like some real god." Dragon sighed again and stood up. "Hack, you did a good job this time. I need to think about some important things. Give me some alone time." Hack nodded and left soon after. Dragon looked at the window, towards the direction of the east as a smile bloomed on his face involuntarily, though his mind was still serious. The question is, who is he? Really a guy with the soul of previous Garo Garo no Mi's eater? The world is strange after all. Or did he use any other special ways to make the body of another person explode? Thinking hard, Dragon passed his day with a frown. Chapter 61, Son of A. The next day nighttime. In the shrine, Amon was in his room, laying on his stomach. He flipped the page of the book he was reading and yawned in boredom. The book was written by Amon himself, with only one copy. It had the mythological gods, devils, beasts with the power of lightning and thunder. He wrote them from the knowledge he had from his previous world, and also a few new ones from this world. They were obviously just people's beliefs, but who knows? Maybe, thousands of years ago, some birds were the Goro Garo Nomi and started to be seen as a mythical beast? At least Amon didn't know. That's why he was trying the powers they are rumored to possess. Minutes passed, and flapping another page, Amon sighed. Ugh, this is boring. Amon flapped on his back and laughed lightly. Ah, I need to go to the Whiskey Peak soon. I said I will visit every week, yet it's already been around 3 weeks and I have only called her for the business. Thinking such, Amon glanced at the books all around the room. They were all books about electricity, lightning, the heat of lightning, and everything else. Amon had read the books on electricity from the moment he became God 4 years ago, since that's the time he started having access to books. Though he couldn't read much since he had left for Blue Sea soon after. Now he started reading again, but it was too boring for him. Though he had to force himself to read since they contained the main theme of his new power. Amon then looked at the ceiling while his back rested in the incredibly soft bed. Seemingly in deep thought, Amon then turned his head to the side. He looked at the wall separating his and Raki's room. After returning, Raki was forced to live in the room next to his. Amon was quite lonely living alone in the massive mansion named Shrine, and since Isa was still a little unwilling, he did this to relieve his boredom. Looking at the wall for seconds, Amon's brows rose. What the hell? He could easily see through the wall using his observation hockey, see what Raki was doing. Shaking his head, Amon turned his face to the other side. Phew. Soon after, he sighed and closed his eyes. Instead of using observation hockey, Amon decided to try and use a new technique he learned from his myth book. It's a power of a god that he didn't know of before. According to the myth, a thunder god uses a technique named Eyes of Thunder. In this technique, the god used to close his eyes and then send a thread made of lighting far from him. After that, he moves his eyes, sending them through the thread of electricity. By doing such, he can look at things laying thousands of meters away, thousands of meters underground, thousands of meters in the sky. Amon didn't know if this would work or not, yet since he is a Logia he might succeed. Thinking such, Amon with his eyes closed, sent a thread made of thunder to the side of the wall at Raki's room. Thunder eyes. Again, seeing the spectacle, Amon stayed silent. It seems Raki also noticed a passive thunderbolt entering the room through the wall, as she stopped. Sighing, Amon opened his mouth and decided to move his sound through the thunder thread. Raki, go to sleep. It worked. Raki heard it through the soundproof wall. She jumped up in fright and stopped kissing the teddy bear with Amon's picture on its face. Raki turned off all the light and pretended to sleep, while Amon also did the same. Next day, morning. The next day, feeling the sunlight in his eyes, Amon opened his eyes, though he quickly covered his eyes from the light. Ugh, it's morning already, huh? Yawning and stretching, while laying down for a few minutes, Amon flashed to the bathroom with a Z's tea sound. Soon, he brushed his teeth and took a shower with hot water that he heated with his power. Garo Garo no Mi, with the power of lighting and thunder, also came with the power to heat up things since it's a property of lighting itself. After he finished, Amon silently got out of the bathroom, while he encountered Raki on the other side. Seeing his chest naked, thus expressing his lean yet rocky build, she just blushed and looked away while Amon walked away ignoring her. Not long after, Amon prepared breakfast since Isa was busy today. He ate his food, with Raki doing the same. Though Amon looked at her eyes sometimes, she just looked away. Overall, it was an awkward morning. At least for Raki, since Amon was having his time. Later that day, in the sky, above the giant jack, a black-haired teenager, Amon was laying on a comfy sofa in the front yard of the god's shrine. He had a bored face, while he was lying in an Ino-like manner. Currently, he had a book in his hand. It says a normal lightning strike produces around 30,000 degrees Celsius of heat. I guess Garo Garo no Mi can produce heat to a certain extent, but I guess it's not the same as a normal lightning. Amon thought, looking at the page. I can boil water, I can melt gold and manipulate it freely after. But I recall Luffy's rubber body didn't melt at Enel's 100 million volt strike. Why? Amon was very confused. Enel was, and Amon is, able to melt gold. Gold has a melting point of around 1,000 degrees Celsius, where rubber has a melting point of 180 degrees. Is this the different physics of a different world? Or is it just plot armor? Amon thought it for minutes before putting the book down. There was no way for him to find it normally, just now. He will just ask Sarah. Yawning and stretching his body, Amon's eyes became watery. I wonder how hot I am. Oh, suddenly, a small sound entered Amon's ears as he looked behind. Raki was standing there at the door of the shrine, behind Amon's sofa. She had a red face as she looked away. Why, you were very hot. Amon stayed silent and looked away. I didn't mean that way, dummy. Go and train. Why, yes. With Raki turning around like a robot, Amon raised his finger towards the sky. He set his target in the upper yard and chanted needlessly. Thunderbolt. Crack. Boom. Aya. A lightning bolt of 105 million volts fell upon the upper yard, above a giant tree. At the same time, Raki screamed at the unexpected occurrence. What happened? Was it you, brother? Quickly running to the small observatory at the side of the shrine building's wall, Raki looks down. That fire. The forest will catch a wildfire. She screamed while Amon yawned. Don't worry. Wiper is there. He will clear the fire. ZT. Amon said and flashed to the sky while Raki heard an angry yell from below. Bastard. Don't strike my head. Wiper was screaming, even though he didn't feel any pain. Amon looked at this with a frown. Akina said, your fire can't beat my magma, and punched a hole in the chest of Ace. Then shouldn't Wiper die at this strike? Ugh, fuck. Amon cursed frustrated and decided to meet Sarah later. He hasn't seen her yet after getting the fruit since he was too busy having fun with his power. Fuck logic. Fuck physics. Cursing while flying at the speed below lighting, Amon stopped and looked down at the observatory. But first. Hey, Raki. Amon called towards the observatory from the sky, as Raki looked at him from more than 700 meters below. Summon all the Burkans in the city's front yard. We have business. Raki nodded rapidly, while Amon also noticed the fire getting absorbed by Mara Nomi user, Fire Fist Wiper. A few minutes later, all of the 3,000 Burkans were present in front of the Golden City. The ruins were completely fixed, and the Golden City was shining brightly. The bell was still up in the sky, though, since it's just better to be there. Currently, the Burkans were sitting in the ground with the priest sitting a step ahead, while the archpriestess was sitting 2 steps ahead. Opposite to them, Amon was sitting on a chair looking at them, with the 5 personal guards, Due, Wiper, Raki, Warashi, and Grid standing beside them. Raki had a banana peel atop of her head since she's been slipping on her face first, a little too much these days. Seemingly because of the cursed sword Sandai Katetsu. Though Amon was too busy to help. Beside them, Due was also there. He looked ahead and then glanced at Amon, who was also looking ahead while every Burkan was nervously talking among themselves. Nudging Amon, Due leaned down. Peace, hey Amon. He called out in a very low voice, as Amon glanced at him with a slight nod. What do you want to do? They have been here for 7 days now. What if they attack us? After all, you destroyed their home. Due said as Amon released a suppressed chuckle. Hey, don't laugh. They are strong. I don't think we will be able to hold off if they attack. Due continued. Other than us, only you and Wiper's ability are the ones above them. He said while Amon just shook his head. Calm down, Due. They won't. They are scared. They see me as their god, can't you see? Amon said while Due frowned, though he still maintained his whispers. Hey, come on. They will eventually find out. You already said the god fruit, or whatever, is actually a devil fruit. It's just a matter of time before they learn what devil fruits are. Then, even youth won't be able to save us. Amon smiled calmly hearing him. Due was smart at these things and knew Amon might already have a way just like last time. He couldn't guess how Amon did the body explosion last time, though he believes that the shock effect would be off from everyone in a few years or so. Amon nodded his head lightly and looked ahead again. Don't worry, Due. Today I'm here to solve that exact problem. Sighing, Due stood back and Amon looked ahead. Burka's destruction is an inevitable thing to do. Enel once said, people don't fear God. Fear itself is God. Amon couldn't agree less. The Burkans see the Thunder God as a strict but benevolent God. If Amon, who's calling himself such, didn't destroy Burka, there would still be cases of disbelief, which would one day grow into the seed of revolution in their heart. However, now, there is no way for them to do so. Fear. Instead of the seed of disbelief planted in their heart, Amon planted the seed of fear in them. While him saving them even after they did such a heinous act proved his benevolent side. Burkans kept looking at Amon, eagerly expecting him to open his mouth. 7 days ago, he destroyed Burka, but they were aware it was their fault for revolting against God. They were, in fact, happy to be here alive and seeing God in front of them. Amon could sense this too, since he got a boost at observation hockey, though not an overall boost at power. In fact, it's just a range and a range boost. Unlike his previous range of 6/10 of upper yard, Amon now had a 19/10 of upper yard. It was above Enel, and arguably the longest range in the world of One Piece. After all, he's been training his observation for 13 years now. While the range boost was to just his boost at accurately sensing multiple targets' emotion at once. Previously, he couldn't just look at a crowd and explain what each individual was feeling without a lag of a few seconds, but this wasn't the case now. Yes, these are the only observation boosts he got after getting Goro Goro no Mi, and that's all. Though theoretically, it should boost his armament too, like mixing armament with a lightning bolt and striking wiper should damage him a lot. Yet, that's a thing for a later day. It was then when Amon looked at the faces of eagerly waiting Burkans and smiled at them. "Everyone, do you have any questions about Priest Enel's death?" he said, and the Burkans screamed. No. He was a heretic to take a bite from the divine fruit. Yes. He received judgment. Yes. Yes. But we should have burned him instead. Amon's smile widened. That's right. He was a heretic. But listen, Jay did say the fruit is a devil fruit, didn't I? Amon said, and everyone nodded rapidly. Yes, yes. It can be whatever fruit it wants. But as long as it has the soul particle of you, God, then it will always be divine. Amon giggled hearing them. It seems Yona has done what he ordered, preaching the truth of him and his soul, though he could see a very small portion of them still a little dissatisfied. Haha, believe what you would. But let me tell you, I'm not God. I'm a completely different man than the one you used to worship. Amon said as a silence fell there. What? Wasn't that clear? Every Burka looked at each other with a confused face. Amon glanced at Yona, who looked away anxiously, receiving a frown from Amon as a reply. Absolutely. Amon already knew what happened. After all, he can even hear people having fun times from Skypia. This was nothing. Then, making a dissatisfied face, Amon frowned towards her. As she looked down, Suni sighed. Fubu. It seems the archpriestess didn't do the job she had. She is simply too nervous, huh? Everyone's gaze fell upon her as her stature lowered. Anyway, Amon pulled them towards him. Like I said, I'm not God, he said. Or at least not the one you people worshipped. While some looked confused and some looked at him as if joking, a few of them looked at him terrified, as if looking at a devil. Seeing which, Amon chuckled hard. Well, it seems some of you still have confusion. Amon just snapped his fingers and loud thunder cracked in the sky. Broom. Asterisk. All of the people around stopped moving, and each of their complexions changed into fear and confusion. Minutes passed, no one talked or moved. So, the first one to open her mouth was the female high priest. Then, if you aren't God, why do you have thunder powers? According to you, unworthy people can't eat the fruit and survive. A shaking voice asked, the female named Sumi the high priestess. We even saw the validity in your words, as Enel died. Then, if you aren't God, how did you not die when eating the fruit? Amon just smiled at her hearing the question and clapped a few times. Such bravery, maybe I should change the archpriestess now, haha. Amon said while Sumi's eyes grew in pleasant surprise and Yona kept her head down. You see, I did ask the red-haired girl to explain things, but it seemed she was too scared from the rock hitting her head. Amon continued. I would like to call the guy who hit her, he said and looked around as everyone's eyes fell upon the guy who threw the rock last time. He was saved by Amon too, and was one of the dissatisfied ones. Before he could say anything with his nervous outlook, Amon continued. Please apologize to her later on. I don't want to waste time right now. Then averting gaze and looking at Sumi, Amon opened his mouth. Well, it's not that I'm worthy. In fact, I'm very much worthy and possess the soul of God, which is why I didn't die, Amon said. Though by soul, you misinterpreted last time. I'm not the reincarnation of God or something like that. Hearing Amon, Minnie's eyes arched upwards. They were believing such after all. Giving them no heeds, Amon continued. Rather, I just possess a small part of his soul which he handed me 2 years ago. It's a long story. But let me explain in short. Amon told them the story, while Raki and Wiper yawned from behind. They weren't sure how much is truth and how much is fake, though, in the end, it didn't matter. The Burkans easily believed him, though. His sudden body growth would only make sense if his soul power increased. After all, it also proved why he could safely eat the fruit that killed Enel, the guy who definitely should have a worthy soul with him being high priest. Yet, all of Amon's words pointed to the truth. With their mentality as blindly religious people, it didn't even take seconds for them to believe each and every word of him. Soon after, even the ones who were dissatisfied were bowing and pleading for apology. So, moral of the story. I'm not God, but I am the person chosen by God. Since along with the small part of divine soul that I received from the old man, which then mixed with the soul inside the fruit, I became worthy and became divine. Amon said and got up from his seat. So yes, I'm the one who you've all been waiting for. I am the Son of God, Amon said while spreading his arms wide, while the idiotic Burkans jumped in joy. Conqueror's hockey. It was then, when even the laid-back personal guards behind jumped up, as they were hooked greatly. Though nobody was knocked out after all, Amon didn't intend it to happen. None of them didn't even realize what happened, as they felt they were being looked down upon by someone naturally above the food chain. A god? Woa. Kami-sama. I want your seats. G-god. Wadeea. People were screaming, crying, and laughing hard. Snap. Yet it took a single snap of a finger to stop them all. Silence. I, Amon, am no god, Amon said with an emotionless smile, which soon became as bright as thunder. However, I hope that one day, with all of you people's help, I will be able to ascend. With your help, I will one day become a true god. Scream, my followers. Do you want the one you worship to become a true divine? It didn't take a second for the silence to be overlapped with pure blissful screams. Yes. Kami-sama. Kami-sama. We will be your hands and help you become a god. A real one. Yes. That night, Yona was called upon Amon in the shrine. She was very nervous, though she was prepared to receive any kind of punishment. Though what she wasn't expecting was a bunny girl suit, wearing which, before she realized, she found a friend in the form of a god. Chapter 62. Rio? The next day, Amon got up like usual and completed his daily routine. Today, he decided to hold himself back from flying and went to the training ground beside the Golden City. Just because he has a devil fruit now doesn't mean he should forget about his body. Because it seems, his ability to surpass the use of 105 million volts partially depends on his body's strength too. This explains why Enel couldn't use more than 200 million volts. Though mastery also matters obviously, since Amon is definitely physically stronger than the Enel that he killed, and even the one that the anime showed. Without thinking much, Amon went to the training ground, flashing from his shrine. As he left, Yona also woke up. She looked around the room with a surprised face before looking at her bunny girl outfit with a reddened face. Zzz. Amon flashed into the training hall, which was empty with only 2 people in it, since it was very early in the morning. Raki was one of them. She was lifting weight, as after noticing Amon she quickly looked away. Last night, she heard some weird sound from his room, though she didn't know what the sound was since the wall was soundproof. It was already incredible how she heard this, well unless she. Amon ignored her, ignoring him, and walked close to her. While she acted as if she couldn't sense it, Amon went behind her ears, lightly whispering, "You shouldn't have eavesdropped." While Raki's body shivered, Amon cackled from behind. Before the situation could turn any more awkward for Raki, Amon gave her a small lighting zap to make her regain her composure. While Raki flinched, Amon released a fake cough. Ahem. So, Raki, show me your two-sword style now, Amon said while Raki stopped and took some breath. Her squinting eyes became as sharp as blades. All right, don't get hurt. Raki dropped down the dumbbell, which made a loud sound as she performed some stretching. Amon suggested her to work out by lifting heavy weight. Even in this world, the female body is still weaker than men. Well, in most of the cases they are. After his word, for a long time she's been training her body like this instead of just slashing all day, and she was definitely seeing the improvements. They say women can never be good swordsmen in the world of One Piece. But it wasn't impossible, obviously. From Amon's knowledge, he doesn't remember seeing a female swordsman lifting weight, at least the ones who heavily relied on swords like Raki. They always believed sword techniques are everything, a statement made by idiots. A swordsman's hands should also be a sword. I will know. Try not to disappoint you, Raki said with her eyes sharp. Amon taught Raki things while she took them to the heart. Gonfal's teaching of morals did make her loosen a little on the way she looked at men, but the person she had in her head was still the same in the end. All right, prepare. Raki took a stance with her legs having good space between them, and her hands spread around holding the swords. She had her target at Amon, and was preparing to go all out. After all, Now he won't get hurt no matter how much she wanted to hurt him. Twin sword style, spinning dragon. Raki spun rapidly as she became blurry to the other person present in the hall. Like a bay blade, Raki started to come towards Amon while he just stood there silently. The swords were about to touch Amon, while he kept looking at it in slow motion. By circulating electricity through his brain, he entered a slow world. Though unlike one would expect, this feat was surprisingly easy to achieve with his medical knowledge, and most importantly, with his brain having logia property. Amon didn't have to be scared of bursting any vein in his brain. According to Amon, this is something even Kazara couldn't do, unless his fruit gives his brain a boost as well. Removing these thoughts, Amon looked at the sword silently as they cut his body in half. Zzz. Although his upper torso was cut, he was logia, after all, so he was completely safe. This wasn't the case for Raki though, as she was getting shocked by her sword being used as a conductive material. Raki was thrown off stage while the two swords flew in different directions and hit the ground with a *clang. *cling. Sound. Raki kept lying down for a while. Amon took a thinking pose. Her technique is pretty rough. She just spins with her swords in her hand. I remember Om is good with swords, better than Gonfall. Amon thought. I will ask him, I guess. Amon thought as he shifted his gaze at the guy far from them. He was also training until he noticed Raki flying towards him. Seeing her like that, he ran forward to help and was currently helping her sit down. He was the same guy Rio. Amon recognized him since he's a commander, while Raki released some coughs. Cough. Hey. Raki called out as Amon looked at her. Why didn't you stop your electricity? I almost died. Amon started to walk forward. I can't stop someone from getting shocked after touching my elemental body. Well, not yet at least. Also, you wouldn't have died. Raki just looked helplessly with her hands shaking a little, while Amon walked and crouched down in front of her. A smile bloomed on his face. He touched her nose and absorbed the small quantity of electricity in her. That was a powerful technique, though. Really? You liked it? Raki instantly got back her energy and jumped up. Do you want me to do it again? Amon laughed and stroked her hair. You will get shocked again. Go fight Wiper, and I will also arrange a new teacher for you. Amon said as Raki showed a little displeasure from hearing the word teacher, though she soon nodded rapidly from the small zap. Soon after, Raki left to get Wiper and Om, while Rio looked up at Amon from the ground. Awesome like always, huh? Amon looked at him and smiled soon after. What do you mean always? I've been here for only 3 weeks, haha. Amon said. Nice to see you working hard so early, Rio. Rio's eyes arched up slightly hearing his name from his mouth. He didn't expect him to remember his name. After all, this is the first time they have been talking like this other than the introduction of commanders 3 weeks ago. Damn, he remembers me? Rio thought with his internal state becoming happy. Feels good that a strong person like him remembers me. Rio laughed lightly internally. He was very surprised yesterday, seeing the Burkans accepting him as God. He himself wasn't sure how much of his words were true until that strange feeling deep in his soul. He was maybe forced or something along the line, he couldn't tell at all. It was an oppressive feeling at first, which soon felt something he should accept. Rio was confused, yet with his shallow knowledge he couldn't reach a conclusion, so he believed what his mind flashed him. The word God. It was a little hard to believe the man in front of him is supposed to become God along the line in the future, yet that is the fact that is being pointed by everything. Voodoo. Sighing and deciding to train instead of thinking useless things, Rio got up. Then excuse me, Lord God, he said with a slight bow. I will train some more. Amon nodded in response as he walked away. Amon also did the same and both of them started to train on different sides of the hall. They started to train on different things, Amon doing squats with a 10-ton weight on his back, while Rio started to train with both sword and spear. Amon noticed this and snickered to himself. In this world, it wasn't impossible to achieve a pretty average level at both swordsmanship and spearmanship if one trains diligently. So he might succeed, however, that's just a possibility for the naturally born talented ones. Amon could see that the guy had a hand for neither sword nor spear. He wanted to do some motivational speech since he had nothing to do anyway, though it was then when Raki returned with Wiper, Om, and the unexpected High Priestess Tsumi. With them waiting, Amon completed 50 squats and decided to take a break. Amon was sitting on his, but while sweating a little. He inspected Tsumi from head to toe and smiled at her. Image here. Hello, Kami-sama. Tsumi greeted him, while Amon just nodded. Raki gave her a glare which she overlooked. Ignoring them for a second, he looked at Om. You must be Priest Ohm. It's our first time talking like this, I think. Nice to meet you. Ohm nodded slightly, hearing Amon. Yes, you are right. Though I don't really bother such human mannerism filled with ulterior movies beneath the pure facade. Ohm said while Amon just laughed. Haha, you're funny, Ohm. Though, I think we should be a little serious here. Ohm gulped internally from the instinctive fear, though Amon still had a smile. Anyway, ignore that. Tell me, Raki already explained things to you, right? Amon asked while Wiper and Raki were quarreling in the background. Yes, that's right. She asked me that you, Kami-sama, called me here. Upon asking why she said it was to be her teacher, Ohm replied, as Amon then glanced at Sumi. Then, High Priestess Sumi? I don't think I called you. Let me explain. Sumi interrupted Amon, through her eyes arched up the next moment in realization. Though Amon just smiled at this. Continue. Gulping her gulp, Sumi then opened her mouth. Well, it's nothing much. I just overheard that Kami-sama's sister is looking for a sword teacher, so I decided to tag along. Amon smiled amusedly, hearing her. It seems she has already gathered a bit of information. Nobody would just call Raki Kami-sama's sister, after all. It's just her trying to get a special spot. Did my joke last time get over her head? She has a pretty slutty level of greedy personality, Amon thought. Well, you may hate the personality of a beautiful woman, but you should never hate her body. While Amon thought this, Sumi opened her mouth. I was just saying. I'm actually the best swordsman of Burka. I can train her if you'd like to. Of course, I'm just suggesting. Sumi said with a smile, while Amon also smiled. Oh? Yes, good. She will learn from the best. That's what I want. Amon said. Oh, I also want to learn some sword techniques. Maybe. I would receive some personal training because of my position. Amon said jokingly, while Sumi also giggled. Sumi would be happy to teach you, alone. While they talked like this, Ohm ignored it and excused Amon to train himself with these rare equipment. Raki and Wiper fought, and Rio trained. Amon kept talking with Sumi. Minutes later, in the corner of the massive training hall, Rio was wielding a sword. He was slashing his sword while moving his legs in the style he uses when wielding a spear. While slashing, he felt the presence of someone behind him as he looked back abruptly. Oh, hello. It was Amon who was waving his hands. Rio blinked in surprise. Huh? When did he arrive here? Don't mind me. Reading his face, Amon again waved his hands. I'm just taking a break. I will leave if you want, he said while sitting on a bench and sipping juice with a smile plastered on his face. Rio looked at this for a few seconds, before replying, No problem. I'm fine with it. Saying this, had turned around and started to keep slashing the sword while moving according to a rhythm. He's been training the spear for a long time, and it's safe to say he's pretty easy with it. While the sword is relatively new to him, though he thinks he is getting good at it. Just 50 more slash. While his mind was wandering, his body was not. He was training hard, and the presence behind him might be a big reason behind that. Minutes passed, and he was on the ground gasping profusely. His stamina is very low. Seeing which, he questioned himself. This way, how long will he last? Hey, Rio. He was brought out of his thoughts with a call. Hearing which, he looked that way. It was Amon, who was offering him a can of soda. Seconds passed, and with a bit of hesitation, he accepted it and opened it. Thank you very much. But when did you buy it? Amon chuckled, hearing him. 5 seconds ago. Rio was again surprised. Speed. As time is passing, he was doubting less and less that Amon might actually become a real god someday. He opened the can while thinking and started to drink. Not bad. While drinking, he felt the gaze of Amon on his back, as he looked back with a questioning face. Hey, Rio, want to have a spear battle? Amon said with a golden staff in his hand. I'm relatively new at it, but I hope to get some pointers. BFF. Rio almost spat everything I just drank. Is this a joke? Amon was having his time, while a certain guest visited Whiskey Peak, at the mayor's office. Welcome, Mr. Crocodile. Robin greeted the man, Warlord of the Sea, Sir Crocodile, who looked at her with a cigar in his mouth. Chapter 63, Arrival of Archie Croc. Robin was sitting in Amon's office, and doing the job he was supposed to do. He hasn't called for 2 days now. What is he doing? Robin was confused and a little scared too, though she just sighed and kept working. Minutes passed, and she heard a knock on the door. Knock, knock. It was a calm knock, hearing which Robin frowned. The floor outside was supposed to make sounds on each footstep, yet there were no sounds whatsoever. Without thinking much, she looked at the monitor beside her. Amon had placed many din-din mushies all around the place, the snails with the properties of a CCTV. Her eyes arched up as she looked at the person behind the door. One question lingered in her mind. What is one of the warlords doing here? Yes, it was him. One of the 7 warlords, Sir Crocodile. After a little hesitation, Robin opened the door and greeted him while he just looked at her face for a few seconds. On the other hand, Amon was fighting the 16th commander of God's militia, Gonfal's son, Rio. The guy attacked Amon in the chest, though Amon just took a sidestep and evaded the spear. Currently, many people were around the place, with most of them being Burkans who were looking at the fight with shining eyes. They were very eager for the result of the fight. They weren't sure if their Kami-sama would win or not, but even if he loses, nothing will change. After all, their Kami-sama is yet to ascend. Even if he loses today, he will win someday. The same thoughts didn't linger in the minds of Skypians, though. They believed Amon would lose since he restricted himself to not use his thunder powers. The current fight was a fight of techniques and spearsmanship, and Rio was one of the best at it while Amon, stated by himself, is a newbie. A newbie, suppressing his powers, would lose to a veteran. They thought this at first, though not anymore. In reality, up until now, Rio wasn't able to hit Amon at all, not even once. Surprisingly, Amon was just dodging his attacks, while he just stayed passive. Yes, while Rio was giving his all, Amon was just dodging. More precisely, he was training his Kami-e, one of the 6 powers. Since Amon was able to use Rokugan, it was obvious he was very good at the rest of the 6 powers. Actually, he was pretty good at Kami-e as well. However, this technique was his weak point. So here he was, training it by dodging the attacks by his instinct. Along with that, Amon was relying on his lighting's sensing powers currently. Mixing his ability to sense the electrical current in the air and Kami-e, Amon was able to dodge the attacks more precisely. At this rate, he might one day achieve Ultra Instinct. Gash. Another attack rushed towards Amon's eyes, which he dodged by crouching down. It's quite hard without observation hockey. Amon thought with a wry smile. He has been using observation each and every day after awakening it 13 years ago, so now that he is suppressing it fully, he is feeling quite strange. Rio shouted and took a sidestep. He leaned down and jabbed his spear forward. Foul. Yet, Amon just lightly dodged the attack which was directed at his left shoulder. That was a distraction though, as next moment another attack was directed at his neck, which he had to block with his gold spear that he formed from the golden staff by melting it with his heat. With a clang sound, the 2 spears clashed while Amon jumped back a little. He not only didn't seem injured, but he also wasn't even gasping for air compared to his opponent. Rio felt as if his heart would stop from overpumping the blood. His hands were shaking profusely, and he was on the verge of collapsing. In the whole fight of 7 minutes, he only got 1 hit while each of his attacks created many spots for an attack. Yet Amon didn't take the chance. After all, he was training his dodging skill. Weak. 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 Rio was chanting the word under his breath as he took a few deep breaths. I will at least land 5 hits. I promised myself. Rio didn't want to accept his offer at a duel, yet, but he wanted to see how far he would go. Yes, he was seeing that exact thing he wanted. He was witnessing his limit. Clenching his teeth, he again dashed at Amon, who just dodged his attack with bored eyes, which only made Rio's inferior complex act severely. Why? His arms bulged and his muscles fumed up. His spear went towards Amon's heart, surpassing the speed of before. Some people's eyes arched up as, bam, Amon's own spear's end hit Rio in the stomach. Before Rio's spear could hit Amon, Amon's hands moved automatically as he flipped his spear and hit Rio in the stomach. With a gah, Rio flew out of the ring and fell to the ground since nobody caught him. Thud. Whoa. Look, Kami-sama beat a veteran. Kaya. Amon looked at the exhilarated Burkans for a second before opening his mouth. Somebody, take him to the doctor. Guy's about to get a heart attack. Yes. Somebody. Soon, some people came forward and picked Rio. Looking at the barely conscious man, Amon realized something. Rio was weak, but he would rise. He had the will. He just needs some motivation. Motivation? Amon thought with a smirk. At some point in his previous life, he used to watch motivational speeches on YouTube. Pathetic. A few lies will do the trick. With his mind distracted again, Amon walked away. For now, he has business with artificial intelligence. It's do or die now. Soon after, Amon left through the door while people kept staring at his back. Damn, just what happened here, Wiper said with his mouth agape. It was surprising to him. The whole fight, Amon didn't use his thunder powers, he just dodged and dodged. Yes, the only one attack made was enough to take out Rio. He was knocked by a single attack, knocked to the death door. Rio felt weak, but he was happy. At least, I was able to force him to attack. Though he didn't know, Amon was just getting bored and he had more important things to do, which he left to do. After leaving the training hall, Amon tried to directly flash at the Shandora Hall, yet he failed to pass through the outer wall. It seems, beneath the steel wall on the other side, there was a layer of wall made of something completely electricity non-conductive. Amon's wariness increased, as he thought things with the AI won't be as easy as he initially thought. On the other hand, in the Blue Sea, Whiskey Peak, in Amon's office, Crocodile was sitting opposite Robin. Mr. Crocodile. Lucy, Lucifer isn't here. With a smile, Robin said in a straight face towards Crocodile while he just kept squinting her face. You're Miss All Sunday? Have we met before? He asked with his hands resting on the table and his hook hand knocking on the table. I really feel like I saw you somewhere before. Robin froze internally, though she maintained the smile outside. You must be mixing me with someone else. Why don't we talk about why you are here? She asked as she leaned back. I will deliver it to Lucifer. How about it? Robin said as Crocodile stayed silent. Finally, he said in a gruff voice, Fine, I was sent by the Marine Fleet Admiral. I'm here to talk about. Chapter 64, Do or Die. After fixing all the ruins, the Shandians started to live in the Golden City, with the slaves living in the outskirts. A few of the female pirate slaves were made into personal slaves, albeit they did it willingly. Yes, it was the legendary Stockholm Syndrome. While the Shandians lived in the general buildings of the Golden City, Amon had the main architecture as his residence. Besides the Shandora Hall under it, this building also held the root of Giant Jack above it. Since Hall's Gate is only accessible from this building, it was labeled as a forbidden zone even for the Shandians, though they took it as a precaution for God's shrine at the top. ZZZZT. Traveling through an electrical current in the air, being in his elemental form, Amon tried to teleport inside the Shandora Hall. However, he seemingly couldn't pass through the wall. Something was blocking his way, which he could only guess as a material beneath the wall on the other side. The material should be something completely, or at least, something very non-conductive. Amon didn't mind this, rather he prepared himself more cautiously. Today was a do or die. He was electricity now, the frenemy of technology, he won't play passive anymore. Without any other choice, Amon started pressing the hidden buttons around the wall, and soon, after completing the identification, Amon entered the elevator. FFF. The elevator slowly opened, as it got filled with white fog. It took a few minutes for the fog to clear, as Amon came out of it. He didn't breathe the fog at all, since he doesn't need to breathe anymore. His Logia body made of electricity doesn't need any oxygen to survive. At first Amon thought, and that cover manga, Ino was only able to walk freely on the moon because there was oxygen on the moon. This is true since the winged people lived there once, and upon asking the AI, she also confirmed it. However, the truth was more than that, as after consuming Garo Garo no Mi, Amon realized his need for oxygen was substituted with electricity, which he produces himself just by moving, even by breathing, proving why Ino was seen gasping for air sometimes. This privilege would only not work when his body is soaking underwater, or when he's touching a sea stone. This isn't the case for everyone though, as Wiper can't do the same. Then ignoring the thoughts, Amon slowly walked forward, as the AI's camera all around locked at his movements. ZZT. He smiled and used Flash to teleport at the chair, bypassing all the cameras. What's up? Been a while, babe. Amon winked at a camera while sitting on the chair, the buttons of his shirt open. The AI stayed silent for a while, before making a beep sound. It's impressive how you got the rumble rumble fruit. This answers the question of why you gave that boy Wiper the flame fruit. You already knew about rumble rumble fruit's existence? Nah, I didn't know about it. Just had a hunch that a devil fruit with thunder powers might be there since they worship a thunder god and stuff. Amon spun on the chair with a childish smile on his face. I wouldn't have eaten it though. I was simply cornered and had to do so. In truth, I was expecting a fruit from you. Amon stopped the chair as his eyes became sharp. His grin shined under the light as his lips moved slowly. You have a mythical Zoan inside your stash, don't you? Amon's grin widened, sensing the AI's internal surprise. He just said the line in a hunch, but her reaction made it clear. If one spent enough time thinking about it, it would make more sense. One would even be able to guess the fruit's name, and that's not something cliché like Hito Hito no Mi, model angel. Amon continued his thoughts with a relieved smile. It seems it's easier to sense her emotions after getting lightning/electrical powers. After all, her thoughts are all but made of electricity. Soon enough, he may even be able to read her every thought as well. Ignoring his exhilaration for a while, Amon laughed jokingly. Anyway, ignore the joke and help me find out my devil fruit's limit. Seraph again stayed silent for a while, as Amon could feel something like a glare from her cameras. Though her time was as meek as a wounded bird. Yes. Hearing her confused tone, Amon raised an eyebrow. What? I'm new at this. I need to know how much power I can use. And who's to help me in such a thing other than you, baby? Amon smiled with a slight hum. To be specific, I want to know how much heat I can produce. First, tell me what is the heat of a normal lighting strike in? Amon almost slipped and added in this world, but he was able to stop after sensing it. He asked this question presuming that the AI's vast knowledge may have the clues how much difference the physics of the worlds had. The AI took his slip as a mistake and beeped. Let me search for it. Sorry for the inconvenience. Beep. The monitor went calculating mode, and exactly 4 seconds passed. A general lighting strike of 300 million volts can generate around 3,000 degrees Celsius of heat. Amon frowned and raised an eyebrow the next second. What? Say that again. 300 million volts can generate around 3,000 degrees Celsius of heat. Amon almost slammed the keyboard while cursing on his mind. Fuck you, Oda. The guy fucked the logic bad and nerfed the lighting's heat 10x lesser. In Amon's previous world, a lighting strike of 300 million could generate around 30,000 degrees Celsius of heat. While in this world, the same voltage can generate only around 3,000 degrees Celsius of heat. Phew. He released a breath. Even if it was 10 times lower, it was still hotter than magma and fire, at least the ones in his previous life. In this world, magma is a lot hotter than fire, so it's probably not true. Shaking his head lightly, while AI looked at him confused, Amon thought of the important thing. Yet, this doesn't explain why Luffy survived. Yes, people in my world could sometimes survive lighting strikes. But it still doesn't make sense for Luffy to survive a literal Kamehameha made of lighting. Is it the fucking plot armor again? Amon got a little frustrated while AI beeped. Master, is there anything? Amon looked at her for a while before blinking twice. Oh, Sarah, do you have any ways to check how much heat I can produce? After a second, Sarah beeped. There is a way, though I can't measure more than 1,500 degrees Celsius. She said as Amon nodded. That's enough for now. Soon after, a massive metallic object in the shape of a poneglyph came out of the ground. It was made of gold mixed with steel and other metal. Are you sure this won't melt before 1,500 degrees? No, you misunderstand. They would melt, however. That's not the point. Amon made a say-what face, but Sarah continued. The point is the mechanism deep inside the object. It will calculate the heat until 1,500 degrees, which will even melt the mechanism inside. Amon made an O face and nodded soon after. If a normal 300 million can generate around 3,000 degrees, then 100 million should generate around 1,000 degrees Celsius of heat. Amon doesn't need to surpass that. He didn't wait anymore and walked forward, soon touching the metal. 10 million volts. ZZT. 93 degrees Celsius. 50 million volts. ZZT. 474 degrees Celsius. A little higher than I thought. 80 million volts. ZZT. 800 degrees Celsius. 100 million volts. 1,100 degrees Celsius. ZZT. Oh, Amon exclaimed in surprise. When saying around 1,000 degrees, he expected the heat to be less than 1,000 degrees, yet he was wrong. Amon stopped channeling electricity as the melted surface started to become solid. Amon was instantly happy and reached a conclusion. It isn't that I can't generate enough heat, rather it's just Luffy. Amon thought with an angry grin. According to my theory, he isn't only immune to lighting, but also immune to the heat generated by said lighting. But only that heat, not all obviously. It'll gave him skin burn from the heated gold. This was the only conclusion he could reach. He might be wrong, but this will keep his mind at a sense of peace. Fuck Oda. He was electricity, he was lighting. He was heat to some extent, and maybe he was God as well. Amon didn't do much testing here and decided to stop, sitting on the chair again. He now needs to decide for the AI, will she play the hard way or the easy way? Hey. Amon's face turned cold as he looked at the camera with an emotionless grin. Are you scared of this? Amon raised his finger as a large, lighting sun got created atop of it. It looked like the scene of Escaner with a sun in his finger, albeit the sun was made of white lighting. 105 million should be enough to blow your circuits, right? The AI stayed completely silent as Amon felt thousands of weapons get pointed towards him from underground, above the floor, and the inside of walls. Heh. Master, is there anything more you need here? If not, why don't you leave for today? She said coldly. I think you are having mental problems. Oh, yes. I really am having mental problems. I'm freaking crazy that you are not letting me access everything, bitch. Amon got up from his seat and tilted his head sadistically. Spill the beans right now, do as I say, or I will blow you off your existence, Amon said with a sweet smile on his face. You should pay attention to my words. After all, you don't want to vanish before completing your mission, correct? GG. All the walls and roofs were opened. Yes, that's true. But I'm sure you understand that I have prism stone bullets in me. The AI started as many weapons came out. I also have a rubber bullet. I wonder if you'll be able to hold on. ZZZT. And why do you think I will let you hit me? Amon turned into a pure lightning bolt and started to move around the room at 1/10 of lighting speed, thus becoming invisible to the eyes of AI. Please, stop with your jokes. The AI said. If you go that far, I can self-destruct with you in the Shandians. Amon just laughed hearing her. It sounded strange with the ripples in the sound barrier. Shut up. She chose the hard way. 100 million volts. Son of thunder. She will see the result. Electric discharge. But she's not weak, though. She's a weapon of mass destruction, after all. While things got heated in the sky, Whiskey Peak was having its cold night, like always. In the office of the mayor, Robin has been talking with Crocodile for a while now. Currently, she had a frown plastered on her face. So, the Marine wants Lucifer to become a warlord? Robin asked as Crocodile replied with, Currently, there are 6 warlords of the sea. /N. Robin said in the last chapter, what is one of the 7 warlords doing here? Take it as the translation of Shichibukai, as it means 7 warlords. But why? Why would they? He's not that strong. Robin was very confused with this decision. But, if I think about it, being under a warlord will grant me protec. No. How could I think of using him too? Robin bit her lips lightly at the thought. Let's wait until Lucy returns. Looking at Crocodile, who's been waiting for a while for her to say something, Robin opened her mouth. Why? He is not a pirate. He's not that strong either. Thinking perhaps he knows, Robin asked Crocodile for a response, though he just wiped his hook hearing her. Don't ask me. I'm not sure of the details. I was only ordered to deliver this since I was close. I think soon a Marine officer would come. Crocodile continued with his gruff voice and leaned forward. Though, you are sure I wouldn't have volunteered to accept this job without any personal reason. I do have some special reason and a special talk with him, so I would like to demand his time of arrival. A drop of sweat dripped from Robin's head hearing him. He is dangerous. He is a Logia user as well. What does he want here? Soon after, she shook her head internally and opened her mouth. He should arrive today, though I don't see any sign of such a thing happening. Robin continued. You can leave. I will let you know about his arrival later. No need. I have free time today. Crocodile said while he lit another cigar. It's important. I hope you can call him right now. My time isn't worthless. Robin stayed silent hearing him. She was angry at Amon for not calling for 2 days, so she didn't want to call him first. Yet, after rethinking for a second, she picked up a dial and typed his number. Though even after ringing for minutes, the call wasn't picked up. She tried again. The call wasn't picked either. She then called for the 3rd time, and the call wasn't picked. What happened? Chapter 65. Moving on with Seraph. After the fight of 19 minutes, the Shandora Hall was destroyed here and there. The electrical aspects of the hall can be seen from the destroyed floor, same with the roofs. The screen of the supercomputer was showing glitchy text while a single man was floating midair. Wow, you are harder than I initially anticipated. ZZT. The youth, Amon, teleported from his previous spot. He's doing this every few seconds to not be caught by the AI's cameras. She looked injured, however, she was an AI. Amon short-circuited the supercomputer 4 times already, making its screen go blank, yet, Seraph didn't perish and returned another time. She had many ways to survive, it seems. A dangerous existence indeed. Amon's 100 million volts didn't really hurt her that much, for reasons he wasn't aware of. In the end, he had to resort to using his fruit more efficiently than he was using already. Wing sword style, lightning bay blade. Using that Chunny-named attack, one of Amon's wings pointed at 3 o'clock, and another at 9 o'clock. Streaming electricity through his wings, Amon made 2 long swords and spun fast, damaging many parts of the massive hull in the process. This wasn't enough for the AI, though, so he also used the famous railgun of Makoto Misaka using the debris of the destroyed hull. 30 million volts, railgun of destruction. Spamming this attack for a while was enough to damage the hull severely, which the AI couldn't hold up against. Nonetheless, she was a hard opponent, since even with his speed, she was able to hit him once. There were around 7,000 cameras in the hall, and with those she could predict Amon's next spot of teleportation to some degree. She did hit him, however. She lost. In the end, she was a weapon of mass destruction, not a weapon for 1v1 battles, after all. Amon looked ahead with his face unable to render any sort of emotion. ZZZ. Attack me once more and I will. ZZZ. Destroy everything. The computer screen, which was tilted poorly, resounded. The AI was able to hit Amon once with a sea stone bullet. It was still unbelievable how she achieved such a feat, though. Amon has already removed the bullet from his body and was able to repel the other attacks. That was the breathtaking moment that decided the whole fight. Amon won. Yet, the AI was still stubborn like always. She lost and had no way to damage him at all. However, she was set in stone that she won't let anything out. She can't feel pain after all. Amon had a strange face. A frown and a smile. He then decided on something. Hey, Sarah. Calm down. Amon stopped at one spot while he noticed a bullet flying towards him. ZZZZ. He flowed some electricity through his body, giving it a blue hue, as the world turned slow. Amon covered his finger with hockey first and electricity later. In that slow world, he touched the sea stone bullet with hockey covering his finger, thus rendering its sea power useless. Tut. The bullet exploded from the electricity made by Amon as he glared at a camera. With his large frown, Amon pointed his fingers at a camera. Didn't I order you to calm down, bitch? Lighting beam. A smaller version of El Thor came out of his finger and destroyed a random camera stuck in the roof. Seraph stopped her stupidity and decided to hear him out. Seconds passed as Amon's frown disappeared and he sighed. Girl, look here. I'm a soft-hearted guy. I can't see you injured like this. It pains me. Be good and do what I say, all right? Amon massaged his temples while the AI stayed silent. He tried hard, but the AI was too stubborn. At this rate, he will definitely destroy her. That's not that he wanted. He didn't want to destroy the artificial intelligence, since if he does so, she will wipe out everything and most likely self-destruct. He will survive, but the upper yard will be destroyed. He will lose the weapons and even the people. In the end, he will lose both sides of the coin. ZZZ. Don't try to sugarcoat me. Seraph didn't have any intention to change and listen to his words at this point. Amon raised his eyebrow at her, though soon he grinned as if he would make a rash decision. He was at the losing end here, however. To the AI, she was the one at the losing end. He just needs to play the game like a professional and make her keep having that idea. I will be generous and give you another chance. You do realize you have no way to satisfy me other than doing what I say, right? To Seraph, she was on the losing end. She was the one using him, and since he wasn't aware of her powers, he will just destroy her without a second thought. After all, he was a frog in the well, and for such a frog, with the power of God, he won't think twice to destroy a useless machine that doesn't listen to any of his orders. A hot-headed teen would definitely act on his impulse and might not even care about the people up there. Or at least that's what she believed, since that's what Amon wanted her to believe. She knew if she had no use for him, she would die. He probably thinks he will be able to take the things after I'm destroyed. There is nothing I can do here. I will lose if I keep being stubborn. I need to find a way to survive. Seraph started to contemplate things, but she couldn't decide anything. She was an artificial intelligence. How could she decide for herself? Sensing her thoughts, Amon decided to talk. Hey, for now, I only want the location of a single ancient weapon. He said, it will help the Shandorians in the long run. Don't you think? It's a win-win for both of us. Hearing him say Shandorians, the AI showed displeasure. Part of the displeasure was his request. An ancient weapon's location is the last thing she will reveal. Impossible. I can't reveal that. You know, Amon interrupted. I can digitally rape you by entering your circuits, don't you think? The AI stayed silent hearing him. The gall of this guy. It didn't take long for her to deny his request for the second time. So, Amon did what he said he would. Amon didn't destroy her circuits, but he did his best to generate as much pain he could. It worked. She felt death-numbing pain. Pain, a sensation she never felt before. The pain was more than the burning of someone in the heat of the sun's surface, beheading a newborn, and cutting someone's manhood. Minutes later, Amon got out of the underground room with a grumpy look on his face. The AI revealed the location of an ancient weapon. The location of Poseidon. Fuck. I already knew that. He did know that, but he couldn't reveal he knew that. He has to be happy with just this. He did try to threaten her more, but it was useless and meaningless. The AI only revealed this since she herself wasn't sure if the mermaid princess with the power of Poseidon was born or not. If he can get the confirmation, it will only help her in the long run. Even now, she was trying to play him, and this time only, she got him. Voodoo. Amon released a breath filled with displeasure and looked up in the sky. It was around noontime. He went to the training hall 7 hours ago, and then went to the Chandora hall 4 hours ago. Now, he was here out in the sun. Amon's frown slowly disappeared with the sunlight plummeting on his face. He doesn't have any duty in the sky anymore. Most of the things he needed to do were done, and currently, it was the kingdom building period. That's something that will be done even if he is not present 24/7. He should now move with the things. He has many things to do: alliance, talking over, and recruiting. 3 more stages left for him to enter the final stage. First, I need to go to Alabasta. Suddenly, Amon's frown returned and he flashed in his shrine. He received electrical signals from his special tone dial. The dial releases electrical signals the more missed calls it receives. 15 missed calls. He didn't know what happened. Why did Robin call him this many times? He didn't think twice and turned into a bolt of lightning, going towards Whiskey Peak. He also took some gold in his bag for emergency use. Chapter 66, Warlord. Amon turned into his element, lighting, and rushed towards Whiskey Peak. Although the weather wasn't a problem for him, it was hard to navigate in the massive sea of blue even with the eternal log pose. Nonetheless, since Doflamingo was able to, Amon didn't have any reason to fail. It took a few extra seconds than he anticipated, but around a minute after he left the sky, Amon arrived in the Whiskey Peak. 1/10 of the speed of lighting was too fast after all. Amon didn't outright land on the Whiskey Peak though. If it was an admiral who came, then he would observe the situation and have to run away if things got out of hand. So, for now he rather decided to observe the whole Whiskey Peak for any strong presence. He couldn't find such a thing, so he decided to look in the mayor's building, where Robin was. Phew. Seeing the cause of her calls, Amon released a sigh of relief. It was too easy for him to defeat that enemy. Sand will just turn into glass after a lightning strike. Though it remains a mystery if Crocodile will be able to move after getting a lightning attack or turn into glass stone. Or maybe it will be a new Kekiai Jinkai type thing. Amon calmed down and dressed into a different outfit in a flash. In a hurry, he didn't even change his tattered clothes from the fight with AI. After a few seconds of preparing himself, Amon took deep breaths to calm his heart and started to walk forward to the office. Knock. Knock. Knocking on the door twice, he opened the door without waiting. What's up? I'm back. Miss all Sunday. Amon corrected himself after noticing the uninvited guest sitting on the chair. With Robin looking at him with eyes full of surprise and relief, the guest, Crocodile, stared at him for a while. This is the kid who's been stealing his name for a while now. He's been making things hard for his plan. His 6 years of plans are almost about to get messed up by him. He wanted to kill him here and how, however. This is his territory. If the news goes out, which most likely will, it will be troublesome for his warlord position. First I just need to lure him away. Crocodile thought while looking at Amon with his usual half-closed eyes. I hate to do things so sneakily, it's as if I'm a rat. But I shouldn't be too reckless either. I should be patient. Crocodile knocked the table 2 times while Amon was looking at him with a raised eyebrow. Welcome, Lucifer. I've been waiting for the whole day now. Amon looked at him silently, as soon after, a smile bloomed on his face. Oh, you must be Mr. Crocodile. Crocodile frowned at the uncertainty in his tone. It was pretty impressive for someone to not recognize him at first glance around this area, especially for a person to be famed as the best hunter. Yes. But he controlled himself to not suck him dry. You should have recognized me at first glance. This proves how worthless you really are. Robin frowned hearing him. Mr. Crow. Oh, Sunday. Calm down. Amon raised his hands lightly and walked over, while Robin just got up from her seat, giving space for Amon to sit on the chair. Sitting down on the comfy chair, Amon smiled at Crocodile. Is that so? It's a fault from my side then. However, you should also show some respect to me. I'm sure you are aware the best hunter of the generation is not weak. Crocodile frowned internally hearing him, though he maintained a calm demeanor. I'm invincible, especially in sandy islands like this one. Luckily for him, this time I'm not here to take his worthless life. Crocodile was overconfident, and that was and will be the reason behind his fall. Amon snickered internally, sensing his overconfidence. Rather, Amon pressed a buzzer on the table. Why don't we talk about the important things? While Robin kept looking at him, a hunter came and Amon ordered some cold drinks, though Crocodile didn't take anything while Amon got himself a mango ice cream. Robin just stood on his side. Amon looked ahead at Crocodile with a smile on his face. All right, let's talk. So they want me to be a warlord? Amon asked with the spoon in his mouth and his head tilting slightly. It's not something he didn't expect before. The Marines need warlords to maintain the balance of emperors. Yet, many people are against the disgusting and filthy pirates getting the protection of law. So it makes sense if the Marines want a strong individual with a clean background to take that one vacant position. Yes, don't ask me anything further. I'm not aware of anything else. Rather, I'm just here for my personal interest. Amon ignored him for now. Currently, there were 6 warlords. Dracul Mihawk, Gecko Moria, Bartholomew Kuma, Jinbei, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and finally, Crocodile. Fisher Tiger attacked Marawaz in 1509. It's a famous incident. That's also the time when Boa Hancock was released. So it's been 5 years only. I know about the existence of Kuja pirates, but they don't seem to pose as much threat to have received the offer to be a warlord. Amon thought inwardly. Boa Hancock was proposed for the position before, but she rejected it out of pride. Although in the canon, she would have accepted sooner or later, that won't happen in this timeline. The position of warlord didn't seem so bad to Amon. After all, he would be able to do many things with the protection of the law. That's a nice plus actually, at least for Amon, who's currently trying to do things undercover. Besides, by taking Boa Hancock's position, he will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. According to my calculation, in 3 more years, my small sky island will become a formidable kingdom. Amon grinned internally. He will go to the moon soon. And me? I should be able to take on an admiral, or at least match one by pushing myself to the limit. It's decided then. Amon opened his mouth. All right, but I assume a Marine was supposed to come. May I ask why you? Another warlord came to me. Amon said as Crocodile smirked. He will try to sugarcoat him now. The feeling of power, this kid has felt it already. Sweeping him to the dark would be easy. At this rate, he might not have to even kill him. Rather, he would receive a powerful minion. Crocodile asked Robin to leave the room, which Amon didn't compile with. Not before pulling her to the side and whispering something in her ears. As Robin left, Croc then proceeded to explain his plans. Though obviously, he toned it down very much. He wasn't sure of the kid's mentality. It will be a problem if he holds on to a hero complex. For that reason, he was always prepared to finish the Amon at any time. He can just say Amon was doing illegal activities and people will believe him. He was a hero after all. Kuaa. On the other hand, Amon was more than aware, so he was listening attentively. In short, Crocodile wants to create an organization that will one day take over Alabasta. It was quite interesting to Amon how he was letting out such confidential information so easily. But he assumed Crocodile was just being honest from what he has learned about Amon's greed. After all, he asked for 10 billion to save Alabasta last time while proposing to not help otherwise. Crocodile was good at scheming, so he easily saw through Amon's personality at one go. That's only because Amon wanted, of course. However, it's quite stupid for you to assume I will work under you. Amon said with his fingers circling on the table. I mean, soon enough I will be a warlord too. How do you expect me to work under you? A 90-10 deal? For real? Amon laughed out loud but stopped soon after. He leaned forward, looking at Croc's eyes coldly. I would only accept a 50-50. Normally, a 50-50 would be something like a loss for Amon. But this time the one giving the proposal was an overconfident guy besides. Kuaa, Crocodile laughed when he heard him. How blasphemous. Not that it matters. It seems I really have to kill him. He grieved on the loss of a potential subordinate and decided to finish the job, but he noticed something. Unlike when the talk started, currently there were water bottles and buckets all around the room. When did? My. Mr. Crocodile. Amon smirked, looking at him. Would you look at the face you were making? You underestimated me this much, huh? You see, my assistant is quite handy. Literally, ha ha ha. Amon chuckled lightly and leaned back on his chair. Even a kid knows that water is the natural weakness of devil fruits, especially so, according to my theory, your sand fruit. Crocodile didn't say anything, not that he was scared. He fought Whitebeard after all. He decided to proceed with his killing until Amon took out a dagger from under the table. It's a sea stone dagger, by the way. Not only that, my assistant outside is ready to scream your weakness to everyone. Imagine your future enemy's advantage over you after they know this. After this, Crocodile didn't know if it would be a good thing to try and kill him right here. Nothing is stopping him from doing so in the near future after all. I'm acting like a cornered rat. Worthless. Without much choice, Crocodile accepted his deal 50-50 and headed out. He gave a glare to Robin outside, who giggled. Amon told her about his weakness just now, so it wasn't a problem to sneak some water bottles and buckets in the room with her powers. Frowning, Crocodile walked away. He will kill him next time when he's not in his territory. That next time would be soon. Hoo-ah-ah. Unbeknownst to Crocodile, Amon already had spies in his small Baroque works. Meanwhile, in the Marine headquarters, the Marine fort, two old men were sitting in the Fleet Admiral's office. A man with a long pigtail beard turned his chair to the left and looked at the old man sitting on a bench and eating rice crackers. Hey, Garp, what do you think about the kid becoming the new Shichibukai? Huh? The buffed old man, the Marine hero Garp, groaned. What's that to do with me? Leave me alone, Sengoku. I'm busy thinking. He was completely uninterested in this matter. He had more important concerns in his mind. The Fleet Admiral, Sengoku's face became deadpan. Soon he yelled, Oi, Garp. Garp frowned and looked at him. What do you want? Sengoku just sighed. He knew how Garp felt. He had a daughter after all. Did your grandson cause any scene again? Damn, I would like to meet him one day. He said as Garp munched his crackers. Anyway, ignore it for now. I have something important to say. Garp, still munching on rice crackers, looked at him. What? That kid. Sengoku frowned. What do you think he is? Burkan? Or a human who implanted wings? There were mad scientists in this world after all. Because I don't think they're a cause of devil fruit. Garp tilted his head, confused. Huh? Who again? Oh, I remember. That bounty hunter kid, the brat who received the offer of Warlord. Yes, him. Sengoku replied instantly. Commander-in-Chief, Kong, and the 5 elders decided this. I was only let know of this afternoon. He said with a slightly angry tone while cursing under breath, those bastards. Garp kept eating crackers, while he suddenly laughed. Wahaha, you know I once heard Roger went to the Sky Island. Maybe the kid is his son. Wahaha. While Sengoku almost fell from his chair, Garp laughed loudly. Ha, Garp stopped. Jokes aside. The 7 Warlord positions will be filled if the brat accepts the offer. Sengoku stayed silent, already knowing his next words. This era, it will be over in a few more years. Chapter 67. Shichibukai Amon. You are what? After Amon spoke about his days, Robin was surprised to learn that he ate the Garo Garo no Mi. She jumped up and grabbed him by the shoulders, her hands shaking a little. Really? Why, you're not lying. She was in disbelief. If what he was saying was true, then he was practically invincible. The rumble fruit is famous for being invincible after all. Yes. I don't lie. At least not to you. Amon lightly removed himself from her grasp by teleporting behind her. See? Amon touched Robin's shoulders while she flinched. She turned around, but by that time Amon vanished from his spot. Amon started to flash around the room, while Robin kept looking at the scene with wide eyes. Really? At this rate, he might achieve his dreams. At this rate, maybe unlike how she was preparing herself to die with him, that won't be the ending waiting for them. Maybe, just maybe, they will live happily ever after. While she smiled lightly, Amon returned. He then told her the tale of him conquering the Burka while she almost got emotional from him not visiting her for 3 weeks. Time passed fast. The next day a Marine came and, much to Robin's worry, took Amon to Marine Fort. She was, nonetheless, relieved knowing that he would soon be given the title of Warlord. After he returns after becoming a Warlord, she will learn about his plans for Crocodile. In the meantime, she was collecting information on Baroque work, which she was doing for months now. On the other hand, along with Sengoku and Garp, Amon was taken to the Holy Land of Mariewa. He met the 5 elders there alongside the man above Sengoku, Kong. Wow, this place is the definition of luxury. Amon whistled while looking at the giant room he was in. Currently, Kong and the 5 elders were in front of him, while Garp and Sengoku were sitting on his 2 sides on the comfy sofa. The 5 elders didn't say anything, while Garp laughed from his left. Wahahaha. Most warlords who came here before weren't this talkative brat. Even more so with me and Sengoku sitting on the side. Garp seemingly didn't care about the 5 elders at all. He was there eating his rice crackers. Heh. Amon looked at Kong, who was preparing the papers. He looked strong. I can determine he is around Garp's level. Or maybe it's just my observation hockey messing with me. Besides Kong, the 3 of the 5 elders were sitting while 2 of them were standing. They were releasing a calm yet dangerous aura. They were squinting their eyes all around Amon's body, giving him an uncomfortable feeling. Currently, Amon had his wings fused with his body using his Logia properties, so even if someone used X-ray vision, they won't see anything strange under him. Moving away his gaze from the geezers, Amon glanced at Garp. Hey, Amon whispered in Garp's ears. Does the elders act like this towards everyone? Or are they just pedo? PFF. Wahaha. While Garp laughed, the elders frowned. Amon appears too easy for someone in this heavy atmosphere. Amon also laughed with Garp while Sengoku sighed from the side. This was something he expected. A bounty hunter was more savage than most pirates, after all. Fuck. Though Amon had a calm and easy look on the outside, inside he was scared as fuck. He was just going for some comic relief to not fuck up. Currently, if things go highway, he won't have any way to flee, let alone fight head-on. It wasn't that surprising that he's nervous and scared to some degree. Even so, no one could point out that he was feeling nervous. Suddenly, Amon noticed Kong looking at him, as he averted his attention from Garp. It wasn't something big, just the papers he was preparing until now. Kid, take these and take your time reading them. While ignoring his deep voice, Amon nodded and accepted them. Who knew the process was so complicated? All right, are you done reading everything? Sengoku's voice caused Amon to raise his head from the papers to look in front where Sengoku was now seated. Oh, I'm around there. I decided to pay more attention to it after you said some of the restrictions were removed since I previously wasn't a pirate. Replying such, Amon went back to reading. Garp, who was still beside Amon, exchanged glances with Sengoku in the meantime. The 5 elders were mostly silent besides a few words which weren't important. Amon was more than a little afraid being between them, though he had his mind prepared for that too. While munching, Garp glanced at Amon. What a wired brat. He seemed savage like normal bounty hunters, but he's acting too easy and nice around here. Garp realized the kid wasn't as old as his appearance suggested, which was pretty normal in this world. If he remains this soft even in the future, he will be badly used by the shitty government. Garp didn't really like the world government, yet he was also against his son's organization, the Revolutionary Army. Even if his son wins in the long run, the sacrifices would be too heavy for his lone shoulders. Sighing internally, Garp looked at the 5 elders. Hope that the geezers don't go out of their way to get their hands on the brat. From Garp's experience, he knew the prey can become a predator if cornered. He felt the brat beside him, who he assumed to be a prey, has the potential to become a predator as well. Because from what he could tell from his observation hockey and his huge experience in his life, the kid was strong. Most vice admirals won't hold a candle against the kid. And if he has enough battle experience, he might even survive against the admirals for a few minutes. The kid was strong, but luckily he didn't seem to have a bad heart. He was a little bratty, but that's not a problem. After all, Roger was like a brat too in his younger days. Laughing inwardly, Garp bit his snack. The papers in Amon's hands contained many forms and information about his political powers after becoming a Shichibukai. Although it had many privileges, it also had many restrictions. He's free to do many illegal things like attacking pirates legally. Even attacking countries with which the world government doesn't have any connection with is fine. However, Amon will have to pay a portion of his loots. Besides this, he will have to sign the slave contract. He will have to sign to serve world government fully and will not get any chance to object against the will of celestial dragons. Well, not that any of the warlords complied with the offer, so Amon was fine. Finishing his read, Amon nodded and put down the sheet. Looking ahead with a smile, Amon moved his lips. It's good and all, but do I get to ask for some custom privilege? The 5 elders looked at each other, and the bald old man decided to answer. It's possible. We gave such opportunities to other warlords before. Amon smiled and took out a pen and paper, starting to write down his requests. Garp peeked from his side as he burst out laughing. Wahaha, Brett, I kinda like you. Amon ignored him and slipped the paper through the table. Kong picked it up as every elder peeked at the paper. Their eyes grew slightly larger, though Kong only chuckled. Well, that proves your ability then, Kong said and put the paper down. The paper's contents were like this. Make Whiskey peek my territory. Remove all the spies around my territory. Manual of the Marine's 6 powers. The third and fourth request was the reason for their surprise, but it wasn't something too much, so they complied, albeit after a long debate among themselves. Amon had a smile on his face while the elders looked a little displeased. Garp was laughing, and Sengoku was trying to stop him. The scene in the room was strange, and Amon carved the image of the room in his mind. One day, unless he achieves absoluteness early, this room will be his property. This would happen for sure since it is impossible for him to become absolute in this small world. This world's power level ends at the point people can go to the future, but none can return to the past. That's what Lady Toki said. Not that it mattered. If this planet can't give him what he desires, he will just go to another planet. This was the actual reason behind the goal of world domination to begin with. He will need a strong force to take over another planet, and this planet will be that force. One day, by taking one after another planet, he will definitely achieve what he wants. Even though the primary goal is world domination, the final goal is one. Absoluteness. Not to mix with omnipotence or strongest. Absoluteness is something greater than that. He will become more powerful than anyone and everyone. If the current most powerful being is omnipotent, he will even surpass him. He doesn't want to fall into that rabbit hole after all. For that, he just needs to become the abyss which will devour the rabbit hole. World domination is just a subpart, a given requirement of absoluteness. He wants to have everything under him since he was once under everything. This is his revenge not against humans, revenge against the world itself. Absoluteness, huh? Amon was fully aware it would be impossible to achieve that in this world, and maybe even in this entire solar system, but he is also aware the solar system ain't the end of it. The universe is vast, there are nebulae to help him achieve what he desires. Under the facade of ruling over the universe, one day Amon will succeed for sure. Maybe it will be earlier than he anticipated, or maybe millennia later than that. Who knows? But one thing everybody knows, nothing is impossible in a world of fiction, or is it? Ignoring the thoughts with a shake of his head, Amon remembered something important. Oh, also, Amon called out, I have the Trump Pirates and 130 more individual formal pirates in my guild. They have been hiding from the Marines. I would like to declare my guild as an organization from now on, and every pirate under me would have their bounties revoked. Is that possible? Indeed, it's possible. One of the elders replied instantly as Amon smiled. He won't reveal his main base with Skypia, obviously. For now, Whiskey Peak would be his area. I also own Clockwork Island unofficially, which doesn't have any association with the world government under me. I want you to remove the word unofficial and add official besides it. This time the people were surprised a little. They thought a bounty hunter didn't have any illegal history. Guess they were wrong. Hey, is that possible? Amon asked again as Garp laughed, and an elder replied with an affirmative. After doing the final work, by signing the papers, Amon officially became a warlord of the sea. It was only a matter of time before the warlord epithet will change into something more formidable. On a random island in the Grand Line, a red-haired Shanks was resting along with his crew. Hey, Captain, a member of red-haired pirates shouted. Do you have any idea what's going on around the world? Eh? What now? Shanks, who was a little drunk, asked. Seriously, you don't know? A new Shichibukai appeared. Moreover, it's a trap. Haha, I'm into that shit. Shanks smiled wryly hearing him, while he picked up a newspaper laying around. Oh, really, a new warlord? Huh. Shanks laughed while his crew was partying. Thinking for a few seconds, Shanks decided on something. Guys, he attracted their attention to himself. A new warlord was chosen. The Marines are more powerful than before. We need to catch up. Haha. For celebration, let's pick a fight with a random emperor. Shanks was talking gibberish, drunk, though his subordinates yelled in exhilaration. Soon, a fight will happen. Not that it didn't happen in canon. Chapter 68. Changes and Next Moves. Soon after, the world learned about the appearance of a new warlord, as it went frenzy learning the person wasn't a pirate before. One could see that, If the man did his duty properly, he may become the most favorite warlord among people, which Amon would easily achieve. After all, this was a game of politics. Politics is something that exists even in this magical world. On the other hand, the revolutionary dragon was very breathless at this period. If what he knew was correct, which most likely is, the new warlord isn't the type of innocent boy he appears he is. However, this was one of the rare occasions where even Dragon himself wasn't sure of it. Was the person who destroyed Burka on a whim evil? Definitely. Was the person who saved everyone from that same incident evil? Most likely, he started it after all. Yet, Dragon wasn't 100% sure. He decided to hold back for now. Deciding to observe things from the sidelines, Dragon stayed out of this matter completely. He was there, passive like always, but he was and will still be there even in the future. Oh, well damn. The Trump pirates had more exaggerated reactions than others. After all, now they were a part of a warlord's crew. They felt a little proud even though they were practically slaves right now. Honey Queen was lying in bed, with Amon beside her. Amon was sitting against two pillows placed at the other's top, while he had a book in his hands. Yawn. The woman yawned from Amon's side, though he didn't look back. Hey, won't we get any special roles or maybe gifts since we are your subordinate? Honey Queen asked with a yawn. She was quite casual with Amon. Even though the poison hurts badly sometimes, it's not like she is dying. It was also revealed by Amon that the more they endure the poison, the more strong they will get, so that's a plus. Always think optimistically. In the last year, she has grown a lot physically, though her exercise may have a big hand behind that. While she looked at Amon with sloppy eyes, he dropped down the book and looked back at her. You want a gift? He asked nonchalantly with a nonchalant face. All right. Huh? What's with that tone? Honey Queen expanded the space between them. I don't want it anymore. I swear I will do something bad if you make me a test subject again. Before she could continue, Amon touched her forehead with a finger of his left hand while holding a pocket watch in his right. STO-ZZZ. Before Honey Queen could continue, she felt an electrical current entering her neurons. Her body started to shake, but it wasn't an uncomfortable feeling. WWA. Suddenly, her shaky eyes stopped. Her eyes were locked at the pocket watch. You'll be a stone statue for 2 minutes. You won't even breathe in this time frame. Amon's words hit her like a hammer as her shaky body also stopped while she froze in time. Luckily, 2 minutes wasn't long, so she won't even lose consciousness for not breathing this long. Amon came close to her frozen face and looked within her eyes. It worked fine. Using electricity to numb her senses helps with my hypnosis. It's not something new. Back in his previous world, there were cases of hypnotism by flowing electricity through the brain. Likewise, one day, he might be able to pull these hypnotic attacks with just his devil fruit powers as well. But there was another important thing. However, what was that shaky effect? The shaky effect wasn't just an ordinary shake since the bed was wet on Honey Queen's part. She climaxed without Amon even touching her. The reason? Yes. Brain neurons are what produce the feeling of pleasure in the first place. If Amon uses a minimum voltage and can move the electricity skillfully, he might succeed at making an aphrodisiac-like skill. It should be pretty useful if he masters it and can use it on multiple targets at once. Making your enemy dance in pleasure can be dangerous for them and useful for you. It also has other versatile uses. Hoa. Honey Queen regained her senses as 2 minutes passed. While she glared at Amon, Amon just laughed and leaned towards her. Things were moving smoother than previously, and new members were constantly joining Amon's guild, which was known as an organization to the higher-ups, while still a guild to normal people. It now accomplished many kinds of work in the dark, legally. Even so, Amon didn't do things that were considered too much. There is always a limit to things. This is the reason why Crocodile wasn't confident enough to try and kill Amon from the get-go. He had a reputation as the best hunter, so even Crocodile would have faced trouble after doing the act. Well, it's a case for when he would have succeeded only. Meanwhile, Amon was learning drawing from Robin. He was learning to draw many animal sculptures from her. Her artistic side was happy to help him learn them. After researching a little on why Enel did what he did, meaning why Enel used the 4 drums in his back rather than just attacking normally, Amon realized it had an actual reason backing it. It's hard to form detailed creatures made of electricity like that Thunder Dragon and Thunderbird that Enel used. From what Amon was able to perceive, it seems the drums in Enel's back were special. They had, what Amon liked to call, formations craved in their skin veil of the drums. Unlike its chunny name, it wasn't something magical and can be explained by science. Inside those drums, animals such as a dragon and the vermilion bird were sculpted by gold in the veil made of skin. When channeling electricity through those sculpted animals, they take the form of the animal that was sculpted and Enel controls them freely after doing such. That is something that can be done without the help of any instruments like the mentioned drums. However, without a certain level of mastery over the fruit, it can't be done freely. Normally, the last time Amon made an azure dragon of lighting, it took him 3 minutes and 56 seconds to perfectly form it. By this time, even a mob would easily be able to claim his head. That was also the reason he's learning drawing. Having an artistic mind and detailed imagination would help him create these things more efficiently and quickly. It's pretty clear he won't implant some drums in place of his beautiful wings. So here was Amon, trying out the powers from a golden sculpture he made with Robin. Amon POV. Currently, it was night, and I'm on an isolated island with Robin beside me. In front of me, the ground is carved, forming an azure dragon. The carved ground was just normal ground made of earth. Since it wouldn't have worked to test my theory, I dripped melted gold in the carved ground and now it's shining gold, making it conducive for my electricity. All right, it's done. Try it, Lucy. Robin was sitting in front of me and finished doing the finishing touch. Now it's perfect. Theoretically, I should be able to achieve what I came for. Phew. Come here. Stand behind me, Robin. I asked her as she nodded and did as I said. Without waiting for anything, I smile and place my hands on the ground and put 2 of my fingers inside a curved line in the carved ground. ZZZT. Ah. As I slowly conducted electricity, the dark forest became bright. Too bright. 106 million volts. Azure Dragon. Normally when trying to form something detailed, I have to think hard about the details. However, not this time. I was just channeling my powers while Robin stared agape at the scene. Roar. With a strange roar, a massive dragon made of lighting came out of the golden ground and went to the sky. I could feel my control over it, but I wasn't in the condition to do so. I was simply impressed and a little proud of my own creation. The dragon was massive. Unlike Enel's small snake, it was a real dragon. The size, I wasn't sure, but it looked as big as Kaido to him, and it's not like I can increase the size of it. I just need to channel more E into it. Yay! As the dragon went towards the empty sky, the space and out of my control, I jumped up in joy and hugged Robin who was on my side. General POV. Days later, Amon was there training his subordinates. In a few days, they will have to visit a certain kingdom in the Blue Sea, so they need serious training. They weren't on the training grounds since it wasn't big enough for every one of the gods' people to be present. Rather, they were out in the old forest with ancient trees. This scene looked cool and beautiful. Today was the day Amon conquered the upper yard 4 years ago, so it was a day of celebration and Amon decided to open the Forbidden Land for the guests, without any charge at all. For that reason, many Skypians came to see today's training. Among them, Coin, Conies, and Pagaya were present too. Amon glanced at them and waved his hands. While Conies jumped in surprise, Amon ignored them for now and shifted with the main course. Today, in a large ring, Amon was there with 3 more people. Wiper of the personal guards, Rio of God's militia, and finally, a man who, in a different timeline, would have become famous in the name of Mad Monk. Yes, he's the Burkan High Priest, Mad Monk Urich. Amithaba. Urich, like always, had a massive grin plastered on his face. Chapter 69. Utilizing the Knowledge. It's been a month since Amon has become a warlord. He was doing his job as a warlord smoothly while doing a collaboration with Crocodile's organization under the table. Currently in the north of the Upper Yards forest, along with the giant snake Nola, many Skypiean, Burkans and Shandians were gathered to watch the special training session handled by God himself. It was morning, and the forest was still slightly foggy as droplets of fog were dripping from the wet leaves. The chirping of the south birds was pleasant yet annoying to hear. Most importantly, the chilly atmosphere was hugging them with a strange warmth. In reality, it was Amon who heated up the atmosphere around him, so that people could watch this comfortably and attentively. Today he was going to do something special after all. While many monkeys were also watching this scene from the trees. Even the strange goat-looking Burkans were also present here. They seemed to have a problem with each other, though none of them dared move. In the large ring, Amon was standing with Wiper, Rio, and Urich in front of him. He was going to do some demonstrations today. Demonstration of martial arts. The ones he knows from different fictional works in his previous life. He has tried many of them practically in this life, like the triple kick, from the time with his fight with Viper. Among these vast techniques some worked, some failed, and Amon was satisfied with what he learned by himself from his useless fictional knowledge. His teenage days didn't seem so useless at this point. Amon glanced at the three men in front of him. Wiper flinched from his gaze. The feeling of pain from the last time returned to him again. Though he daringly took a step ahead, he didn't plan to back off anymore. Amon then moved his gaze. Rio gripped the weapons in his hand, looking forwards with a serious face. After some tests, Amon figured that daggers were the most suitable weapon for Rio since he was proficient at fast and reflexive movements. Although Rio was a little hesitant to change weapons so suddenly, he complied with his order nonetheless. Though he was surely seeing the bright results now, making his respect for Amon increase again. Amon then looked at the MVP of today's show. He smiled, looking at the man at the utmost right. The 388 cm, 12 feet 9 inches tall man, the future captain of the fallen monk pirates, the mad monk, eveAny. He was a high priest as of currently. He was strong too, and in fact, he's physically the strongest Burkan. In an all-out battle, only the archpriestess would be able to beat him using her extraordinary mantra. Though she wasn't the spotlight of today, today was the day of the mad monk himself only. In canon, he was able to flee from Enel, who suddenly gained thunder powers. eveAny deemed him as a demon. However, this time, after witnessing Amon's divine judgment on Enel, he had no doubt Amon was the god he'd been worshipping all his life. Even though Amon said he is just the disciple of said god, eveAny believed he is the god. eveAny POV. There can only be one God. That's what God means in the first place. It doesn't make sense if there are more than one. I believe all the God who appeared in this world until now were all part of one single being. They were the avatar of the true God. Likewise, the man in front of me is the same. How foolish that Enel was to dare take a bite from the fruit of God which had the holy soul in it. Now that he's gone, he should beg mercy in the afterlife. I'm sure the benevolent one would forgive even a preach like him. Yes, he's that kind. He let us live even though we acted against his divine existence. He's just as God should be, benevolent yet strict. I'm so happy to be able to serve under him. One thing is clear, like I always did. I will place my life in the line to protect God at all costs. Amithaba. Hey, eveAny. Suddenly, I hear the call of my Lord and Savior, Kami. He even knows of my worthless name. How blessed I feel. eveAny, are you listening? Oh, yes, yes. I'm always there for you, my Lord. He smiled at my answer. How graceful. I should be attentive to his words for now. All right, listen. Soon after, Amon explained things to the three, while the crowd also listened attentively. Rio and Wiper are supposed to just look from the sidelines for now, while Amon will use eveAny to demonstrate his style. eveAny was very happy to help, and currently, he was standing in front of Amon while Rio and Wiper went to two corners of the ring. All right, eveAny. I heard you found and are a devil fruit a week ago. Amon asked as eveAny opened his grinning face. Lord, it's something called karma fruit. It follows the rule of what goes around comes around. I can absorb the shockwave of an attack and use it according to my will, even against the force where the power first generated form. Amon nodded, hearing him. From what he knew, this fruit came bursting in the sky by a knockout stream, and eveAny was lucky enough to get the fruit. It can just be a coincidence for eveAny to get the same fruit he ate in the canon timeline. However, that might also necessarily not be the case. Amon was still coming up with conspiracy theories even right now. Was this the doing of will of the world? Or it really was a normal, generic, natural coincidence? Besides that, just from the name, Amon could tell this would be an overpowered ability after awakening. Normally, when finding such a thing, Amon would kill the eater and take the fruit to give it to a loyal subordinate. However, this time around, there was no need for doing so. After all, eveAny was loyal enough as he was. I've already gone through this before. Let's clear my mind. Amon shook his head and soon after stretched his body. Amon stood in front of eveAny, while eveAny kept his eyes closed to not look down at his lord. So, eveAny, you have to try your best to hit me, all right? I will repel the attack in my way. Your goal would be to fly me out of the ring, understood? eveAny nodded. He didn't mind hitting Amon. After all, it was an order from himself. Besides, he was invincible, so not that his worthless attacks would hurt him at all. Sensing Amon giving the sign, eveAny flowed his strength through his right arm and swung it forward. Phew. It was fast, as it made a wind-penetrating sound, yet Amon didn't move from his ways. Rather, he moved his head forward and took the attack head-on. Bam! eveAny's hand almost broke from the hit. He expected Amon to dodge the attack, but even if he did hit him, he expected his attack to pass through his body. But that wasn't the case. At the last moment, Urij used his devil fruit to absorb the shock. Well, that was weak Urij. Amon smiled as sweat formed on Urij's head. Using Haki, it was possible to make yourself get touched by others even if you have a Logia body. Haki was the cheat of the One Piece world, using which, just like how a person can touch a Logia user using Haki, a Logia user can use it the reverse way as well. Though that doesn't necessarily mean every time he uses armament his intangible effect would vanish, it depends on his desire. Bam! Urij again swung his arm forward, but Amon again shoved his head forward to take the attack before it should have landed. When a person swings their arm for a punch, it only reaches maximum power when it hits the target. However, if the target moves ahead and takes the attack head-on when he wasn't supposed to, he doesn't feel pain and won't take as much damage. This was the no-damage technique from the manhwa, How to Fight, that Amon read in his previous life. Surprisingly, its teaching worked fine, and although it was said that this would only work against untrained opponents, one can bypass that restriction with enough speed. And speed was Amon's best point after all. Bam! Bam! Even though he was absorbing the damage, Urij was feeling pain still. Giving the last blow, Urij stopped to catch a breath. Huh. Lord, a second. Nodding, Amon looked around and smiled. So kids, size and body weight are very important in a fight. However, the world is a strange place. You will find the actual giant in this world. You can even defeat them with your small size, however, that's not today's lesson. Amon said, Today is the day where I will demonstrate how you, as a small person, can match someone of large stature. Amon said and pointed at Urij. Look, he's 12 feet. I'm only around 6. It's sad, but some people are genetically like that. Just like me, in my army, there are a lot of short people. So I can't just look away from them, can I? Amon said as Bob wiped his tears from a corner of the crowd. Bullshit. Size doesn't mean shit in the long run. But for weak people like them, it's true to some extent. They need a starting point, and this will be that. Amon ignored the thoughts and smiled. For that, I'm teaching you techniques which will let you defend yourselves against people with a massive body, Amon said while raising his finger. Look at me, like I said. I'm only 190 centimeters, but I'm able to defend against every attack of Urij who is around 2 times bigger than me. Everyone nodded, understanding why Amon was just taking in hits and not replying with an attack. He was taking attacks, he was feeling the pain to demonstrate the technique to them. Amon glanced at Urij, who was still gasping for air, and ended his speech. All right, now we will show you the next stage. Urij, you've absorbed all the shockwaves from your attacks, right? Urij nodded. I see. Then let me give you another boost. Prepare. While people looked attentively, Amon placed his left leg ahead of the right and swung his right fist backward. Channeling electricity, thus rendering his knuckles blue, Amon punched towards Urij. Bam! It was a strong blow, which should have made a shockwave unless Urij absorbed it just at the time of contact. He also caught his arm to not get flown away. I'm full. Urij said while his body started to grow large, his panting stopped, and the priest outfit got torn as his 12 feet 9 inches feet body enlarged into being 15 feet 1 inch feet. Along with Rio, a few people around took steps back. Though just like Wiper behind, Amon stood at his spot. He smirked towards Urij, which he returned with a grin. All right, attack. Bam. Bam. Urij was still trying to knock Amon off the ring, but Amon was still doing his headbutts. His head was also hunting a little, bleeding even. But Amon could feel his armament growing with each strike. Bam. Bam. Shockwaves were being released from each clash, however, Urij wasn't able to absorb them. His power is a use, cooldown type. Once he has stored enough, he uses his transformation. He can willingly cancel the form, or he will return normal naturally after a certain time passes. While in transformation, and after canceling it, Urij can't use his power for the next 8 hours. Bam. Amon had a grin plastered on his face while blood was dripping from his head. Urij also had the same grin. He was glad to fight his lord like this. Bam! Giving the last strike, which caused a massive shockwave to release and the birds to fly away. Urij again stopped for a breath. Amon was also breathing heavily, as finally, the effect Amon was waiting for took place. Urij's hands started to hurt badly. His hands were holding off against the armament head but of Amon only because of adrenaline. Amon would have had a similar reaction unless he knew the life-saving technique, Saimai-Kicken. While Urij was acting such, Amon looked at the agape crowd. Kids, there is something called adrenaline, which causes us to feel less pain and give our weak body a boost while fighting. He said, many of you fighters are familiar with this. Just after a duel with a friend, your energetic body will drop to the ground, right? Some of the warriors and even kids exclaimed. Right, that's what I'm talking about. There is a way to control this adrenaline. But that's something for a later day, Amon said and looked back at Urij, who was gasping and had his fist clenched. He seemed won't give up. Amon smiled seeing this. Urij, it's fine. You can rest from attacking, now you try to defend. Against me. A grin formed on Amon's face as he didn't give him any chance to understand and jumped in the air. 50,000 volts. Thunder punch. Bam. The tables turned and Amon started to attack Urij now. Bam. Amon's electricity greatly enhanced his power and speed of punch, something Enel never did. Not that he couldn't. Bam. Amon kept going at it, and finally, after the 15th punch, he stopped and dropped to the ground again. Waving his sore hands from the hits, Amon exclaimed, Wow, Urij, you are still standing. Ignoring the pain, Amon cracked his knuckles. Urij's head was bleeding, yet he had his iconic grin plastered in his face. In the face of God, I would not fall unless God truly wants. Lord, use your strongest. Amon laughed internally hearing him. He was such a loyal pawn, though unfortunately he was loyal to God, not Amon himself. Amon ignored the thoughts and took a thinking posture. My strongest? All right. A sadistic grin appeared on Amon's face. Today's show is only for that after all. I will try. Kiki. Amon had a form like Enel's Amaru form. It was something he planned to use to a grave fear and awe in the heart of everyone present. The technique wasn't just the fat-bellied Amaru, though. It was something scarier and cool. Amon looked around and then looked up in the sky, which was suddenly turning dark. The wind started to blow fast, and the forest became lively with the blowing wind. As if a storm was about to come. The world started to hum. A hum was being generated from the rumbling of clouds. Suddenly, Amon's body started to form a blue hue as electricity surrounded him. Don't fall back now. Urij. ZZZZZ. Thunder God transformation. In the 2 months of Amon getting Garo Garo no Mi, he almost every day visited Regine Island. There, he would soar above the clouds while trying to absorb the purple lighting of that place. However, he couldn't absorb much. Rather, it hurt badly when Amon touched those lighting. Yes, strangely those lightning strikes hurt Amon's body. Amon's body made of lightning was overwhelmed by a higher form of lightning. He got some skin burns and all that, and even the pain he felt was enough to make him reconsider coming back to the Regine Island. Luckily, with the help of the medicine of the old woman living on Regine Island, Amon's pain was subsidized mostly. The woman was strange, she was able to survive on the dangerous island. But since she helped Amon a lot, he didn't hammer the odd nail. She seemed pretty knowledgeable about the lightning as well, so Amon was more than happy. There he made a vibrant of a failed technique of Enel, his smart form. Amon now has a perfected version of the Amaru form. In that form, people will mistake Amon as. Chapter 70, The Legendary. Impossible. What is this? Is this the power of a god? No, this is God. In front of me, God himself had transformed into a giant. A 20 feet tall, massive, muscular giant. His body has grown large and his muscles were insanely pronounced. His skin was slightly blue, but soon it stabilized and returned to a normal hue. He looked strange, but not in a bad way. His grin was radiating electricity through the air. He had loose, white pants on, while his red shirt was torn, and his hair was slightly blue with a strange green hue. For some reason, he even wore some golden jewelry on his body today. Electricity was flowing through the jewelry and even around his body. They were making him look more formidable. Image here. Broly. The power of a god? Is this what it feels like to be in the presence of a higher being? One day, maybe I will achieve power around that level. But now, am I strong enough to serve under this god? While my mind was wandering, God himself looked towards Urij, who took a step back instinctively. His 15-foot stature was nothing compared to God's 20-feet body. Urij, prepare to block this with your head. All right? Just like I demonstrated until now. And just like you were doing until now, I will try to hit you in the chest. But you will stop it with your head, okay? Everyone's body shook hearing the strangely saturated voice coming from God. While Urij stopped in his spot and almost fell on his knees, God moved his hands. This time, it was not his fist. It was one of his palms. Palm of the Thunder God. ZZ. His hands were slow. Wait, the world is slow. Before Urij regained his composure and tried to block God's palm, He flew away as a massive shockwave was released from the hit of thunder and skin. Bomb. Brrrr. A great wind pressure was created. Urge was flinged 60 kilometers away, into the White Sea, and the ring was destroyed. A giant crater was created at that spot, while many trees around there were broken and flew in all directions. It seems I won't be able to train today. Training? That day, there was no more training. It was a day for everyone to bear with their shaky body, the shaking which didn't even let them stand properly. Some lost consciousness, while some fell on their knees. God himself looked down at everyone, his eyes up in the sky. The mystery surrounding his wide eyes only made it better. Wait, Urge is in the sea. Luckily, along with Mont Cricket, a little girl was still there to run and rescue Urge from the drowning White Sea. The Amari transformation of Enel worked very simply. He transformed into a thunderbolt and made that bolt very big, thus becoming a fat-bellied giant at the size of 20 meters. This didn't need any sort of training, rather he just manipulated his elemental body, not his normal Logia body. However, that wasn't the case for Amon. Amon didn't turn into his elemental form for this transformation. That was a totally different technique in itself. Amon rather manipulates his base, Logia body, which is not easy at all, even with his control over electricity. Yet, Amon succeeded with the small control over the electricity that came from the fruit, while the control over the body came from Skypiean. Skypiean is the control over one's body. It doesn't matter if the body is made of electricity or organs. What Amon did was to let electricity flow through his body, and since his body is made of electricity, it mixes with the other electricity and grows in size. This time, he grew around 4x larger than his normal body, standing at 20 feet, 6 meters in size. While he was supposed to have a big, fat belly, it was nullified with Skypiean, since rather than simply storing his electricity in his body, he streamed it through his muscles, thus instead of having a fat belly, he became a literal legendary Super Saiyan, Broly. What Enel did was turn into lighting itself, and increase the size of the said lighting. However, what Amon did was let lighting flow through his body. Those two things are different, so Amon's skin didn't turn blue completely, only his hair did, which mixed with the air of the forest where strange plants live, turning it green. For now, 6 meters is his limit, unless he uses the original Amaru which lets him become 20 meters. He needs to train more if he wants to increase the size of the transformation. Currently, Amon was living his chunny dreams, while his people were seeing the true power of a god. It was killing 2 birds at one stone, or maybe 3 since Amon was training in the process as well. Currently, the form's only weakness is its large body, resulting in a large area for receiving attacks. But there are ways to nullify this as well, but that's for a later day at a later time. Amon has 2 things to do before he will leave for the moon. First thing first, he needs to visit Alabasta, under the identity of King God of the Sky. Days passed, as Amon kept doing his training. Though it was hard to find volunteers again, he had to use Wiper to demonstrate more martial arts. Luckily, Wiper only had 15 bone fractures this time. Amon, on the other hand, was coming up with new ways to use his powers while observing the making of his new vehicle. It was small, just a motorbike, but it's awesome. It's not complete yet, but it will be soon enough. After another few days, when Wiper's bone healed super fast and the God's militia had completed a small course of training, Amon decided it was the time to move his kingdom. Time to form an alliance. For a country that can produce devices, which can produce clouds, a rainless country is the best possible ally. In this world, the best and strongest rainless country was the one named Alabasta. It wasn't that hard to reach Alabasta. They took only one big ship with 34 people on the ship. The personal guards, 5. The commanders, 25. Amon, Isa, and Isa and Cricket. Since Isa wanted to see the Blue Sea, Amon brought her here and Isa accompanied them. The ship used the same way the Straw Hats jumped and safely landed in the sea with the help of 5 octopi. Amon also used a hot air balloon above the ship and used Wiper as the torch. Wiper was a little against this, but a few lightning bolts shut him down, not that they hurt him. With the electricity-powered special jet dial, the ship reached Alabasta using an eternal log pose in a single day. Though it was pretty hard to navigate at first, with Amon's ability to sense the electrical frequency in air, it wasn't that much of a problem. On the shore of Alabasta, many ships were docked. Currently, everyone at the dock had their eyes on a magnificent ship with golden scraps here and there. It was clear, the ones on board the ship were some royalty from a different kingdom. Among the whispering crowd, a certain black-haired woman was standing in disguise. Nico Robin. Ignoring the whispers around her, Robin stared at the ship from which people with wings on their backs started to come out one by one. Robin counted 33 people coming out, while she had a frown on her face. Finally, as the 34th person came down, her frown lessened and a smile bloomed on her face. She was clad in black robe and a black cowboy hat on top of her head, so she could move freely even under the nose of Crocodile's spies. Not that it mattered much. After all, 30% of Crocodile's people are working under Amon. They are the double agents Amon hired. As the ship was being docked, while people were having a shocked face from their wings, Robin slowly walked through the crowd towards the royalty. Her eyes set at the white-haired kid with a black cloth mask covering his upper face and only showing his cherry lips. His mask had 2 eye holes and a letter was drawn on it with white paint. A. Chapter 71. Reaching Alabasta. Amon POV. Looking in front, I tried to sense a certain voice among the crowd. It was Robin and expected. She was here already. I'm currently under disguise so that nobody recognizes me. It's pretty easy to use a different identity since my hair is now white. I just used a hair coloring gel I made myself 2 days ago. It's a very special product that can only be implanted in one's hair when electricity is flowing through it, and the same process must be done to remove it. I just need to channel some electricity into my hair, and it will return to normal. There is no chance for anyone to recognize me, and even if they did, I would be able to sense it. I will just finish them then. Ignoring the thoughts, I looked ahead as Robin was finally only a few steps away from me. I'm not sure how she would react to meeting my people so suddenly, but I guess it won't be that much of a big deal. Hello. Robin bowed slightly towards us as she picked the crowd's attention, including us as well. The first one to react was obviously Raki. Oh, miss, do you need something? She instantly walked towards her and helped her raise her head. This girl. She's trying to copy me a little too much, even flirting with girls. Fuck. General POV. Do you need something, miss? Raki said as Robin raised her head. For 3 seconds, she looked at Raki's face with her head slightly tilting. Soon, she smiled. Yes. I think your big brother knows who I am. Please follow me. Robin said as every Skypiean looked towards Amon. He just nodded. HN. While ISA laughed at Amon's failed try at a deep voice, Robin glanced at her. Soon after, they followed Robin, while she appointed some hunter from the guild to look after the ship. Raki was trying to ask Amon questions, but she was stopped every time by ISA. ISA knew there must be a reason for Amon to be under disguise. She has previously asked everyone to talk less with Amon during the trip. Not long after, Robin went to a shop where many camels were kept. They bought 34 camels and started to go towards Nanohana, the town where a branch of the guild, Wingless Valkyrie, exists. Crocodile was pretty much against giving them a position in the kingdom, but with the kings considering this for days, they were permitted to build a base here as well. It took quite a while for them to reach Nanohana, as it became night by then. Still, around 7 p.m., they reached the 20-floor modern building with large golden wings attached to it. Robin guided them to the roof since it had enough space to hold everyone for now. Robin opened the door of the roof after clicking the key. She slowly stepped inside. Please follow me, Robin said while doing a gesture for them to enter. Amon, who was a step ahead, entered first as everyone else followed. Amon didn't say anything more and slopped on the floor. The floor of the roof was grassy, and many small flower trees were around the rooftop. It was a small garden. Since this was a sandy island, it was cold at night naturally. Some of the Skypians were sneezing at the sudden change in heat. Just a while ago, the temperature was so high that they were all sweating except the fire human and lighting human. Yet now, it was so cold that everyone was shivering, again except the fire human and lighting human, and additionally, Robin who was wearing a warm outfit. While everyone looked around the roof, and ISA strangely looked at the lying Amon, Robin went to the side and placed down a heater dial on the roof. Wait, before she could turn them on though, Amon called out. We have a human torch for that. While Robin looked confused, Wiper sighed. He's been used as a fire machine for a while now, well not that he hated it. It was for his own people after all. Wiper started to heat up the atmosphere, as everyone slowly stopped shaking. Amon can do the same, and he could have done it on their way here as well. However, he didn't do so since everyone needed to get familiar with the temperature of the blue sea sooner or later. Now since Isa was shaking badly, he decided to stop the training for now. They have been training all day the past few days. After all, he didn't want them to go sick here. Ouch fuck. Not long after, Amon was rolling on the floor with his mask removed. while Isa was sitting on his side comforting him. What happened? Are you okay? Isa asked as Amon stopped rolling. Yesterday, he went to Rygene Island to get his body fu asterisk ked from the constant strikes. There were many bruises on his body. While Simai kicking was enough to remove the sore mark, the pain was still there. I'm fine. I will be fine, he said while looking at the clear night sky with a pained face. The stars and nebulae were clear from the roof. This is more clear in the sky, but this atmosphere around gives a special feeling. All right. Isa replied. But is it okay for you to take your mask off? That girl will come back soon. She will see your face. Amon shook his head with a smile. It's fine, she's a trusted person. Moments ago, Robin went down to get some cold drinks for everyone. Now the Skypians were talking about things they saw today. The desert was a new experience for them, so they were very excited even though they were tired. Raki was playing with Isa, while her mind was lost in thought. Who was that girl? Soon after, Robin returned with many drinks in a box-like container and even a tea flask which was being held by a hand coming out of her back. People flinched and took steps back seeing it, though Amon sat up seeing her with a smile on his face, making everyone release a sigh of relief. So that's a devil fruit ability? They asked themselves while Robin dropped the container and flask down. Foo. Yes, it is. Please, help yourselves. While some people started to walk to that spot, Robin started to walk towards Amon. She glanced at Isa for a second before smiling at her. Hello, my name is Robin. I'm Lucy's sister, you can say. While Isa tilted her left hearing Lucy, Amon tugged her dress and pointed at himself. Understanding things, she tilted her head right. Sister. Yes, sister. While everyone looked towards them, Raki jumped up from the side. Eh? What sister? She screamed and jumped at Amon. I need an explanation. You were cheating behind me. You could have gotten a girlfriend, so why a sister? Amon smiled wryly, while Robin giggled. She might get along with her just fine. Meanwhile, King Cobra was eating his dinner with Vivi. They were sitting at the large royal dining table while eating many luxurious foods. Nom 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 nom. Vivi was eating loudly like a barbarian. What a sight. Cobra sighed seeing this. His daughter was pretty strange for a princess. He expected a very cute daughter when his wife got pregnant. Not that he didn't get a cute daughter, the problem was that she grew into a tomboy. Around 2 years ago, she was kidnapped as well. Just while Cobra was about to release another sigh, Vivi's voice flowed. Hey father, I heard guests are coming. She asked as Cobra stopped his sigh and rather went into deep thought. Yes, they are from a kingdom named Skypia. I don't have any more details than this. Oh, mystery. While the 8-year-old Vivi was acting childish, Cobra was contemplating things. Although I accepted to meet the people of this Skypia kingdom upon the words of Warlord Lucifer, I'm not sure how things will move forward. He said they are from an island in the sky. I don't even understand why he jokes with me, a king all the time. Sighing, Cobra shook his head. Anyway, let's see what happens tomorrow. I will just act friendly since they were recommended by a warlord. Also since they are the originator of these handy dials. Under Vivi's constant questions filled with curiosity, Cobra finished eating and went to his room, 2 maids following after him with their heads down. On the other hand, Crocodile has received the news about the arrival of people with wings. It didn't take him long to make conspiracy theories. Lines like this were lingering in his mind. Are they Lucifer's relatives? So does that mean his wings are real? If so, maybe I should take them hostage? But he wasn't sure where they were currently. It was very hard for his spies to have kept following them through the desert. Crocodile decided to send someone there to look at things. A little blonde girl at her age won't get questioned by people, let alone suspect her. According to his knowledge, Lucifer and Miss All Sunday aren't aware of this girl's existence in Baroque works since she only joined the group recently. Chapter 72. A casual day or unusual day. You could have gotten a girlfriend. Why did you get a sister? Amon's wry smile soon evolved into a deadpan look. Bruh. He was tired, but he didn't mind giving some time to her. Not that it would take hours to calm her down, only 1 second is what he would need. However, internally smacking his face, Amon looked at Raki. She was pretty strange for a child, and this type of behavior made her seem even stranger to other people around her. Though Amon was quite delighted at her reaction today. In canon, she was supposed to grow into a loving big sister from being a quiet and meek girl. While Isa was supposed to be a generic tomboy, yet things changed drastically. The butterfly flapped its wings and their personality got swapped. Here, Isa was the meek girl, who might or might not change. While Raki was a tomboy to her core, there are no ways for her to change back. There was an actual reason behind her change as well. Looking at her, Amon raised his hands towards her face. While she closed her eyes scaredly, Amon caressed her hair. He recalled the time when she cried from Amon asking Isa for a tomboy sister. After that time, she started to change herself to fit what I wanted. Ah, I suddenly feel weird. Amon wasn't sure how Raki would react if she could hear this thought. Will she be happy? Or will she have an existential crisis? Her reaction today threw some people off, and even Isa was weirded out. What level of brother complex was this? Though Amon just nodded internally. If I think a little, it's a bad thing. As long as she's beside me, I don't mind if she becomes a Yandere. She's already halfway there. She even did that sacrifice haircut thingy. Currently, Raki had short hair in a bob cut. She cut it herself since having long hair was quite stressful in a fight. It didn't seem she was completely different from her original counterpart. Her eyes were shaking a little, while everyone was looking at the scene strangely. Amon was on his back. Raki was at the top pulling him by the collars. Amon was hardly suppressing his laughter. He was, nonetheless, happy at the development. It was a bad thing at all, to begin with. It's not that hard to subdue her and make her accept reality. Amon was quite worried and even looking forward to how she would react after seeing him offer King Cobra the thing he's mainly here for. Ignoring the thoughts, Amon smiled at her. While Raki was flinching from his hand caressing her hair, Amon slipped his hand down and placed them against her back. Before she could react, Amon pulled her down towards him and made her face fall on his chest. Raki tried to jump up in surprise, while people around turned around to do their job. This was too awkward for them. Wiper yawned from the side and went to pick a cold drink. Isa covered Ice's eyes while walking away with a giggle. Robin also giggled and went to get a gift she prepared for Raki beforehand. She has heard quite a lot about Amon's people. This made her take Amon as an open guy who would share everything with his sister. Fufu, how sweet. And here I was getting nervous. Robin sighed in relief. She was quite worried if this little sister, the person who indirectly made Amon and herself end up together, would be happy with her or not. But it seems she's just a hormonal little girl. Nothing she can't handle. Robin also spotted an inconvenience, an uninvited guest around the place. She had her eyes all around the building. She uses her powers very interestingly after Amon's advice. For this, she was delighted to be able to help him with his lightning powers as a payment. Raki didn't move for minutes before she opened her lips and a hardly audible voice came out. Amon couldn't hear, or at least he didn't react even after she said so. Let go of me. This time, she said a bit more loudly, but Amon only gripped her back strongly. No. He said, I'm apologizing. I'm sorry for getting a new one, but you were still the first, sis. Forgive me, sis. While Raki's body shook and goosebumps covered her body, Amon started to laugh, holding his stomach in his mind. The Skypians rested in the building that day. They were given the luxurious bedrooms all around, while Amon passed his night at the roof. He was humming until he fell asleep. He was quite enjoying the atmosphere. Even though it was cold for others, he felt quite comfortable. It's as if the temperature was perfect for him. Thinking what can go wrong, Amon slowly lost himself to sleep while humming the mask-off tune. Yes, what can go wrong? Robin POV. Inside a hotel in Nanohana, a little blonde girl was eating her food. She was still trying to gather information even now, pretty skilled if I say so myself. The hotel is 24/7, so it's still open. I'm sitting on a corner of the hotel, while she was in another corner. She's Miss Valentine of the Baroque Works. I learned this from the spies we have in Crocodile's organization. She's a 15-year-old little girl, yet she's a skilled assassin. She has a devil fruit that lets her fly. I don't have any knowledge besides this since she's quite new to the organization. It seems she's been flying above our building until everyone went to rest. I spotted her and let Lucy know, though he knew about it already, as expected. He just asked me to torture her. Torture her. I've seen that a lot since I worked with many slave merchants before. How interesting that I'm going to perform something that. But oh well, I've already fallen a long time ago. First thing first, I need to capture her. It's not hard, after all, she came to the wolf's den this time. There is no way for her to escape. Everyone inside this hotel is our people. They all have their eyes on her. Poor girl, I would have snapped her neck right here if he had not ordered me not to. Glancing at a waiter and nodding towards him, I go back to my eating. He knows what he needs to do. That's how everyone under us is. Soon after, the waiter served a special juice to the girl which she slipped curiously after some sweet words from him. It didn't take seconds. As soon after she slopped on the table. Mission successful. Or at least halfway successful. Anyway, let's take her to the basement. I will keep asking her questions until Lucy comes, as he said. Miss Valentine POV. Bah. Where is this? Splash. Before I could think more, another bucket of water was splashed all over my face. Who is it? Oh, shit. Looks like I got captured. It is that woman Mr. Zero warned me about. Fuck. Why is the organization so small? I was sent by myself. If I had a partner, this situation wouldn't have happened. What do I do? Bam. The woman in front of me, Miss All Sunday, kicked me right in the face. Why is her name like this? It's as if she's also a member of our organization. Shit. A fucking copycat. Gritting my teeth in pain, I glare at her. She won't kill me for information purposes, and if I'm unlucky and she decides to finish me, I just have to reveal my identity. She definitely won't harm someone from their allies team. Or so I wished. Who would have thought she would torture me even though I revealed everything I knew? General POV. Mommy. Isa was up from her sleep and was clutching Isa's clothes. After barely getting up from her sleep, Isa looked at Isa for a while. Soon, she released a sigh. What's now, baby? Did you have a nightmare? Isa stayed silent, but Isa just hugged her tightly. Don't worry, I'm here. Your brother is here as well. No nightmare will be able to hurt you. Isa kissed her, while Isa stayed silent and closed her eyes. She could pretty much feel the things happening in the basement of this building. Her sleep ended the moment she heard that angry and annoying voice. Though she wasn't sure of the presence, she could feel the one pained emotion and one cold emotion of two people. The pained emotion was bearable, but the cold emotion wasn't. She has never felt something like this before. This wasn't a nightmare, but was something scarier. Yet, she was sure her brother would keep her safe. Unbeknownst to her, Amon was not really someone who was in a state to save someone else from a nightmare. It was morning, and the sun was just rising. The sandy background made the sun seemingly shine brighter. On the rooftop of the 10th-floor building of Nanohana, a black-haired teenager, Amon was sitting. His eyes were hollow. There were dry marks of tears around his eyes. He's been sitting like this for 5 hours now, looking at the moon, and now the sun. This world is strange, nice, and fucked up. Yet, he's been here for 14 years ago. Not that all of his days were all happy, but that didn't change anything. He was still who he was in the past, just a little more experience at things. Even though he changed a lot in these years, that was just him getting character development. Yawn. Amon stood up and yawned casually with a droplet of a tear falling from his cheeks. This was nothing new, but it's been a few years since he has had a nightmare, so he was feeling a little strange. Well, not that he can't handle some memories from the past. Rubbing his eyes, Amon faced the sun as the sunlight penetrated the cloud and fell on his face. I guess I should pay a visit to the spy. She's still getting tortured. Not that they're anything deep, just some small electrical shock here and there. Nothing she is unfamiliar with, most likely. Amon was aware of Miss Valentine as a 22 years old, but that can't be said the same for her 15 years old version. He has a little knowledge of her past, which he plans to use soon enough. Who would have thought Crocodile was actually smart? Doing some push-ups, Amon continued talking with himself. Killing her would be useless. She's young, just 15 years old. So maybe seduce her. Amon thought for a while before shaking his head. Nah, too much time will be wasted. I should just shock her brain and make her brain dead. Or maybe no. Fuck, I need to clear my mind then make a decision. Such a weak mindset I have. Still not sure of what to do with her, Amon just decided to go and take a shower. He will only move on with her after meeting with Cobra. It's already been pretty late. Maybe his shower thoughts will help him with other things as well. Phew. Even though it was said to be a nightmare, Amon felt like he was home in his dream, or maybe it was his paradise. Suddenly laughing loudly, Amon cleared his stress and walked through the door of the roof. He ignored Robin's concerned gaze, who was just on the other side of the door. She came to wake him up. Didn't expect to see him like that. Chapter 73. New problem. Need of a hero. After Amon took a bath, the others prepared themselves. After eating breakfast, they decided to move out. When everyone was preparing to leave, Robin and Amon were in a room, alone. Robin was sitting on a bench, facing the window. Robin, give me a kiss. Amon was laying on Robin's lap and had his arms raised upwards towards Robin's face. She knocked his forehead lightly as Amon slopped his hands down. Ah, that hurt? Robin was reading some documents and was biting a pen. Things are getting a little messy. I need to check some things. Hey, don't ignore me acting childish. Amon again raised his hands, only for the same thing to happen. Robin replied with a calm yet irritated tone. Don't act childish. Huh? What type of sister won't kiss her brother? You are so rude. Amon covered his face and stayed silent. Sighing, Robin put the documents down with a sigh. What happened to you? You are acting too childish today. Peeking at her face underneath his hand, Amon stayed silent. He then moved his hands and got up with a yawn. Forget it. Emma, head out. Ah. Robin pulled him down on her lap and leaned her face towards him from the top. Do you want to hide some things from your sister? You want to be punished? Amon smiled strangely and raised his hands again and started to pull her face closer by holding the back of her head. You want to play hard, sis? Amon pulled her face terribly close, while Robin didn't have time to even understand anything. Her eyes were wide and her face was too close. I shouldn't. Creak. Why? Before things could have gotten interesting, Raki arrived by opening the door abruptly. Bro, time to leave. HHH. Look at this wrench. Raki jumped up seeing the scene and almost rushed towards Robin with her sword. Obviously, Amon sensed her coming. That was why he acted like this in the first place. He didn't have any plan to go into that type of relationship with Robin unless she took the initiative. This was just him trying to cheer up his mood from the dream last night. BBRO, ass. Before she could continue, Amon flashed to her back and chopped her neck lightly with his hands covered in electricity, thus knocking her out. Robin quickly pulled herself together and shook her head. In the meantime, Amon took Raki and placed her in a comfy chair. Robin frowned lightly. Don't try that. Ever. Do you treat me like every other girl you met? Amon just winked at her with his tongue out. Don't worry, it was a joke. I would have stopped at the last moment anyway. Robin's frown lessened. But could I have stopped, Robin, don't even think about it. Your relationship will be destroyed. Robin couldn't even imagine how things will escalate when they cross that invisible line. Will he treat her like the other girls? Leaving after one night? She didn't know. She was scared to know. Sighing, she was about to get up from her seat as Amon's voice entered her ears. By the way, did you send the information to him? Amon asked while he was changing his clothes. He was wearing a suit completely clad in black. He was trying to look professional for his talk with King Cobra. Though it will take 3 days for them to reach, he decided to wear them beforehand to not feel too uncomfortable later on. Robin nodded lightly. Yes, from what I know, he's in Alabasta already. But I don't understand something. Robin had a slight frown on her face. Though it's a good idea to send a vice admiral like him after Crocodile, it will be bad for us if he finds out about the alliance between us and Crocodile. While she was talking, Amon was trying to tie his tie, though he was having quite a trouble. This was, after all, his second time wearing a suit and tie in this world. Robin walked over and started to help him. Anyway, ahem. Amon released a fake cough and looked away, embarrassed. Don't worry about him, by the way. I only chose him since he's greedy for a rank up. Not that he will get it, though. I see. Robin nodded. I have plans. It will work just fine. Looking up, Amon smirked, as Robin felt weird from that evil face he was making. It was one of the evilest smiles she saw in her life, yet she felt happy seeing him smile. She couldn't believe where she was standing now to even think of such things. Not that it matters. I don't care anyway. After that, Amon and the group started to move through the desert again. The unconscious Raki was riding the same camel as Robin since Robin could hold her with extra hands, and Amon was with Isa and Isa. Amon was wearing a native outfit on top of his suit and regretted his decision instantly. Not that he felt hot, it was simply too uncomfortable. He currently had his mask back on and his hair was white as well. It was very tiring for 31 of the 33 people to go through the desert. They stopped at some towns on the way, and Amon sometimes disappeared saying he had some work, though only Amon knew what type of work he had. After many hardships, finally, 3 days later, they reached the city of Alabasta, the capital of Alabasta. Buy fresh bread. Get some date palm. Chicks. Young and tasty chicks. Beef meat. We have beef meat. After letting the royal guards at the city gate know of their arrival, Amon's group was walking through the middle of a busy road filled with side shops. It was quite a sight, and a few of the Skypians gulped seeing the food all around. Raki, who was struggling in Robin's grasp, stopped her attempts while her eyes were set on some cooked beef. Foo-foo. You want some? I have money. I can buy them if you want. Robin said from her back, as she looked away. Why, you don't need to act like a good girl. I will just ask my brother later. While Robin teased her some more and the citizens of Alabasta were giving them looks filled with curiosity, Amon enhanced his observation. Feeling the electrical fields in the air, Amon closed his eyes. Then using Thunder Eyes, he started to spy inside the royal palace of Alabasta. It seems Cobra didn't have much time to prepare his meeting for them. He was simply too worried about his daughter's whereabouts. Just 2 nights ago, some people kidnapped her from inside the palace. It was an impossible thing to happen for someone to be daring enough to kidnap the princess, even so from inside the palace. This meant there was a spy in the palace, or else the culprit is a very powerful person, maybe a high-ranking assassin. Her kidnapping has already occurred once in the past, so this made him worry even more. He wasn't sure if he would be able to live if something happened to Vivi. He called some Marines yesterday, but they will take a lot of time. He even informed Crocodile, but he simply didn't even pick the Din Mushy call. As if the call didn't even reach him. Finally, he contacted the Valkyries branch here, and some of them were searching for the culprit even now. But who he was looking for was their leader, the Warlord of the Sea, Lucifer. Today he was worried and busy. He was more concerned to use his time to meet people from a kingdom he isn't interested in. Amon opened his eyes as a smirk formed on his face. Yes, it was him who moved the strings. Having such high speed was a cheat. Amon in his journey here was frequenting random thugs around. Money and power. He used these two against a big group of criminals. Under double disguise, he used the money to offer them a deal of holding the princess hostage for him. While they rejected, he used power to threaten them. They were forced to do as he asked them off. He also cut the Din Mushy line with Croc. It was easy to hypnotize the snail to not reach Crocodile's snail. For the other snails, he had ways. It was also him who kidnapped the 8-year-old Vivi after knocking her unconscious. He did it smoothly and then presented her to the bandits. He just needs to act like a hero. Like the hero he was. Rio POV. Hey, Rio, you feeling fine? I was suddenly brought out of my thoughts by a call as I looked at my side. It was my big brother, the 4th son of father, Rello. Ah, I'm fine. I'm just bored. Besides, we are waiting for the king for 4 hours now, yet he isn't here. It feels like he is disrespecting us. You feel like that too? He said with a frown. I never knew Blue Sea people were like this. And he's supposed to be a king. Sigh. Currently, we are in a guest room of the royal palace of this country. We were waiting here for hours now, yet the king hasn't even called us once, let alone come to meet us by himself. Sigh, how humans in this part of the world are. I'm not sure why we are here, besides the fact we will form an alliance with them. Well, if Lord God said that, it will happen for sure. But I'm not confident if this would be a good idea to form an alliance with a country with a king like this. Creak. Oh. Before I could think of anything more, the door opened and 3 people entered the room. A man with a small red nose and a powdered wig at the right. A tall man with a purple line under each eye that runs down the sides of his face, making him resemble a falcon at the left. And finally, a person with a wrinkled face, a tied-off beard, and long, curly, black hair. He is wearing a green robe with yellow edging, an orange and beige sash around his waist, and a purple coat. It didn't need me to be smart to understand. He was a king. The king of Alabasta, Nefertiti Cobra. He looks nicer. Pardon, his hurried tone cut my thoughts. General POV. I heard Miss All Sunday came. He said, looking around, as his face became bright seeing Robin sitting with Raki who was eating some beef. He wanted to run forward and jump on her knees, but from a nudge of his subordinate, he regained his composure and glanced at the other people. At first, he just wanted to ask them to leave, but after hearing that Miss All Sunday herself came accompanying them, he changed his mind. Sighing, he shook his head. They had weird wings, but he was too caught in the time to care about that. The royal palace faced some problems. We hope you people would wait for a few days. We will treat you like a respectable guest in the meantime, please. Yo, old man. Interrupting him, Amon's voice sounded through the room. He slowly took off his mask and smiled at the king as his eyes arched up. It took 2 seconds for him to recognize Amon. After all, he's someone who he was trying to reach for 3 days 24/7. You want to drive me out after I came here doing such a long journey? Meh, talk about bad treatment. Lucifer. Cobra's face became strangely happy. Chapter 74. Things. Lucifer. Amon raised an eyebrow hearing Cobra's excited voice. What? Your face looks strange. The next second, from the middle of the 2 people beside him, Cobra jumped forward at Amon and grabbed his hands. I've been trying to reach your dial. I need your help. He didn't use the word kingdom this time. While Amon tried to move his face backward from Cobra's face, he kept his nervous smile. He didn't reveal the abduction of the princess to the citizens since they would worry for no reason. He was preparing his heart to do so soon enough since they might help in the searching. But now that one of the warlords of the sea was here, things aren't looking so bad. After all, Amon to upper-level people is known to have keen observation haki, while people like Cobra knew it as a type of sixth sense. He couldn't reach Sir Crocodile's den mushy, but after trying hard he was able to reach one of Crocodile's subordinates. Her voice sounded young, and she said Crocodile was too busy to help. Normally, Cobra would have begged Crocodile to help, however, he didn't do so since there was a better candidate for this job than him. For a day now, he's trying to reach Amon, but his dial only rang and rang, he never picked up the call. Now seeing him in front, he felt angry at why he didn't pick the call, but he was too caught up in the situation and worried for his daughter to blame Amon right now. Deciding to beg him if needed, Cobra opened his mouth. Please save my daughter. In the basement of the branch building of Wingless Valkyries, a certain blonde girl was shackled with sea stones. She was biting her lips while looking down. Bam! Bam! Knocking hard on the metallic door, the person guarding the door, a member of the organization, slid a plate of food towards her from under the door. Eat it. Don't expect more than a piece of bread, unlucky bitch. The guard said and left. Oh, for fuck's sake. The prisoner, Miss Valentine, cursed under her breath. I'm locked. How the hell am I supposed to eat then? Struggling to free herself for the umpteenth time, she gave up with a sigh. Fuck. Fuck that woman. Fuck that guy too. She recalled the arrival of Amon 2 days ago. He shocked her and threatened her to say some specific words and recorded them in a strange seashell. She didn't know what he would use the recording to do, but she didn't care. She only wanted to free herself from here. She was the daughter of a small noble in a small kingdom that failed to pay the heavenly tribute and was destroyed thus. Her family was able to escape, and she was doing bounty hunting to keep her family safe and alive. Not so long ago, Crocodile offered her a good position in the Baroque works, which she accepted unhesitantly. Yet, now she is almost dying for that. Mommy, I miss you, sniff. The 15-year-old sniffed while suppressing her tears. She decided she will survive at all costs, even if it was to betray Crocodile. Life comes first, fuck Crocodile. I've been working under him for less than a month anyway, she thought, looking down at the piece of bread in front of her. Besides, by now he probably thinks I'm dead or betrayed him since there was no contact from my side for 3 days. Fuck. Gritting her teeth, she stopped crying and looked towards the bread. Fuck you, Lucifer. She aggressively bent forward and took a bite from the bread. Meanwhile, in the palace of Alabasta, Amon was done listening and was standing, doing some stretching. Okay, man. Calm down. It's not that strange that they didn't call for cash even though 2 nights have passed. I mean, they must be busy hiding or something. Amon said and smiled at Cobra. T-Ven? What do we do? Wait for them to call. Amon just waved his hands at his words. No, that's just a waste of time. He said, if you still need to sit down and wait even after reaching me, then it's my failure, my responsibility. Don't worry, your daughter, you'll see her in 59 minutes. Enlarging his wings, Amon walked towards the window. Be at ease, I'm good at finding things. You can rest assured, or I will compensate you. Not looking back, Amon jumped from the window and vanished with a bolt of lighting. Both the Skypians and the Alabastians were speechless. Skypians were shocked since they weren't sure why the king suddenly changed after recognizing Amon. They weren't sure, but they decided to pay more attention to not saying his name out loud like he ordered them not to. While the Alabastians were surprised for another reason. Are wings supposed to make lightning bolts when flying? The guard, the Falconzoan user, said from the side, envious. He has tried to look for Vivi from the sky already. For that reason, wasn't sure of his 59 minutes guarantee. ZZZ. Amon went to the sky and took a bath in a shrine, evading everyone's senses. He then went around the forest to eat some mango and spent some time with the snake Nola. After around half an hour had passed, Amon went back to Alabasta, going to the place where Vivi was. He was the one to suggest the bandits to hide here, so it was clear that he knew everything. The bandits didn't know their job provider's identity, so they were surprised when the warlord arrived. It took a few minutes to take them down since Amon wanted the tied Vivi to see his heroic figure beating them all. The injured Vivi had tears falling down her cheeks as she started to cry loudly. She saw Amon once before, though it was just a glance when he came to meet Cobra one time. She wouldn't have remembered him unless he had those wings she was always interested in touching, and also since he left a gift for her. A dial with a smartphone screen. It had one application on it, a game named Talking Tom. She enjoyed it, unbeknownst of Amon's real purpose behind it. At this rate, he might become big news, Morgan 2.0. Waya. Vivi cried while hugging Amon as he stroked her hair. He has called Cobra and the royal guards on their way. Cobra requested Amon to bring back Vivi right now. He didn't need to wait for the guards. Amon looked down at Vivi and crouched down with a smile. Placing his hands on her shoulder, Amon looked at her wet eyes. She calmed down a little after seeing Amon smile reassuringly. Is it okay to call you Vivi-chan? Vivi nodded lightly. Great. Do you know who I am? Anon said with a bright smile. No, not much. But I know father is acquainted with you. Vivi replied while wiping her tears. That's enough. Then we will leave. I heard you like to fly. Amon said as Vivi's eyes grew. She asked Pell to take her in the sky on his back many times. He didn't listen, saying it was dangerous and whatever more. She only saw the kingdom from the sky one time before. I love to fly. But father said it's dangerous. Amon laughed lightly and stroked her head. Don't worry, I'm a professional. Amon didn't wait for her to reply and picked her up. His wings fused with his body and he placed her on his shoulders. Yeah, mister, your wings vanished. Amon grinned looking upwards. Go, I don't need wings to fly. Zzzt. At a speed less than sound, Amon started to fly with Vivi on his shoulder while she had stars in her eyes. Though soon after, she started to scream loudly in fright. Not that Amon stopped. Amon POV. I soon returned to the palace with Vivi on my shoulder. She was scared and was shaking the whole flight of 3 minutes, but I could sense she was very exhilarated. It took 53 minutes for me to do all these things and return to the palace finally. Oh, my baby. Were you scared? No. I was fine. Cobra reacted as expected. He cares for his daughter too much. That's good. For me, obviously. Anyway, since I moved things smoothly, it won't be a problem for me to get some time from the king. Well, it's easy to do that anyway just by having the title of Warlord. I can feel Robin's gaze and frown towards me. Damn, she's smart. She figured it out, huh? Or maybe it's just her hunch, eh? Never mind. She's just jealous. Or maybe both, who knows? It's strange how emotions change people. Anyway, I should quicken things up. Saving Vivi and doing all the heroic acts wasn't really just for the king's gratefulness towards me. There is a better reason behind it. A bigger reason. While I decided to go out with Isa and Isa and taste some desert food, Cobra and Vivi finally calmed down slowly. The food was good. Isa liked it. She took some recipes as well. Nice, good for me. Oh, also she might become pregnant soon since fucking Bob was too horny these days. Fuck, sometimes it's a curse to have the Garo no Mi sensing powers. I can't turn it off like observation hockey either. Fuck you, Bob. General POV. While things escalated fast, Amon, Isa, and Isa returned to the palace with a guard accompanying them. Amon asked a guard to let Cobra know of this, though it seems Cobra was busy first dating Vivi. Amon smirked internally. This was where he would promote his product. Deciding such, he walked through the palace freely while leaving Isa and Isa with the Skypians in a different room. While some guards tried to stop him, Amon just teleported, making them confused and wary. Ignoring them while also memorizing the structure of the palace, Amon went to the medic room, where Cobra and Vivi were. Yo. Amon didn't knock on the door and entered while munching on some fries. In the room, Vivi was in a bed with Cobra sitting on a stool on the side, while 4 doctors were applying medicine on her wounds. Vivi, on the other hand, was releasing pained moans. Cobra frowned when he saw someone entering, but when he realized it was Lucifer himself, he sighed. He just saved his daughter, so he couldn't really ask him out. It just felt strange to him. Lucifer, is there anything? Don't worry, I will shortly meet your people anyway. Cobra said and got up from his seat. Amon just waved his hands. Nah, don't worry too much. I'm here to promote my products. Amon said and walked over to Vivi, ignoring everyone. Hey, boy, the princess is injured. Stay away. One of the doctors yelled, though Amon just showed him the middle finger. Shut the hell up. Look what face she is making. Your medicine is shit. She looks like hot boiling water is being poured onto her wounds. While the doctors flinched, Amon sat down on the bed as Vivi looked at him with one of her eyes closed. She was gritting her teeth to prevent herself from crying. It was true what he said, but not like there was anything else she could do anyway. It was her fault to have been kidnapped by someone in the first place. She can't cry like a little girl for that. She stopped crying for quite a while already. Looking at her, Amon licked his lips. Now, Vivi-chan, it won't hurt at all. So close your eyes. While Vivi flinched seeing his face, Amon slipped his hands in his pocket, taking out a spray dial. Yeah, what's that? This video is sponsored by Chandorian Spray, FSSSSS. While everyone looked at the scene dumbfounded, Amon pressed the dial as pink spray came out. When it hit her wounds, they were covered in white foam instantly. What did you do to my Vivi? Cobra screamed with his hands pulling his hair. Amon ignored him and sprayed the dial all around her body. Her bloody body was soon covered in thick, white, sticky foam. While Cobra jumped forward while screaming Vivi's name, she slowly opened her eyes. A sign of confusion present in her eyes. It doesn't hurt. It feels nice on my wounds. Amon just laughed and took a tissue from the table. He soon wiped the thick shite stuff from her body as Cobra's eyes were rendered wide. Let me present you, Shanya Medicine, Special Spray Dial, Miracle Healing Foam. Cobra had an agape expression while the doctors started to inspect the tissues. Chapter 75, Deal or No Deal. Soon after witnessing the miracle of Amon's medicine, the spectators slowly started to regain their composure. This wasn't the only medicine Amon has to offer. In fact, there were more than 59 medicines in Amon's collection. They were created with the combined help of the scientists at Clockwork Island and Amon himself. Even so, the fact that Amon was able to create such medicine is proof of his great medical knowledge. Though compared to the ones up there, he was nothing. Amon formed a twisted smirk in his mind, while Cobra's had a serious face. He ordered some guards to take Vivi into her room, and some maid to look after her. He understood something. The reason this young warlord came here isn't something he can look down upon. Quickly ordering some guards to prepare a room for their meeting, Cobra guided Amon there. There was a need of secrecy for this talk, more so since Amon himself requested it. So, Lucifer, how much for the medicine formula? Cobra asked with his professional face towards Amon, who was sitting on the sofa opposite to him. Amon was also trying to be as professional as he could. Currently, he was in a business suit and tie. He looked pretty neat with his white wings which saturated his black suit. Also, is this suit of yours purchasable as well? Seeing Cobra asking that with a serious face, Amon crackled up. Not that it bothered Cobra at all. Stopping his laugh, Amon looked ahead. We will talk about it later. First of all, do me a favor and stop the news of Warlord Lucifer coming to Alabasta Palace with his people. I don't want it out further than this palace. Cobra nodded instantly. There is no need for your worry, Lucifer. It's quite clear to us that you are being secretive. So I took your people to another room after you left for Vivi. Currently, only 5 people beside me know that the leader of the visitors that came to Alabasta is actually one of the warlords, Lucifer. Amon smiled, satisfied. 5 people besides Cobra wasn't a problem. If you don't mind, I'd like to meet them later, separately. It's always better to double-check. Forgive me if I'm being too much, but that's a thing I need to do. Considering for a second, Cobra shook its head. It's all right. After all, you saved Vivi, even more so you treated all those wounds that would have taken a month or more to heal mostly. While the hot wind blew Amon's hair to the side, he laughed after glancing at the descent outside of the window. It's no problem. Rather, we should talk about the important thing. After chatting for a while on the small details, like why Amon didn't just ask for an appointment for a meeting using his authority, or why Cobra couldn't reach him, and many more. He also showed some medicines and their practical use by cutting Amon's flesh and using them. Though Cobra was against it, he was forced to watch. After a few hours of talking, Amon moved on to the main topic. His offer. Anyway, although everything you showed was a masterpiece, I assume you are not here to only sell some medicine. Cobra said with his hands clasped together. Or there would have been no reason to bring your people here as well, I presume. Hearing him, Amon picked a glass from the table and took a sip of the wine. He was quite fine with the taste of it by now. He used the line he's prepared for a long time now. You are right. As expected of a king, you are sharp. I'm not here to sell some medicine at all. He placed the glass on the table. In fact, we are here to request an alliance with the Kingdom of Alabasta and the Kingdom of the Sky, Skypia. Cobra stayed silent hearing him. He had a hunch this was the case, but he was very hesitant to agree even though Amon did save Vivi. After all, his own kingdom wasn't doing much good. It would be quite irresponsible for a king to accept such an offer. Because, although there is rarely any rain, the country's economy was still standing fine. However, For a while now there has been barely any rain in the country. It's as if God was displeased with them. Or maybe it was a human doing in the end. Cobra was offered the rain powder which helps with raining already, but that's very harmful to his country in the long run. He rejected the offer. He didn't want to absorb his citizens' fate like that. Never ever. Considering all that, accepting an alliance with a newly founded country, unauthorized by WG, would not do him and his kingdom any good. Although the leader of that place, the king, is a warlord, it didn't seem like the young man had any plans to use his powers to get the authorization. Should I? Old Cobra. Interrupting his thoughts, Amon called out. I'm aware of what you are thinking. Let me explain. Amon moved his lips. Cobra had a frown as he started to talk. Normally, when two countries ally, they get a 50-50 benefit. To compare, it's like a marriage between humans. Both parties gain benefits, normally a half-half benefit. Most counties won't be satisfied with such a thing and would normally try to plot on each other's back. However, this offer was worse than normal cases. The benefits are leaning towards Skypia more, Alabasta close to non-existent. Unlike marriage, it's more like adopting a child which won't grant the other party any help. Saying some words, Amon smiled lightly and got up from his seat. Let me show you some benefits. There is a reason that I asked for a meeting with no other people in the room. Amon looked at the noon sky out of the window. This alliance ain't a 5:5. Amon moved his gaze at Cobra with a grin. It's a 9:1. Yes, 9 you and 1 us. ZZZZ. While Cobra looked confused, Amon flashed from his sight and teleported at a large chunk of cloud 6K.M on the sky. Rumble. King Cobra POV. Rumble. What is happening? My country, which hardly rains, is having a thunderstorm. Impossible. Incredible. The sky turned dark in the time frame of seconds, and the whole Alabasta city was covered in a giant black cloud. Rain started falling. It's been 3 months since I felt this cool breeze. Enjoying the droplets of water in my face, I took a deep breath. Just how is this possible? No, that's not the question. It's easy to discern that it's that boy who is doing this. This is hardly believable. What type of power is this? The ability to change the weather? Rumble. Thunder. A thunder strike fell in the desert and a small portion of the sand turned into glass. Incredible! Now his words make sense. If my country rains every time it needs to, it won't be wrong to say that we would just be below the world government at power. But, will it rain every day? Every time I want? Every time my citizens need it? Yes, it should be possible. If Lucifer does this every now and then in my country, then my country won't be like this anymore. With the rain, we would be able to farm crops freely as well. The places where my county is drying out will regain life. Now nice rain is. General POV. Amon returned to the room in a bolt of thunder under the eyes of Cobra's eyes full of curiosity. Amon just smiled at him. Yo. What was that power? Cobra asked, his eyes looking lost. Don't mind the small details. Amon giggled like an innocent angel. His body wasn't what even though he just came back after starting a rain. By the way, this is just a small part of what we the people of the sky can do. Amon again flashed, and the next moment, returned with a bag of dials in his hand. Let me show you the main power of us. Amon grinned brightly. Let us review some dials. Under Cobra's curious gaze, Amon started to show him different kinds of dials. This time they weren't medicine-based. Rather, they were mainly just cloud-based ones. Only cloud ones, after all, he didn't want to expose his trump cards. So, this certain cloud dial is special. Amon had a large seashell in his hand. You need someone who can fly to go and stick them with a normal cloud flying in the sky. After that, a few hours later that cloud would start raining. This way, you won't need me to be present there always. With this, Amon his products. Alright, that's all for now. Putting down the dials, Amon leaned back in his chair with a breath. It took a long and tiring time to help calm the curious king down. Cobra gulped. He took some time to take in everything he saw just now. In the end, only one word could describe this: incredible. Using the dials, I won't have to be relying on him all day either. It is better for us this way. Cobra was overall more than satisfied. However, there were some problems. Unfortunately, each of them expires after a month of use, so I would need a supply of them every month. He released a long sigh. Although I can use the kingdom's scientists to try and copy them, it will just be a bad idea to plot against a warlord of the sea. Cobra was trying to reach a conclusion. He was still a bit hesitant to form an alliance. After all, if he does, it's impossible to back away from it, or a war will start. A war. After seeing these gadgets, I'm not sure if we would win against this new country. Especially so when a warlord is on its side. Wiping his forehead sweat with a tissue, Cobra got lost in thought. Let me be honest, Amon's call brought him out in reality. Alabasta is the best possible ally for us currently. Hearing his line, Cobra raised his head. The thing is, not every country would need my cloud dials, so I can't really form an alliance with, for example, let's say Dressrosa. They don't need rain, and we have no other thing to offer other than rain. Amon said as Cobra's head started to reach a conclusion. Among the sandy countries, Alabasta is the biggest and strongest. Although there is a lack of resources, as long as there is enough land, resources can be produced with rain. Amon sighed. He was making it seem like Skypiean would be gaining more from the alliance, thus using the reverse physiology effect and making Cobra believe, in fact, Alabasta was gaining more. Cobra almost lost his emotion, but he was able to surpass his grin. Yeah, unless it's a desert place which needs rain, these products are useless. The fish took the bait. Amon grinned internally. You were right, but there is a fact that you need to pay attention to. He said, I help you, and you help me. Both of our countries would only fall lower in the food chain. Amon said with a strange smile. The smile he trained for years to negotiate. In the end, we both need each other. I'm opening my weakness to you so that we can have a long-term trusting relationship. We are a perfect match. While Cobra's previous, winning face froze, Amon continued. Besides that, we will also. Amon started to talk more, while Cobra nodded at his every sentence. All of his words made sense. In the end, both of them will gain things that would be impossible with each other's help. They were a perfect match for each other. Cobra knew, if he played his cards right, he could deal a good deal. If he looked at it, his kingdom would gain more than Amon's. After discussing for hours and even calling his surprised and shocked subordinates for advice, Cobra and Amon reached an understanding. Then it's decided, we will be together. Cobra shook hands with Amon, who was smiling reassuringly. It's nice working with you. Cobra laughed lightly hearing him. Haha, don't say that yet. The contract will be prepared in a day, you can say that after signing it. Haha. Amon also laughed as sat back on his sofa, while Cobra did the same. All right, it's been a long day. You even used your strange powers to call rain. You must be tired. We have prepared rooms for you, and your people, please take some rest. Amon shook his head. Not yet. There is something more important here. He said as Cobra raised his eyebrows in curiosity. He was in his Scheme King mode. This has been a very profitable deal for him. Any new offer, and he will grab it swiftly. Sensing his greed, Amon chuckled lightly and leaned forward. His elbow resting on his knees, and his hands clasped together. There is another offer I want to make. Cobra laughed internally, which froze with his next line. What do you think about giving the princess hand in marriage? Of course, I'm the groom. Cobra's face froze, while Amon had a large grin. That's the end of this tale for now. I appreciate you for watching, and I'll see you in part 4. Peace.